Good morning everyone and welcome along to Silverstone for day 2 of this 750 Motor Club meeting on the short, sharp, exciting national circuit ahead of 13 races that we have today. You can see the cars from the final qualifying session making their way back to the pit lane from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. My name is Joshua Barrett and alongside me is Ian Thoman. We don't quite look like that in that order. But anyway, we're looking forward to very much to an exciting day of racing, Ian, because yesterday was great fun.
It was. We had 10 races for you on the national circuit that you can see on screen now yesterday. I think we had 7 different categories represented. 4 of them are back today to race on a much cooler day than we had yesterday. It really got quite warm yesterday. I think that might have contributed to some attrition that we had in some of the races, but I don't think it's going to get too far into double figures during the course of today. But it was really exciting. We've had 4 of the categories yesterday are going to be back today, including the F1000s that we're going to see out very shortly. Also back today as well, we've got the classic stock hatches and Mighty Minis and 750 Formula cars as well, alongside 4 further categories that we didn't see yesterday, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. We had a busy morning qualifying already here at Silverstone with the Race Parks Historic 750 Formula Series, the Mr. Transit Swiftsport Challenge, the Rogue Motorsport 202 MR2 Championship and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship that just completed their qualifying session. All those categories have 2 races over the course of the day. Actually, the cars you can see on your screen now, the F1000 Championship backed by Disc Lock, they have 2 races as well to complete their triple header, whereas Classic Stock Catch and Mighty Mini just have the single race today. But a dry day in prospect here at Silverstone on what traditionally is a real slipstreaming circuit with so many overtaking opportunities, which always creates the great racing ahead of us. All the events taking place today is the second meeting of the season for the championships, which either started at Donington, Croft or Brands Hatch in April. But the busy 750 Motor Club meeting continues here at the first of 3 events at Silverstone for 2026. We'll be back on the international circuit in August and of course on the Grand Prix circuit in October for the Burkitt Relay. But you can see there the cars for the Disc Lock F1000 Championship are in the assembly area, including, I can see at the back of the grid, Simon Pratt, who had a very smoky end to his race yesterday, and presumably as the engine let go. I think we're going to look at that car now, car number 11. So good job by the team to get that car back out, and hopefully Simon's going to have a bit more luck than what he's had so far this season. Yeah,
I mean, we were expecting great things, weren't we, from Simon, after he showed great pace here, wasn't it, in a Monoposto race earlier in the season. But so far his 2 meetings in Brands Hatch and here have not gone particularly according to plan. So we'll be looking ahead to the Disc Lock F1000 Championship a bit more in just a moment.
And the cars for the Disc Lock F1000 Championship heading out onto the Silverstone circuit for the first of the 13 races that we have today. All the races are sprint races today, and majority of which are 15 minutes, including the race coming up now for the Disc Lock F1000 Championship. And it's a reverse grid as well from yesterday's race. So Matt Higginson, who won the race yesterday, will be starting 10th, and he was really quite dominant yesterday in a very fast drive from Matt, where he set a new lap record.
Absolutely, Josh, and he got that in just in the nick of time as well, because oil went down, as we were saying, from Simon Pratt's car, and that did slow the lap times after that for some drivers more than others, and Matt seemed to be able to drive through that a bit more effectively than did the rest of the field. So he was able to go off to a win by more than 20 seconds in the end. There was a very intense battle for second place between Tom Westworth and Sam Satchwell. They were nip and tuck in the fight for second place, Westworth having won a couple of the races earlier on in the season. But there's a car being pushed off the grid
no.
there.
What's happened?
Or,
I think
it's back into position, isn't it? Yeah.
Cars haven't quite arrived in the order that was anticipated.
Yeah, so that was Sam Satchwell's car being pushed into its correct position, which is 8th on the grid rather than, I think, 7th where he had lined up. As you can see, pole position here is on the outside of the grid. And this race, of course, Josh, is a reverse grid from yesterday's result.
Yes, so let's see if we can have a look at how that grid will line up for round 5 of the Disc-Lock F1000 Championship, with yesterday's race winner Matt Higginson starting 10th. The top 10 are reversed from that result that we had yesterday. And therefore it'll be Wayne Pearson, who finished 10th yesterday, that will be starting from pole position as the cars head off then onto their one green flag lap on the Silverstone National Circuit. And alongside Wayne Pearson is David Shepherd. On row 2 of the grid we have Adam Walker and Kaylee Cole, and on row 3 Anthony Gauntlet and Ian Abel. On row 4 we find Eric Cowell and yesterday's podium finisher Sam Satchwell. Row 5 Tom Westworth and yesterday's race winner Matt Higginson. And on row 6, with that repair job done on Simon Pratt's Jedi Mark 6, 7 as all the cars are in the F1000 Championship, majority of which have the Suzuki Superbike engine powering these cars. And yesterday's race winning margin for Matt Higginson was 21 seconds, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see him come through the field in the Disc-Lock liveried car. His new record lap time yesterday was 54.617 seconds, averaging over 108 miles per hour of the Silverstone National Circuit. And he sits 4th in the championship now. We had that incident at Brands Hatch which ruled him out of a couple of races there. So Tom Westworth, the championship lead, the double Brands Hatch winner. He's 24 points clear of Sam Satchwell, who's had 3 podiums in the championship now. James Purnell not here, 3rd in the championship, with Matt Higginson up into 4th place now. Tom Westworth, when he spoke to you yesterday, he seemed quite happy just to pick the points up at this point of the season, after clearly being as fast as Higginson at Brands Hatch, but so far not here at Silverstone. Yeah, that's right. So Westworth, yeah, he did seem quite content to have that situation where he was battling with Sam Satchwell for the second place yesterday, with the Matt Higginson going off a long way into the distance. Those two were content to battle, but yeah, Westworth, I think, quite content to pick up points, mindful of the fact that it's a long championship, and further we've seen that consistency can be more important than overall pace and race wins in this championship. So this should be a busy opening lap for round 5 of the Disc-Lock F1000 Championship here at Silverstone. As the lights go out, not everyone gets away particularly well. Adam Walker struggles off the line. As they head towards Cops Corner then, it's Anthony Gauntlet in 20 that takes the lead. Round the outside is 91. So that from pole position was Pearson, who's now in 2nd place as they head off towards Maggots and Beckett. Through the middle there is that Ian Abel, I think, up and now into 2nd place. But he's being challenged by Eric Cowell. You've got Kaylee Cole there in 4th position, but Matt Higginson already up into 5th place by the time they get onto the Wellington Straights, and they could well be side by side with the lead by the time they come to the end of the straight, Ian. Yeah, absolutely. So they're fanning out almost 4 wide, going down into Brooklands. Higginson doesn't quite sort of try and dive down the inside of them. He's mindful of the fact that it's a 15-minute race, but already he is up to 3rd position. He's trying to go around the outside of Eric Cowell and the 23 car of Ian Abel, the 38-year-old from Upminster in Essex, as they go around Luffield Corner. It's still side by side for the lead with Higginson in his spare car, don't forget. He is in 3rd position, and again almost 3 wide as they come up to the timing line. It's now Abel with his nose ahead, but the top 3 covered by less than a 10th of a second. Yeah, that's right. So very good start from both Ian Abel and Eric Cowell. They've done a great job here. Cowell had engine issues in qualifying yesterday. Another team that have worked hard, but it hasn't taken long for Matt Higginson to take the lead of the motor race. He is ahead by the time they get to Beckett's. Tom Westworth is 3rd now, the championship leader. His main rival from yesterday, Sam Satchwell hasn't made quite so good progress. He was 6th at the end of the first lap, so Westworth is trying to get into P2 here before Satchwell catches, but is that him coming up the inside for 4th as they turn into Brooklyn?
Yeah, I think it was, looking to get a move away from Eric Kell, but that's not worked as yet, so Kell's still in 4th position, the man from Coventry, a student at the University of Sheffield. There's Wayne Pearson, of course, he was on pole position, now right towards the back of the field in 10th place, but Higginson already stretching his legs out front here, side by side for 2nd as they come over the line. That's Tom Westworth trying to get up into P2 ahead of Ian Abel, and the man from Merseyside does indeed go through now into 2nd place. Further back, Satchwell still trying to find a way past Eric Cowell as they come out of Copse Corner, and we're not going to see if he's going to make it through. That is Satchwell that's dived down into 3rd place, that is, isn't it, in the end? He's got past Ian Abel as well through braking for Maggots and Beckett, but look how Matt Higginson already is getting away from the rest. He won by just over 20 seconds yesterday at the end of lap 2. He's 1.4 seconds ahead, and now he's got a clear track ahead of him. Who knows, he might get his head down and be able to win by even more than he did yesterday.
Yeah, we see yesterday the track was pretty slippery, didn't it, when Simon Pratt's car didn't last the distance, big blow up, lots of smoke and latent fluid, particularly through this section of corner through the complex. Simon Pratt's up to 7th after lap 1, after lap 2 rather. We'll see where he is at the end of lap 3. He's gained another, so he's up to 6th. He's sort of the unknown really from yesterday, and he's at the back of this group, isn't he? So you've got Abel in 4th, 5th is Cowell, and 6th is Pratt. They're all together heading off towards Maggots and Beckett's corner, but leading the group then is car number 23 in Abel, the Essex based man who's gone way off. The car hasn't slowed down at all, I'm afraid, which might suggest a mechanical issue there, and he's gone off stage left towards the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. We'll see if we can pick up what's happened with his car as this race goes. I said he's got a long way off the circuit though. Meanwhile, the race continues for everybody else. Higginson was 2.5 seconds ahead at the front of the race. We've got Westworth 2nd, and now another retirement. Looks to be Cowes Cole in the number 18 car. She was probably not showing the pace that she'd have liked yesterday, and out of the race completely. She was running in 7th position, so that looks like 2 cars we've lost in the space of a lap. So it's Higginson leading from Westworth now by 3.3 seconds at the end of lap number 4. Satchwell to 3rd. Be interesting to see here if Satchwell can catch Westworth and they can relive their battle of yesterday.
A bit like yesterday, they were about 2 slower than Higginson, so it doesn't matter if the track's in good condition or not. Higginson's the best part of a 2nd faster than anybody else, which is pretty remarkable around this short circuit. So through the yellow flag zone they go, quite a long yellow flag zone because of that, although actually Ian Abel did carry on, didn't he? He's still there in 8th, so that's odd, wasn't it? Yeah. He went flying off the circuit but rejoined, but for poor Kaylee Cole, she's had a pretty horrible return to racing this weekend at Silverstone, and hopefully she can make it out later. So there's 2nd and 3rd. So Sam Satchwell probably having one of his better weekends. There's wheel-to-wheel contact here behind. Simon Pratt tries to get himself up ahead of Anthony Gauntlet. He was ahead at the line actually, but Gauntlet fighting back. He had a good run yesterday before a couple of issues, but still finished 6th. The ex-monoposto racer, and he and Simon Pratt are having a real battle here. They're still side by side. Gauntlet's car's got a little bit more straight line speed, it would appear, and he goes around the outside, swoops around the outside of the super fast Copse Corner and back into 5th position, immediately going after Eric Cowell. And
with Anthony Gauntlet in this battle, you could say the gloves are off, but there's yellow flags there for Cales Cole. And not sure about that one. Anyway, Gauntlet has made up track position on Eric Cowell, who might be a little bit miffed about that. Then you've got the car of Simon Pratt, 3rd of those, so in 6th position. Adam Walker, the train driver, in 7th place, number 14. He is following them as well, but now it's Gauntlet that's moved up here to 4th position, and yeah, I think possibly he lets Eric Cowell go back through. He's got to be careful not to let, though, the blue car of Simon Pratt through as well, because he's trying to drive around the outside of him at Luffield Corner. Out of Luffield they come. Pratt quite wide over the curbs on the exit of the corners. He tucked back in behind Gauntlet's car, so quite a bit of shuffling on this lap. These 4 cars together up and over the line now, but they are quite a long way behind the cars ahead, and 9 seconds behind Sam Satchwell, who in turn is now within 6/10 of Tom Westworth.
Yeah, he did a personal best lap on the last lap. Not sure that should have happened either. Anyway, as you say, he's closer to Westworth, so back into the yellow flag zone. Everyone should know it's there because it's been there for a couple of laps really. But Cowell stays ahead then in the 24 car. He's 20 from Coventry, so he was born the same year that Adam Walker started racing in the championships, as it was known when it was known as Formula Jedi. We think, though, the race is going to have an interruption and a safety car period because of that, which is unsurprising, really, because we've seen drivers not really doing what they should be under yellow flags, and that traditionally happens, doesn't it? They give the drivers, like Higgins has just done the best lap of the race.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to get the safety car because of that car's hard to move, and drivers not really respecting them as the yellow flags as they should be. So Katie Cole's car looks like it might be stuck in gear, isn't it? So she's trying to help the marshals with that.
It is moving now, so that's good news. But yeah, the VW safety car has picked up the race leader, Matt Higginson, and they are pushing that car further away from the side of the circuit, which means that hopefully it won't be too long before the race can get back underway. There's nearly half of the race still to go, 7 3/4 minutes left in the race. Of course, this brings Tom Westworth and Sam Satchwell back towards Matt Higginson, but with the pace that they've been showing during the course of the weekend so far, you kind of think that they might not be able to do too much with that gain that they've made on him. And then, of course, Eric Cowell and Anthony Gordon and Simon Pratt and Adam Walker, they were quite some distance behind, so they will have closed in as well in time for the restart. I think we should have time for a few more laps in this race. But I think we are going to see probably it develop into another battle for second position and maybe another one for fourth place, as we had before the interruption, Josh.
Yeah, maybe probably what happen is there's going to be less cars to lap for Matt Higginson, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Because he didn't get to that point, and now with everyone else bunched up, that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any traffic at all, really. I wouldn't have thought in the laps that are remaining, unless anyone has a particular problem. Safety car lights on, so there's going to be at least one more lap behind the safety car, I think. While Cole's car is cleared. It's not easy to say, is it?
Interesting what Matt Higginson was telling you yesterday, that this car should be driven by Scott Mattel later on in the season.
Yes, absolutely. Scott, the team owner of Mattel Cars that run the car. He's been champion in low cost and in RGB as it was, and different in bike sports as well, but I don't think we've seen him in 4000 before, have we?
I think Scott's driven the car in testing, I think, probably in the past. But here, enjoy getting back out. I'm sure Matt Higginson might enjoy having some competition, because this weekend that hasn't necessarily been the case.
Yeah, and that's really strange given how close Tom Westworth was to him, at Silverstone. I think they're both run by Mattel, aren't they? Both of these cars. So it's interesting that their pace has deviated. But obviously, it's a different car that Higginson's racing. It is the spare car. He said he would go back to the sort of his main race car when he could, but this one seems to be doing equally as well, if not better than the one he was racing at Brands before the collision in it was the second race of the weekend there.
Yeah, he was a 10th underneath Tom Gadd's lap record yesterday. So he was, I think, that was a target for him, and he achieved it prior to that oil being laid down after just a few laps of the race, really. So we'll see if he can beat that over the course of the day in cooler conditions. Track temperature a bit lower, but the engines might well run better. The safety car's coming in at the end of this lap. We're going to have 5 more minutes of racing to go. Higginson's gone already, and even on a safety car restart, the others don't have anything for the multiple RGB champion and the reigning F1000 champion, Matt Higginson. Then he leads the way on the restart of this Disc Lock F1000 Championship race by a full second from Tom Westworth and Sam Satchwell. Eric Cowell's done a really good job here. He's absolutely dropped the 2 cars he was battling with.
He has, so he should be able to get away from those now. Over the line, he was 2.2 seconds ahead of Anthony Gordon, so he was sleeping a bit there. And Westworth and Satchwell, so they really needed to make a good restart to have any hope of defeating Matt Higginson, and they were not close enough to him over the line, more than a second adrift. So Cowell actually is almost making it 3 cars for second place here, if he can stay with them for the remaining probably 5 laps of this race. It's going to be, I think, isn't it? At least, if not 6. That they get out of it. Satchwell very close to the back of Westworth as they went into Brooklands corner that time. And again, it was a bit later on the brakes again as they turned their way through Luffield's corner. So Satchwell here had, I think, 3 third places on the trot now, looking to improve there. He said, I'd like to go for P2 yesterday. I said, what about P1? I don't think that thought had entered his head. But P2 is what he's got his eyes on in the immediate moment here, trying to get ahead of Tom Westworth.
Interestingly, Eric Cowell is going with them. He went a second quicker on that lap than he's got all weekend. So just being able to follow those 2 quicker drivers, Eric Cowell, the 20-year-old, is absolutely flying, going with them. Westworth a bit sideways there through the middle of Beckett's corner, then accelerating up towards Brooklands, where Matt Higginson already is, going past the Jim Clark grandstand and into Brooklands Corner. Then in second place, Westworth, the double Brands Hatch race winner, being chased by Sam Satchwell. These two drivers had such a good battle yesterday. They traded position so many times. This battle so far today has been a little bit different because it was almost every lap, wasn't it, where they changed positions in yesterday's race.
It was, but yeah, as I say, different complexion of the race. We've not had, touchwood, the fluid dropped onto the circuit, which made life particularly tricky around Brooklands Corner in particular. But yeah, Westwood seems to have had this a little bit more under control, but saying that, there's still time for a few more laps here, and Satchwell still within 2 or 3 car lengths of Westworth. Cal was about a second behind the two of them as they began this lap, but he's doing his best to keep hold of their coattails. Westworth, who's been racing this for a few seasons now, has got quite a bit of F1000 experience under his belt. So too, for that matter, has Sam Satchwell. Neither of them are new, sort of particular novices. And Satchwell breaks later. He's up the inside. Oh, and I thought he was going to get into the side of Westworth car. Instead, I think he just managed to avoid that, but had a bit of a moment himself. Surprisingly, he's not really lost any ground as a result of that.
No, he got very, very sideways, didn't he? And all of that, these small single-seater racing cars you can really throw around. And we saw a real example of that. These super light Jedi machines. And he set a personal best lap on that lap, did Sam Satchwell, despite that huge moment. What would his lap time have been without that moment, you'd have to question. So he didn't really lose any time over the whole lap to Westworth. He seemed so much more confident into Brooklands. That's where he was making the move yesterday, I think, wasn't it, into Brooklands. Okay, the track conditions were different to today. But regardless, he's very strong. So what can Satchwell do? Try to go for second for the first time in his F1000 career. Don't look close enough. But again, he's much later on the brakes. He gets much closer to Westworth through the apex of Brooklands, where the car head took a bit more curve. Then they turn right into the long Luffield corner. Meanwhile, there's further battles behind, and Simon Pratt's made the move on Anthony Gauntlet that he's been trying to make for a while. I think Pratt's got a little bit down on power after the problems of yesterday, but carries so much more speed through the corners of the car that he's battling. Was able to go right round the outside of Brooklands corner to take 5th place. Did Simon Pratt, but Gauntlet might be able to fight back in a straight line. Anyway, this is the penultimate lap of the race. Into the mid-55s now for the Westworth and Satchwell battle, so they're getting a bit closer to Higginson's lap time compared to yesterday. But Westworth has got a few car lengths over Sam Satchwell, which you'd imagine would mean he should be safe into Brooklands corner.
Well, we saw what Satchwell was able to do at Brooklands a couple of laps ago. Let's see if we have a repeat. Again, he's later on the brakes, but he wasn't as close, was he, to Westworth? And he's only got one more lap where he can attempt this move now, because we're about to go on to the final lap of the race. But it's been, again, an interesting duel between these two. Not the easiest circuit to overtake at Silverstone, but Westworth has been under pressure from Satchwell. Higginson goes on to his final lap, 25 seconds of the race left, the gap about 4 seconds from first to second. So Higginson, barring disaster, is now looking for another comfortable race win here in the F1000s, which will be his 3rd win of the year out of the 5 races that we had. And of course, he had those 2 DNFs at Brands Hatch that really put him on the back foot as far as this season concerns. He really can't afford too much more misfortune during the course of the season. Down towards Maggots and Beckett's goes the battle for 2nd place. And that's a bit further back, isn't it? That's the 20 and 23 car. Anthony Gauntlet and Ian Abel there is the 2nd place battle. Not quite as close as it was between Westworth and Sam Satchwell, but we'll watch Matt Higginson head to the line, Josh.
Yeah, round 5 of the Disc Lock F1000 Championship. It's going to be a 3rd win of the season for Matt Higginson. The reigning champion is back on top here at Silverstone in convincing fashion yet again. He's winning a gap of 4 seconds over Tom Westworth. It's another podium for Sam Satchwell. Eric Cow takes a very strong 4th, very strong on that second half of the race. Simon Pratt came through to 5th for that move at Brooklands. For 6th, Ian Abel passes Anthony Gauntlet, really weaker in the second half, and he dropped back to 7th after running 5th earlier. Adam Walker, the veteran of the category, he takes 8th. And today it looks like Wayne Pearson is going to beat David Shepherd, although they were pretty close. They were 0.8 of a second apart, so they had this good dice at the rear of the field. But Wayne Pearson does come out on top today, with Shepherd, who was ahead in yesterday's race. So some good battles again through the field in the Disc Lock F1000 Championship, but here at Silverstone no one can touch the reigning champion, the Disc Lock backed car of Matthew Higginson, and he starts to close the gap back down in the championship. Let's have a look at the results then of round 5 of the championship in the opening race of the 750 Motor Club race day at Silverstone, with a race victory for Matthew Higginson and a fastest lap of 54.8 seconds, a winning margin of 4.3 seconds over Thomas Westworth. Sam Saxwell took 3rd and Eric Cowden 4th. Simon Pratt was 5th, Ian Abelin 6th, Anthony Gauntlet 7th, Adam Walker was 8th, Wayne Pearson 9th, David Shepherd 10th, and Cody Cole the only retirement after just 3 laps. We'll see the F1000 Championship out once more in the middle of the afternoon's action. Racing coming up shortly, as you can see there, from the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Car Championship. That'll be our second of 5 races we have for you in our morning's programme. But we're about to introduce our third voice into the coverage, because Kieran McGinley is going to chat to our top 3 drivers from F1000.
Well, down here with the Jedis then. I love the sound of Jedis racing in the morning, don't you? Brilliant stuff. We'll let Matthew take off all of his kit and award him the customary hat of winning. There you can see, lovely stuff. Congratulations, Matthew. There you are, that's yours to wear. Pop that on for me, sir. How was that out there? That looked, you were in control of that one.
Yeah, in control. A bit different conditions to yesterday, which had to work out initially. Obviously a bit more gusty. But yeah, track's still quite fast. But not as fast as yesterday, but yeah, reverse grid was entertaining to start with. A bit dicey, had to be a bit careful, and then obviously the safety car meant the restart. I fortunately got a good one and maybe foxed them a little bit, so yeah, good all together.
You went business after the safety car, because you went purple again. I think you went purple before the safety car, purple after it. You just were on it today.
Yeah, like I say, I was getting used to where the conditions had changed a bit. You know, the times weren't quite as good, but close enough to still try and beat what I did yesterday. Not quite enough. The wind was too strong, really. But yeah, thanks to the team again. Car was mega. Everyone watching at home, I hope there's a few people.
I mean, you're obviously the first cars out there racing conditions. That's always a bit of a step into the unknown, but you look like you conquered that.
Yeah, I mean, the wind helped in turn 1, to be honest, but everywhere else it was a bit slower. But yeah, you know, probably better for the engines being cooler. But yeah, conditions can't complain really.
Not a bad start to the season either. It's been a pretty good weekend for you.
Yeah, clawing it back. We had a bit of a crash at Brands Hatch, so you know we lost a couple of race potential wins. So happy to get 2 more now, and hopefully this afternoon's going to be equally the same, ideally.
Great stuff. Well, we've got some classic hatches, so we'll hand back. But thank you very much, and congratulations on the victory.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And with that then, let's head to the next race.
Be straight into this no green flag lap, as actually majority of races will not have today. So fast, frantic action from the 750 Motor Club. It was Chris Deere who became the 3rd different winner in 3 races yesterday in his Peugeot 205 GTI, the former champion, returning to the grid. He will start on the inside today, but quickest in qualifying going from the outside, and that will be the Vauxhall Nova of Jason Wood, who took the championship lead by just a single point yesterday over his son Jake. Let's have a look at the grid then for round 4 of the championship, with on pole position the Vauxhall Nova of Jason Wood alongside the Peugeot 205 of Chris Deere. On row 2 will be Neil Dudman and Jake Wood, the Brands Hatch winner, and on row 3 James Hazelhurst, last year's champion, alongside the youngster Harry Palmer. On row 4 we find Ewan Lintz and Terry Roughton. Row 5 Darren Bassingthwaite and Andrew Ford, and on row 6 Andy Philpotts and Lee Scott, the other Brands winner. On row 7 Thomas Lintz and Richard Titch Kelsall. On row 8 Sam Hutchinson and Ted Cooper. Row 9 Martin Kayser and Andrew Anderson. And we get Alan Julie, Hannah Newton, and with a delayed start Matt Stubbington and Derek Rosier after qualifying infringements of races. I think about to get underway in a moment. We're here from Paul Thorpe during the course of this 15-minute race as well. I think the countdown has already begun, with Jason Woods then on pole position. He finished 3rd yesterday. Neil Dubman was 2nd. Chris Deere the winner. The race gets underway then. It was Chris Deere who made the better start yesterday. Has he taken the lead of round 4 on the inside? He has, so he's replicated that from yesterday. It's the Peugeot of Deere that leads. Wood is 2nd. Dudman is 3rd. Hazelhurst has got 4th. 5th is Jake Wood. Andrew Fawkes made a good start. I think he's up into 6th position as the cars head down towards the Maggots and Beckett's complex. They pass the Escapade Village on their left, and it is Chris Deere Steer then that turns into Beckett's Paul as the race leader.
Yes, and yesterday we had a cracking battle between James Hazelhurst. Oh, hang on, who's gone wide there? That's looked like Sam Hutchinson. Half the field has gone wide. Look like Andrew Thorpe got it a bit sideways, and everyone else tried to go round him. But as they come down this very fast straight, hitting 110 miles an hour, Jason Wood trying to go to the outside here for Brooklands, which is going to be really tough to do in these cars with these cold tyres. But he's holding his own. He's holding on the outside. But Chris Deere looks like he's just got the advantage over the Nova. Yesterday we had a cracking battle between Jake Wood and Hazelhurst, where they had a race-long battle with the Hazelhurst being last year's champion. He's desperate to get a win. He didn't get a win last season, and he's desperate for a win this season to show that he deserves the #1 car. But as they come to the start-finish line for the first time, it's Chris Deere with Jason Wood all over the back of him. He's getting on the slipstream. We've got James Hazelhurst got a cracking exit down there, trying to go up the inside of Dubman, and he's made that pay. Wow, I didn't even see that move, where that move started.
Yeah, I guess he must have made a good exit to Luffield Corner. As you say, Hazelhurst got sort of trapped in that battle with Jake Wood yesterday and dropped away, so he's keen to go forward. He's absolutely side by side with Neil Dudman through the left kink at Maggots. Later on the brakes is Dudman on the outside. The car hopping up onto free wheel. Sam Hutchinson's pulled off from him. He already had that moment at Beckett's on the previous lap. As the cars come out of Beckett's, Chris Deere's run out wide and Jason Wood has taken the lead.
And Jake Wood has now gone past both Dudman and Hazelhurst to get into the next spot. I didn't even see, we were looking at Sam Hutchinson there. Obviously that new engine is not quite paid off, but yes, Jake Wood is now into third place. But now Neil Dubman's coming on the back, on the inside of James Hazelhurst as he trying to make that stick. Jake Wood holding on. Look at the struggle around that corner. He gets so much understeer, and they've exited in a very neat train.
And look who's joined in. It's Harry Palmer, the teenager, in his second ever race meeting. He's in the leading group as they come out of Luffield. But wonder what happened to Chris Deere there as he ran wide at Beckett's. He doesn't make many mistakes, does he, the former champion? But he did there. And Jason Wood, which he didn't really do yesterday, that might be wide. There's a slippery surface flag.
Okay. That's just before. And and Andrew Thorpe. We've just seen Andrew Thorpe go into the pits there. Obviously,
we saw a bit of smoke from his car.
There was a bit of smoke. I wonder if there was something puffing out of there. That's why he got sideways and caused that chaos there.
Let's see what happens at Beckett's on this corner. Everyone's been over the fluid once, so they kind of know what's there. Jason Wood, I wonder if he'd be just a little bit cautious being the first driver into this sequence. You see, everyone's slowed down quite a lot, haven't they? Wood still runs a little wide. Neil Dudman's even wider than but he's carried the momentum.
He's carried the momentum. Sometimes that can pay off. It didn't quite pay off this time. He's found himself right in the bonnet of James Hazelhurst. But as they come down this very fast straight, you've got Jason Wood only a car length over Chris Deere. Chris Deere wait to make mistakes. Like you say, he doesn't make many mistakes. He's trying to go for the inside line. He's trying to go really late on the brakes, and he has gone late on the brakes. And look at that. That is fantastic racing. Not a single touch. Well held by both drivers.
Of course, Chris Deere's not really in it for the championship, is he? He's doing the race here and there, where Jason Wood is battling for the championship, so slightly different mindsets coming into this. Darren Bassingthwaite's caught them all now.
Oh wow, we've got that's a 7-car train as they go down, and Harry Palmer going up on the inside of, didn't quite see who that was, on the inside of Dudman. Harry Palmer, like you say, 70 years old. This is only his second meeting. Look at that young man go.
Ewan Lintz has got the fastest lap of the race, so watch out for him. He's up into 8th. He had his best day, I think, ever yesterday in the championship. Through Cops Corner they go. It is Jason Wood that leads. Chris Deere is second. Jason's son, Jake, who became the youngest ever win in the championship last time out at Brands Hatch, is there in third. Look at
Harry Palmer trying to go around the outside of James Hazelhurst. Hold your nerve. Keep that momentum going. He said, Dubman's gone wide again. I wonder if he hit that. Now Jake's going up the inside. We've got 5-car battle for second place. 6 cars. There's oh my goodness. There's Darren Bassingthwaite's in there. Look at them going all over the place. I think Harry Palmer's trying to go for third place. He's got the inside line of the 205 machines. Who's going to hold their nerve as they come down to this corner? They're going 3 abreast around there. How on
Hazelhurst's doors open.
Doors open. His doors come flying open. That's the G-force going round there. Now let's pick up the pieces. So we've got
Chris Deere backed out as well. I think there must be a problem with Chris Deere's car. That's why he ran wide. He's backed out, and I think he's heading into retirement. So we might have a 4th different winner in 4 rounds at this rate.
Wow, look at the lead. I mean, that's just that was Thomas List. Oh, here we go. Jason Wood coming down. Got a 2-second lead over his son Jake. Then there's Neil Dubman's got past back Harry Palmer again, so they come down. So we've got 8 cars here, and now 8-car train in these cars.
Ted Cooper has just set the fastest lap, the driver who's had a problem with his car all year.
Well, that's very interesting because he's had a problem. He had a problem at Brands, he had problems here, and overnight he changed his oil pump. It was a last-ditch effort to try and cure this oil starvation to the top of it, and it looks like it has obviously cured it because he is flying.
Neil Dudman round the outside of Jake Wood through Beckett's corner, but he runs a bit wide. They're conscious of track limits here at Silverstone, so you don't want to be doing that too often. Harry Palmer and he's trying to come through as well, isn't he, with Darren Bassingthwaighte, who's having a great race again here at Silverstone. But here comes Neil Dudman up the inside of Jake Wood into Brooklands corner. The Peugeot trying to go through. Jake Wood's a little bit wide, I think. So yeah, Neil Dudman's up into second. This is all allowing Jason Wood to get away.
Yeah, and also keeping Harry Palmer and Darren Bassingthwaighte on this train. So we've got 4 cars directly trying to argue over second place. Looking further back, look at the Ewan Lips machine is catching up with James Hazelhurst.
So there's the lapped car, so kind of forget about that. Then the race leader, that's Jason Wood, who sets the fastest lap of the race, but he's not quicker than Neil Dudman. So Dudman's going after Wood here. We've only had 6 minutes of racing. It's been a 55 laps, hasn't it?
We never fail to show out the goods, do we? We always perform very well. It's a wonderful class. We're such a friendly paddock. We've been helping each other fix cars overnight. I'm just looking further back to see how Hannah Newton's gone, and it looks like her problems still. She had a problem, electrical problem. That's obviously still being a pain, and so she's unfortunately pulled back in.
Matt Stubbington in 14th had just set the fastest lap of the race now. So him in clear traffic. He had that penalty yesterday. The car was underweight in qualifying, so that sort of ruined his weekend, but he's got great pace as Matt Stubbington, fastest lap of the race. Top 5 have got away now. James Hazelhurst, last year's champions, dropping away into the clutches of Ewan Lintz, but Jason Wood, who led by 1.2 seconds, it's not that anymore.
No, it's only a car length now, so Neil Dudman's had a cracking lap, and he's caught back up with the Nova of Jason Wood. Jake Wood behind him, closely followed by Harry Palmer, Darren Bassingthwaighte, a little gap back to James Hazelhurst, and they've swapped. So Ewan Lintz has got in front of last year's championship winner.
Lee Scott's not making any inroads here either, is he? The multiple champion who won at Brands Hatch is only 11th. So yeah, Dudman, unsurprisingly, really sets the fastest lap. The gap has come down by a full second to Jason Wood. So the gap is 3 taps. There they go. They're in one big group because Dudman's taking everyone with him. So it's 5 for the lead. But Ewan Lintz coming back under pressure from James Hazelhurst here into Cops Corner. Hazelhurst sort of bobbles over the curb. You've got Andy Philpotts, Ted Cooper's 9th now, and Terry Rowton completing the top 10. Into Beckett, we've only had half of the race ball.
I'm exhausted already, but look at this pack. The Jake Wood, Harry Palmer and Darren Bassingthwaighte, they seem to be working together to try and get the back of this train. So we have got 6 cars arguing over the podium position, back to Ewan Lintz, James Hazelhurst quickly trying to follow, and now Darren Bassingthwaighte trying to go in. Oh, and Dudman's going to take a late lunge again. He's so good on the brakes on this corner, and he almost sent Jason Wood wide, but they did not touch at all. And now, of course, what that's done, they've had a little battle. Now Jake's caught back up to this chain, so we do indeed still have this 6-car battle for the podium positions.
Yeah, the 6 car's Thomas Lintz, who's a lap down, so he's kind of not involved, but he's going pretty well, isn't he? He's not really any slower than these guys. He did a good job getting out of the way, not to interfere in their battle. Jason Wood's fighting back now as they come through Woodcote Corner to complete lap number 7.
Always going to try he's trying to go to the outside, and that's always tricky on Cops Corner. Cops Corner's so fast, you literally lift and plant and go round about 100 miles an hour. We go round this corner. It's quite scary. And looking further back there, we see Derek Rosier and Alan Dooley having a little battle for the lower positions.
Into Beckett come the leaders then, with the Peugeot of Neil Dudman leading, the Vauxhalls. It's a whole train of Vauxhalls behind, all the PDC racing cars, isn't it? Jason, Jake Wood and Harry Palmer. Jake Wood goes...
A little bit wide there, a little bit wide. An unusual line, but trying to keep up the momentum. Sometimes that wider line, you can get better momentum.
You've got to be careful though. Darren Bassingthwaighte, I think, has got a driving standards flag for things like that. We saw penalties in other races yesterday for track limits. He's a little bit careful doing things like that too often. So into Brooklands. Interesting how quick Dudman caught Jason Wood and got past him, but he's not able to pull away.
No, it looks like Jason Wood's going with him because there's a little gap over there over his son Jake. But as they go down this slower corner, we're only doing about 50 miles an hour around here, and they're sort of bunching up again. But these front two are definitely trying to pull away. I think Jason was desperate to keep hold of the slipstream. Slipstream is so important here at Silverstone.
Yeah, it's a bit windier today, isn't it? So there's even bigger of a toe perhaps than what there was yesterday. Just 0.14 of a second.
Look at this!
The two of them. And Jason Wood, I think, is going to challenge challenging to Copse. No, he decides better of it. She said, Paul, it's such a fast corner, Copse. It's not easy to pass here. Although, look at Ted Cooper. He's still making progress. So those
Wow,
things
he's
have
come
happened.
right up, hasn't he? And Andy Philpotts and Ewan Lynch. Lynch seems to be dropping. He was a few laps back. He was right up with that lead group, but he must have made a mistake somewhere. He's dropped back quite some day. But what a marvellous show by Ted Cooper. Obviously, his car is now A1.
Yeah, been frustrated, won't he, to have those first 3 rounds ruined really with that problem, but he's back on form.
He was
now.
very disheartened. He couldn't nail it, and he thought just the last ditch, change the oil pump overnight, and look what it's done. It's put him into 7th position so far back on qualifying.
Top two are getting away again, aren't they, Dudman and Jason Wood here. So Jake's dropping back. Harry Palmer could end up on the podium here. He's right on the tail of Jake. And they turn into Luffield. Harry Palmer's the next driver to get a track moving standards flag for track limits. No penalties yet, but if they do it again, there will be a penalty. That would be disheartening, wouldn't it, for Harry? Something like that.
No, we don't want that. Don't do that. Don't do that anymore. But as they come onto the road cut down the start-finish line, I thought we've still got 3 minutes 40 seconds to go. And again, Jason Wood gets in that slipstream, desperate to keep up with his 2:05. Jason Wood is actually carrying 35 kilograms of success ballast, and Neil Dudman's only carrying 15. So Jason's having to work that Nova really hard.
I don't know if you saw that, Paul. Neil Dudman put his hand up as they came out of Copse Corner. Not sure what he was suggesting to Jason Wood there.
Come with me, perhaps.
Don't overtake. Stay behind.
But they are still, those are the 2 Novas of Jake Wood and Harry Palmer. They're slowly trying to keep up. And look at Darren Bassenwaite. That's a marvellous finish for him. I'm trying to remember where he qualified, but that's a fantastic showing from him, showing he's definitely on the pace. I mean, he's up into fifth position, isn't he? Yes.
Started 9th, but yeah, this is his best weekend, isn't it, in the
It's
championship?
fantastic. What a brilliant weekend, yes. His young son Charlie's been mechanicking for him. Charlie was hoping to be out next year, I believe, in another 2:05, so another second generation classic stock hatcher we're expecting next season.
So we're going to get 2 or 3 more laps. It's going to be tight, I think, whether we get 2 or 3 further laps out of this race. We'd quite like 3, wouldn't we?
Well, definitely 3, please. Yeah, 3, please. I'd say these temperatures are a lot cooler today. There's a bit more cooler wind, so that it keeps the engines cooler, keeps the tyres cooler. So looks like Jake was trying to defend there from Harry Palmer, this 17-year-old. It's only his 2nd meeting ever, and he's really showing he can pedal. But looks like Jake got a better exit there and just dropped Harry a little bit.
I think Jake was a bit further ahead. I wonder if he sort of used the ball or one thing, hug up the pit wall and see if you can get out of the wind.
Get out of the wind, yes. Yeah, a little
but then you
gap
have
there.
to take such a weird line to Copse, so that's the problem.
That's the problem, yeah. Say Copse is an incredibly fast corner. You literally just lift and plant and just hold on to the steering wheel and hopefully get round. Luckily here at Silverstone, there's a bit of a run-off, but like you say, they don't like track limits here. They're very hot on it as they come down to Brooklands. It's still Neil Dudman over Jason Wood. I think he's just weighing up where he can get past his 2:05 machine, but it's going to be, I think it might be a late lunge at Brooklands on the last lap.
So into Luffield they go. There's 1:35 on the clock. The lap times are 1:13. They're both very wide at Luffield, aren't they? They should, in theory, get 2 more laps out of this race, I think.
Well, at Luffield you have to sort of come in wide, then go into the A, and then go out wide again, and you get a better exit speed.
It's right in the slipstream. 1300ths of a second separate the 2, heading off towards Copse Corner. And we say there should be 2 more laps, but we'll check at the end of this lap whether the checkered flag does go out or not. Through Copse they go. Neil Dudman, who just had that 1 win before at Brands Hatch last year.
Yes, I believe he did have a win last year. So again, this will be the 4th different winner this season. Like last year, James Hazelhurst, who won the championship last season, he didn't win a race. He's so desperate to win a race, but it's just not working for him at the moment. But as these lead pair come up to a back marker, I think that's Alan Dooley. So hopefully he won't get too much in the way as he come down to this very fast right-hander. No, he's indeed moving right out of the way to let these faster machines through. That's Alan Dooley. He's been in the championship many years. His only aim is not to get lapped, and unfortunately it hasn't happened today.
He did well yesterday, didn't he? So not sure, perhaps some of that oil that went down that just affected him a little bit today. So it's 20 seconds on the clock, so we'll keep an eye on the starting gantry. But Neil Dudman's got a little bit bigger gap than he's had previously to Jason Wood as they turn their way through Woodcote Corner. 10 seconds on the clock. One more lap to go, therefore, but the gap is bigger than it has been for a little bit. Again, look, Jake Wood and Harry Palmer, the two youngsters, take this very different line.
Very different lines, yeah, across there. I think, like you say, I think they are getting up against the wall to sort of stop the side draft. It is quite breezy out there, but they're both doing the same thing, and looks like Jason's going to hang back, but again, Jason Wood is getting closer and closer to the Dudman machine. Little bit apart, both rear tyres locked up there. Got a bit too much high balance on the rear there, and just locking up. He takes that a bit of a wider line. Is that going to give Jason a chance to get into the slipstream on this penultimate lap as they go down this fast straight? We are 110 miles now before we brake like crazy to go around the 60 mile an hour right-hander. Is he going to make a late lunge? Looking very closely. No, he's just sitting back. Again, a lock-up. One if that's Jason's going, oh, this could be good. So who's going to do the different line around the final corner?
Let's see then. So Neil Dudman and Jason Wood, neither have won a race this season, so it's going to be a fourth different winner in 4 races in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch. Whoever comes out on top, but it looks like Neil Dudman in the Peugeot 205 is going to turn his way through Woodcote Corner to see the checkered flag as the race winner in round 4 of the championship. Neil Dudman takes it just by 1700ths of a second over Jason Wood. Jake Wood takes another podium. He finishes 3rd. Harry Palmer 4th, which I think is a best for him and for Darren Bassingthwaite actually in 5th. 6th for James Hazelhurst. Ted Cooper got 7th. Ewan Lindsay, Andy Philpott's 9th, and Lee Scott down in 10th.
Lee Scott, multiple champion there, but Harry Palmer, that'll be his second P4 position. He finished P4 in the second race at Brands Hatch, which what a remarkable young man, 17 years old, but great heritage. But yes, Jason Wood must have got a really good exit there. We're doing a lot of photo finishes this year, aren't we?
Not involving James Hazelhurst.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the one at Brands Hatch. Oh, and there's Andrew Anderson there. Looked like he got a bit sideways there and kept that Mark II Swift. He's got that's his B car. He's actually building a Mark I Swift to come out and join us. It's not quite finished, which is why he's got the other machine.
Well, great racing though in Classic Stock Catch today.
As usual, we always deliver.
Let's have a look at the results then of round 4 of the championship. Neil Dudman the winner in the Peugeot 205 GTI by 0.17 of a second from Jason Wood. Jake Wood takes 3rd and Harry Palmer in 4th. Darren Bassingthwaite 5th, just 3 seconds off the winner. James Hazelhurst, last year's champion, was 6th ahead of Ted Cooper and Ewan Lintz. Andy Philpott's 9th, and the multiple champion Lee Scott 10th ahead of Terry Roughton, Titch Kelsall, Max Dubbington and Derek Crozier. Andy Anderson had that moment on the last lap. Alan Dooley took 16th. Thomas Lintz made a pit stop but finished. Chris Deere, yesterday's winner and non-finisher, as were Hannah Newton, Sam Hutchinson and Andrew Ford. So the Classic Stock Catch Championship continues. Paul at Anglesey, I think, next month.
Well, we're at Anglesey in 7 weeks' time. We've got a bit of a break. We've got a 7-week break, but Anglesey, it's a long way to go, but it's such a beautiful circuit, so I'm looking forward to that. We're going to have more of the same there, I'm sure. That's 7 weeks' time. Yeah,
and that will all be live streamed as well on the Alpha Live and 750 Motor Club TV channels. Cadwell Park then in July, Snetterton in August, and a return to Castle Combe to complete the season.
I've been involved with the championship of 2011. I can't remember us being in Castle.
The combined race with Stock Catch, I think, in 14.
In 14, right? Yeah, I don't. It's a long time since we've been to Castle Combe.
Most people in this championship haven't been racing that.
That's
long,
correct.
So.
That's right. Yes. So it's a new track for a lot of people. They're really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and it's fast round there. That's for sure. That'll be at the end of the year. Lots to look forward to before that, and the championship battle is starting to look like it is between the two Woods. So
well, this is going to be very interesting. But our 4th different winner this season. This is going to be an exciting season for us. Please always come and support us at Classic Stock Catch.
Let's have a chat with our top 3 drivers with Kieran McGinley down in pit lane.
Oh, well, what a fantastic race there in the Stock Catches. I mean, Neil, talk us through that one. That looked terrific.
It was terrific and horrific at the same time. There was so much oil down in that bottom corner. I think it's maggots or something, and it was just like all over the place. I need to go and apologise to James. I think we had it coming together. But yeah, great race. It's Classic Stock Catch through and through. Close, fair, hard, amazing.
Less than 2 tenths between you at the line. I mean, goodness me.
Yeah, well, Jason and I have raced for the last 3 years, and whenever we race together, it's clean, it's tidy, we respect each other, give each other room. We're hard, but you know, we both want to finish, and to finish first, you got to finish first. So happy days.
And that's a great way to round out the weekend as well.
Yeah, it's great. First and second this weekend, and yeah, happy days. Happy days. Thank you to Joe Green for prepping the car and getting it ready. Without him, I couldn't do it. So yeah, it's all good.
I didn't want that race to end, but I'm sure you did.
Well, to be honest, it was like lap 10 when I looked down. I thought, oh, there's got to be 2 or 3 laps to go. And then we came around again, didn't see the last lap board. And Jason gave me a nudge down the straight to say, get a move on, you're slowing me down. So I did, and then I concentrated for another 60 seconds. But as you get older, you lose concentration and energy.
I'll take your word for it. Neil, congratulations on the victory, and well done today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And with that, and with the very tight turnarounds, let's get on to some Mighty Minis racing.
So we are looking forward to our next race on this 750 Motor Club programme. As Kieran says, it's short, sharp action with short turnarounds here today. The Mighty Mini Championship coming up next. Another race that doesn't have a green flag lap. Actually, the cars haven't yet been released from the assembly area. It'll be a slightly longer 20-minute race for these cars. And we had a very entertaining race yesterday, which was won by Greg Jenkins by just 4/10 of a second over Morgan Bartley. And newcomer Michael Barber completed the podium. But today, top 6 cars will be reversed on the grid. So the car you can see there, Stuart Coombs, is one that actually didn't make the end yesterday. I think with just a lap to go, Stuart Coombs retired, but he should be one of the front runners. Ian Soman, who's back alongside me this yesterday, didn't go by. This should be entertaining too.
Yeah, it should be a good race again. Not as many numbers as we'd have liked, but a lot of work going on behind the scenes by the Jenkins family, who are the new owners and managers of the Mighty Mini Championship, to build the numbers once again. And it's great that this weekend we have various new drivers on the grid. Josh mentioned Michael Barber there, who picked up a podium on his debut in the category, and he's going back to his youth, because when he was 10 years of age, he raced mini stocks on the short ovals, and that's why he's built a Mini to race in the Mighty Mini Championship, joining a few of the newcomers on the grid, Josh.
Yeah, see if we can have a look at the grid for round 4 of the 2026 season. And it is James Jenkins who will start on pole position alongside Morgan Harris. James's father, John, he goes off row 2 alongside newcomer Michael Barber. Morgan Bartley starts 5th alongside the driver who's yet to be beaten this season, Greg Jenkins. On row 4 is where we find Dean Stockton and Martin Farrer. Stuart Coombs starts alongside Thomas Flack, who had a few issues yesterday. On row 6 we will see Paul Jenkins and hopefully Matthew Baker, who didn't get out in the race yesterday. And the same can be said on the next page, on row 7. We hope to see Trevor Peters.
So we have the cars forming up on the grid then, and it is then James Jenkins and Morgan Harris that line up on pole position. But James Jenkins seems to be missing part of his car. Where is the bonnet? Has that got missing between the assembly area and the grid, or was that not on there to start with? That's a little bit bizarre. I mean,
we wondered if some of the cars were getting hot yesterday, didn't we? When the temperatures were a bit different, to be fair. So that's a quite extreme way to try and sort out temperature management issues. Presumably that is planned.
All very odd. He's got his father John behind him on the grid, and then Michael Barber, who was the driver that had that excellent debut yesterday. How many cars do we have? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, I think,
So
which is
Dean Stockton
what we
looks
had
like he was missing.
yesterday. A view of what's going on the karting circuit. Oh, what a moment to cut to the karting on the new kart circuit at Silverstone. All of the action here on Alpha Live. Right, cars almost ready for the off, I think,
some
Josh.
of the cars that were missing yesterday might be there, though, mightn't they? We'll check that as the race continues. So 1 or 2 missing who were here yesterday, but we have gained 1 or 2 on the back. For round 4 of the Mighty Mini Championship, the countdown has begun. No green flag lap again. James Jenkins on the right of your screen. The car without a bonnet that goes from pole. Morgan Harris starts alongside, who was quick in the first half of yesterday's race, then dropped away. So the race gets underway. The cars head off to Copse Corner for the first time, and it is going to be Michael Barber that takes the lead of the race. The newcomer leads from 4th on the grid. He takes the lead at Copse Corner. Superb start for the ex-short oval racer. You don't have that type of starts really in that type of racing, do you? But great effort there from Michael Barber in that family-built Mini, or a family-prepared Mini rather, and he leads by a good margin really over Morgan Harris, I think it is, in 2nd place. Then James Jenkins is third. Greg Jenkins, the unbeaten driver, the 3-time winner, I think he's up to 4th.
Okay, and I did have a notification on our race log, bonnet in middle of track.
Oh.
So that wasn't planned by James Jenkins, I don't think. So presumably that was moved by the marshals before the start of this. It's not actually helping James Jenkins, is it? Because he's losing positions. He's gone down to 5th place now. Greg Jenkins has got through ahead of him. So James Jenkins possibly suffering a little bit for not having that bonnet attached.
Looks like his dad John's dropped a bit further down the order as well. He's there just ahead of 61, which is Matthew Baker, who didn't get out yesterday. So the team on Baker's car have worked hard to get that out for Sunday here at Silverstone as they complete the lap. Their mechanical warning flag going out, which I presume is for James Jenkins. So he's really being ordered for the pit lane, isn't he? But Michael Barber then leads a race for the first time. Morgan Harris is second and Greg Jenkins third. Yeah,
also good to see Thomas Flack out there. His car had brake failure yesterday. That's been prepared and re-scrutineered this morning for today's race. So good to see Thomas Flack out there in 10th position. Another newcomer to Mighty Mini Racing this weekend. But it's Michael Barber with the lead of this race then as things stand. Greg Jenkins in second, Morgan Harris third, and I think Morgan Bartley in 4th place as they go through Maggots and Beckett's for the second time and on to the Wellington Straight once again. So I asked Michael Barber, what do you think a win might be on yesterday? And he said, well, maybe for a moment, but he's definitely got a good chance here because he's in the lead of the race as they turn into Brooklands Corner for the second time. He's got vastly experienced Greg Jenkins behind him, has won all of the races so far this season. Side by side between the two Morgans in 3rd and 4th. It's Harris in the yellow car, Jenkins, Bartley I should say, in the green car on the inside line, and then Paul Jenkins is closing in on them as well. He was a retirement from yesterday's race.
All the Morgans and Jenkins, it's surprised no one's put Morgan Jenkins in this, isn't it? Leaders then come back through. We've actually got 5 for the lead now. Yet to come into the pits is James Jenkins, but he isn't at the group as it stands. Michael Barber defends to the inside at Copse Corner. Greg Jenkins tries to come around the outside, quite sideways is Barber through Copse Corner, and super fast through there. You won't carry that sort of speed in short oval racing, so it's a really very different discipline that Michael Barber is learning this weekend. You go past the very posh hot escapade. Don't get that at short oval racing either, do you? Through Beckett. So now we've got, 7 cars for the lead because Stuart Coombs and Paul Jenkins, who retired from yesterday, have joined in up front.
Okay, so heading along the Wellington Straight once again, Greg Jenkins has got alongside Michael Barber, and so too has Morgan Bartley. It's going to be Greg Jenkins on the inside line though. 3 abreast into Brooklands. Later on the brakes is Michael Barber, and he's managed to hold on to it. Well done to him. Greg Jenkins second, Morgan Bartley third, Morgan Harris in 4th. Morgan Bartley had his best result yesterday, I think 2nd place, and was a little bit surprised to be there, I think, after his qualifying performance, but he was delighted with the result that he had there, just 1 place away from Greg Jenkins in the win. But James Jenkins there, is he heading into the pits? What's going to happen with him?
At pace, yes.
Yeah.
Here come the remaining 6 up across the line, again defended to the inside Michael Barber. And here comes Morgan Bartley up the inside of the pair. He was surprised to finish 2nd yesterday. Well, he's back to 2nd now. The erstwhile race leader Michael Barber drops to 3rd, and it's Greg Jenkins, as ever has been the case this year, that leads the race, heading out of Copse and up towards Maggots and Beckett. So Greg Jenkins the leader for the first time, and they're still 3 abreast in the background.
They certainly are, and it's certainly side by side between Michael Barber and Morgan Jenkins, as we see James Jenkins' car on the inside. Not quite sure what they can do with that really, other than find the bonnet and it can't be strapped down properly in the first instance. It looks like the bonnet, what's the hinges in an upright position there, so that's interesting. Whether that was the issue, I'm not quite sure. As Michael Barber comes down the inside of Morgan Bartley for 2nd place into Brooklands Corner. The orange-wheeled car cannot quite make it through though, so it's Jenkins leading, Bartley 2nd and Barber 3rd, which was the finishing order from yesterday.
That makes it sound a bit dull, doesn't it? But it's been anything but in the opening 4 laps of this Mighty Mini Championship race here at Silverstone. The top 6 cars still as one as they accelerate through Woodcote Corner. They might be the smallest power cars on the 750 Motor Club programme, but they're creating superb racing here at Silverstone. 1.2 seconds separate the 6, and the 6th place car, Paul Jenkins, is the fastest of them all. But we have a new race leader at Copse Corner because Morgan Bartley down the inside takes the lead. Morgan, I think you said, led briefly yesterday, but he leads now. Again, it might be brief though, because Greg Jenkins is fighting back through the kink-up maggots. He goes through, breaks very late though, he locks up the rear axle, but he hangs on, he carries the momentum through the corner. Greg Jenkins, the champion from 10 years ago, leads the way again.
He certainly does. So these mighty minis with their 1275cc engines, 4-speed gearboxes, running on Yokohama tyres. They're giving us some great racing here. The challenge on for the lead. The outside line at Brooklands Corner goes Morgan Bartley. A little bit of a lock-up from the race leader, Greg Jenkins. Doesn't seem to cost him anything. He's got different colour wheels on his car, hasn't he? They don't all match, unlike the other cars around him. Bartley still on the inside line. Can he get the lead by the time they get to the end of the lap? Yes, he has got in front now as they approach Woodcote Corner. And is he going to be able to lead over the timing line? I suspect he is this time, coming up towards the end of lap 5. Still more than 13 minutes to go. It's Morgan Bartley leading this time, and it's Michael Barber through to second. He's going to have the inside line as they go down to Copse Corner at the start of lap number 6. So is Barber going to be able to take the lead? Yes, he can. And Morgan Bartley was first, now fourth at the next corner.
And very, very wide has gone Greg Jenkins. That'll earn him a driving standards flag, I suspect. We saw that in the previous race. And has he actually lost out though because of it? I think he probably has. He hasn't gained an advantage, but that doesn't really matter as to how the penalty system works. So leading the way is Barber, but quite a long way from Stuart Coombs, who's up there into second place now, the Wiltshire-based driver, another former champion in this type of racing is Stuart Coombs, but it's the much less experienced circuit race. So in his second ever race, Michael Barber, who leads the way down the Weddington Straight up towards the Jim Clark grandstand into the left-hander at Brooklands Corner. Stuart Coombs second, Greg Jenkins third, the two former champs, and they are ahead of Morgan Bartley, Morgan Harris and Paul Jenkins.
This feels like the biggest lead that anybody's had all race long, doesn't it, for Michael Barber's still James Jenkins' car being, well, I was going to say worked in the pit lane, being looked at in the pit lane, I think, rather than anything else. Up towards the end of lap 6 then. What's Michael Barber's lead going to be over the timing line? It's probably not as big as it was. It's not as big as it was halfway around that lap, is it? Because they've closed right back in on him. It's just over, or just under 0.4 of a second over Stuart Coombs now in second place. Is Coombs going to have the lead by the time they get to Copse? No, he's not, because Michael Barber sweeps back across in front of him. So it's Barber leading, Coombs second, Greg Jenkins third, Morgan Bartley fourth, Morgan Harris fifth, as something has fallen off one of the cars, possibly Morgan Harris's, and then it's Paul Jenkins completing the top 6. He's still got the fastest lap to his name of 1:16.958.
It's a lot slower than yesterday,
I was
isn't it?
looking at that, yeah.
It's quite windy today, which probably helps with these big slipstreams that we're seeing down the long straights of Silverstone. But it isn't helping the lap times. That doesn't really matter, does it? Everyone's having great fun. We're enjoying watching the battles as well. So Michael Barber leads, starting to move from one side of the track to the other, but has good straight line speed. Late on the brakes is Greg Jenkins, up the inside of Stuart Coombs, up into second place. And he might bring Morgan Bartley with him. He decides to tuck him back behind again. And for Morgan Harris and Paul Jenkins, they've been close, but they've not yet challenged the top 4.
No, they've not, but there's still more than half of the race left to go. Of course, it's a 20-minute race for the Mighty Minis. This is their second event of the season, having started at Donington Park on Easter Monday. The 4th round of 14 this season. They have triple headers at some events. Side by side for the lead over the line. It's Greg Jenkins who's got his nose in front. He hadn't by the timing line, but I think he has by the time they get to Copse Corner. Although down the inside, while he was doing that, has gone Stuart Coombs to take the lead of the race. How many different leads have we had now, Josh? I've not actually been counting.
Well, we had about 3 in the last 100 metres, didn't we? We certainly had 4, haven't we? And we've got this 6-car battle, but the 2 at the back haven't really been involved necessarily, have they? James Jenkins, of course, started from pole, but his lead was short-lived. Out wide goes one of the cars in the leading group at Beckett's this time. But we've only had half the race. It's a bit like classic stock catcher. So much has happened in the first half. The A-bonnet, at least, has been returned to James Jenkins in pit lane. But it's Stuart Coombs that leads. For second, it's side by side between Greg Jenkins and Michael Barber. Barber won't be afraid to go wheel to wheel. We'll hear him particularly go around the outside of cars. That's all part of it on the ovals. Into 4th position is still Morgan Bartley, but for 5th there's been a change because Paul Jenkins, who's only in his second season, he's up into 5th. He managed to make a pass on Morgan Harris.
Just as well, James Jenkins didn't have these problems at the first round of the championship, otherwise we'd have been talking about the Easter bonnet. Anyway, up and over the line they come with half of the race, just under half of the race still to go, and it's Stuart Coombs now about to lose the lead, I think, to Greg Jenkins, who's down the inside in the number 7 car into turn 1 at Copse Corner, and he's got the number 97 Michael Barber behind him. Then it's Morgan Bartley, Paul Jenkins and Morgan Harris. These 6 about 8 seconds clear of Matthew Baker and John Jenkins. They're having a reasonably tight dispute over 7th position. Down to Maggots and Beckett again. There was a touch there, wasn't there? I think straight on has got Michael Barber. Stuart Coombs has gone all over the grass. So Greg Jenkins has retaken the lead of the race, and that's Michael Barber's hopes of a victory dashed, I think, because he's not yet reappeared from having gone straight on at Beckett's.
Yeah, that's a shame, wasn't it, for both drivers, really. For Michael Barber, who had been having a good debut up to that point, and for Stuart Coombs, who was leading the race. So that means Greg Jenkins has survived it all, and he leads from Morgan Bartley. So those are the two that battled yesterday for what has now become 3rd place. Morgan Harris has got ahead of Paul Jenkins once again. They're a little bit adrift now of the top 2, and Stuart Coombs has returned to 5th.
So coming up towards the end of lap number 9 of this race, you'd think the way that's broken things up, this is to the advantage of Greg Jenkins now. He's still got Morgan Bartley to battle with, but Greg is the man that's won all of these races this season. He's been a multiple winner in Mighty Minis over the years in the past. So the man from Herefordshire, very experienced, the 49-year-old mechanic who started racing 15 years ago in Mighty Minis. He was the champion in 2016. He's done a lot of short oval racing. He's done also grass racing as well. He's the 2 times Worldwide Rebellion winner as well. And here he is leading the Mighty Mini Championship race at Silverstone. Morgan Harris and Paul Jenkins are right together. Stuart Coombs is now trying to sort of work on his own to catch up with them. And you've got 3 cars together there. Is that James Jenkins that's back out and sort of joined in with his father and with Matthew Baker?
Meanwhile, Michael Barber's brought his car back to the pit. They can see that now on the inset. So no yellow flag we saw down there at Beckett's corner, but a disappointment really for Michael to end the day, end the weekend like that, after really being a contender. So into Luffield's corner come Greg Jenkins and Morgan Bartley, then Morgan Harris and Paul Jenkins, and a gap back to Stuart Coombs. It's a little bit more spread out because of that instant than what it once was. But we'll have a look at the lap time, see who has got the pace at this point of the race. Whether Stuart Coombs is able to catch it all. It's much closer for the lead in the toe all of a sudden, and Morgan Bartley to the outside. He goes up towards Copse Corner, and Morgan Bartley and Greg Jenkins go wheel to wheel through the ultra-fast Copse Corner, and that holds each other back, of course, and that allows Morgan Harris and Paul Jenkins to catch. And on the previous lap, Stuart Coombs was faster than them all, so we could well get 5 for the lead before too much longer. And Greg Jenkins locks up a little bit here into Beckett's corner, and all of a sudden we have 4 back for the lead. It was spread out 2 corners ago. The order is the same, I think, Ian, but it's all much tighter again.
Oh, and there's one, unfortunately, that looks like it has rolled on the exit of Woodcote Corner, which is a very unusual place to go off at all, let alone end up with the car on the roof. It's side by side for the lead of the race here. It's Greg Jenkins and Morgan Bartley, the 25-year-old mechanic from Hemel Hempstead, trying to dive around the outside of Greg Jenkins there as they go through Brooklands Corner and turn into Luffield. But it looks like we are going to get a red flag here, I think, looking at my race log with that car on the roof. And I think, yes, we can now see the red flags. The cars are slowing, and that's no surprise, with John Jenkins, the man who owns the championship, part of the Jenkins family, father of James. He's managed to have his car just tipped over there, Josh. He's out of the car, which is good to see. So
he crossed the line 72 thousandths of a second apart from Matthew Baker. It kind of makes you wonder if there was a touch at that point, doesn't it? So an unfortunate race moment there. So with the red flag, we think that might be the end of the race, Ian?
I suspect so, because we've only got just under 6 minutes of the race to go, so I suspect that will be a checkered flag as well. So we might well have a chance to get some interviews with the drivers when they come back round on the slowing down lap.
What was the order on the previous lap, I wonder?
Oh, goodness knows. TSL is showing the order at the end of lap 10, which I'm not quite sure whether that was the last lap or not, but that was showing Greg Jenkins, Morgan Bartley and Morgan Harris.
So
yeah,
they might be classified at that lap, but it could go back a previous lap. I think it was still Greg Jenkins leading at that point. It's gone back a lap now, on our screens, to 9 laps.
9 laps. So Greg Jenkins, Morgan Bartley, Morgan Harris, which is the same as it was on lap 10 anyway. Good work by the marshals to right the John Jenkins Mini, which was only just off the road.
That's John Jenkins behind the barriers as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so
yes. Okay.
He was out the car, yeah. Confirmation that it is a checkered flag. End of the race about 5 or 6 minutes earlier than anticipated. So unfortunate, but good to see that John out of the car very quickly, and the marshals quickly getting the car on its wheels again. And we'll get confirmation, hopefully, of those results at the end of 9 laps, as it was in just a second, Josh.
Yeah, let's have a look at those results. And so Greg Jenkins, the race winner, again, 4 in a row. That was quite difficult, though, to end up there, and perhaps a bit of luck too. Morgan Bartley takes second, and Morgan Harris third. Paul Jenkins was fourth, and Stuart Coombs fifth. Matthew Baker was sixth. Martin Farrer was seventh. In 8th position, Thomas Flack. 9th, I think the only other potential classified finish might be James Jenkins. He might have been too far back, so perhaps just 8 classified finishers, because Michael Barber ended in the pit lane, and of course that crash for John Jenkins. So that was all rather unfortunate after what was highly entertaining. The Mighty Mini Championship will continue at Snetterton next month before heading to Cadwell Park, Brands Hatch and Mallory Park.
Yeah, it's a triple header as well at Snetterton, so 3 races there. They'll also have 3 races at Cadwell Park in July. They're then at Brands Hatch, as you say, in August, and Mallory in October. Both of those are just double headers, so 2 races during the course of those weekends. But looking forward to seeing the numbers of Mighty Minis build as the season goes on. I know a lot of people putting a lot of hard work in to get more Minis on the grid. There's cars in build, and we're looking forward, hopefully, for that triple header at Snetterton, which is, 6 weeks away, to see even more cars on the grid, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. We've had a couple of cars with issues today, so it would have been a slightly bigger grid. The racing is highly entertaining, so it proves that it's a great championship to get involved with. I think it's the most affordable way to go classic mini racing, without a doubt as well. So we hope to see more cars on the grid for those triple headers at Snetterton and Cadwell Park, 2 quite different circuits for these minis to race around. Looks like our top 3 have stopped at the end of the pit lane, which is good news. That means we should be able to speak to Greg Jenkins, Morgan Bartley and Morgan Harris before too much longer. There is a couple of more races to go still prior to lunch here at Silverstone, and they are for the 2 750 Formula categories we have here at Silverstone, backed by Race Parts, the 750 Formula Championship before the historic 750 Formula Series. So we see a real history of the 750 Motor Club coming up next here at Silverstone. We saw a great 750 Formula race yesterday, so looking forward to that coming up in a moment here at the home of British motorsport on the national circuit, which already this morning has created some superb racing, and I'm sure that's going to continue throughout the day here.
Yes, absolutely. Looking forward to that. So this recovery, I don't think is going to take too long, is it, of the John Jenkins car? I think the driver's already been taken off to the medical centre for precautionary checks, as we'd always have in this situation. But that car now is being dragged away by the recovery truck, and then that will be quickly cleared, and we'll get the 750 Formula cars out onto the circuit shortly for that. So just about to pull that car out of the gravel truck. Yep, Mighty Minis, look forward to seeing more of those during the course of the year. Fairly recent joiners to the 750 Motor Club roster, and as we've said, under new ownership, and a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes to build the championship as the season goes on. Let's head down to the pit lane to hear from drivers at the end of today's Mighty Mini Championship race.
So I'm here with Greg Jenkins then, a winner of that race, or at least we believe to be. Checkered flag has waved. Greg, up until then, that was some fantastic racing, as expected in the minis.
Yeah, that's what you get with the little minis. You get close racing. The shame Stuart and Michael had a bit of a coming together near Maggots and settled both of them, but yeah, it was ding-dong, that was.
Ding-dong, I think, is an understatement. I mean, what's it like, swapping positions every lap? I think we saw one move where someone went from first to fourth in the matter of a corner.
Yeah, I think that's probably me, actually. I don't know. I got it wrong in Cops. I went way wide, and I thought, you numpty. Yeah, but it's great fun. It's really good fun. Yeah, you're looking in your mirrors more, you're looking backwards more than you are forwards when you're leading, because you don't know where they're coming from. Yeah.
I mean, with these minis as well, there's a lot of slipstreaming, a lot of tow to be had. win picks up today, does that help or hinder that sort of racing action?
It sort of helps a bit, I suppose, because we're going from Cops all the way down towards Maggots, and yeah, it was wind assisted, it was following us that way. Yeah, you just get so much slipstream out there, it's mad.
I mean, you've had some great battles with Bartley as well, swapping all of those positions. That's a nice way to sort of round out, at least.
Yeah, it's just a nice. I had new tyres on there for that race, and I wasn't expecting them to be good, but they were great. Yeah, fantastic. So it's a fantastic race.
Oh, great stuff, Greg. Thank you so much for the chat, and well done on the win.
Okay, thank you very much. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you. We might have time because the recovery's still going on. So let's have a chat to our second place driver in Morgan Bartley. Let's have a chat to Morgan. Morgan, classic minis racing, wouldn't you say?
Yes, definitely. It's like a little bit of contact, but hopefully John's all right. Did you see what happened? No. Yeah. I mean, it was still a really good battle though for that first half of the race when we had like all 5 of us in that front grid. Like I'm still like calming down, to be fair. I don't know the words.
I think there was about 7 of you involved in that battle at one point.
To be fair, I was more concentrated on like people in front of me. Like I did notice a couple of people I didn't realise were right behind me. Like Paul came up behind me quite close. I didn't realise he was in the pack. But yeah, that was a brilliant race. Yeah, like apart from the red flag, of course.
I mean, obviously it's a lot of action to be going on, lots of positions gained and lost. How do you keep your head in that sort of scenario?
I don't know. It's a weird sort of sensation, if I'm honest, because it's all nerves until that red light goes out, and then it's just all you're concentrating on is that car ahead or those 2 cars ahead, or like whatever the situation may be. Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations on the second place. I'll go and let you celebrate and probably get out of this win.
Oh yeah, it's a bit cold today, isn't it?
Just a little bit. Temperature dropped a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at least it helped with the tow.
It did. Oh, well, congratulations on the second place, Morgan, and we'll speak to you soon.
Would I?
Thank you very much. Let's have a chat now to Morgan Harris, another Morgan over here. Morgan Harris, congratulations, third place. Like I said to the other two, classic minis racing that.
Yes, indeed, yeah. It was a typical mini race. They were very close at the front. Everyone trying to get their 3 metres of car onto exactly the same bit of track. It was very close, very clean. We had no contact in that front group. Obviously, we had a little issue up there with a little touch, which, handed the third place to me. But I'll take it. I haven't raced for a year and a bit, so this is my first weekend back, and to get podium is amazing. Yeah, it's great.
So, and the other thing as well, the weather has pretty much changed completely since yesterday, flipped on its head. How did that affect you today?
Well, I unfortunately my car was, the geometry wasn't great on qualifying, so I didn't have a great first race. And in the first race, once we'd sorted it, it was kind of learning the car. So it was I did all right. Started ninth, finished 5th, I think, and then obviously started on the reverse grid on 2nd and managed to bring it home on the podium. So yeah, no, it was definitely a bit more slippery, but it was great.
Slippery equals more fun, or would you rather more grip?
I know, it's much more fun, to be fair.
Good answer, I like that. Morgan, congratulations on third place.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, and with that, I'll hand back to the commentary studio.
And it's time for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship next here at Silverstone, where we had a superb race yesterday. There's paperwork goes flying on the start line here at Silverstone. I think we'll forget about that. David Reed was the race winner yesterday on his return to the category in his HRD. The championship leader, Bill Cowley, was second, and Jake Doherty was a very close third place, and that means after yesterday's race, Bill Cowley leads the championship by 13 points. He was a winner at Donington Park, with Doherty in second, Chris Goff is third, Matthew Unwin fourth, and Tom Llewellyn sits fifth in the championship. But the results don't really show the picture of yesterday's race, Ian, because there was a few mechanical issues. But at one time we had 6-7 cars battling for second place.
We did. It was quite entertaining, wasn't it? I mean, it was a bit of an attritional race, it's fair to say. So we lost 5 before the start, unfortunately, including some quick driver like Matthew Twynham on there. And during the race, it looked like we were going to have a nice battle between David Reed and David Bartholomew for the win. But David Bartholomew, the PRS, which is there in the on the outside or the inside of the front row, but second on the grid, the blue car with the orange stripes. That was a retirement only about 7 laps into the race, so about halfway through the distance. So that left David Reed out front, so we'll be able to see what he can do. But behind, you'd got the likes of Bill Cowley and Jake Doherty. David Winter was well involved, and Steve Boother, of course Dave Facer, who's there in the classic Clubman's car. That's number 68 on the second row of the grid, the Mallet Mark 16, so not eligible for 750 Formula points, but one of the B Sport Kent engined, cross-flow engined Clubman's cars that joining the grid and bolstering the numbers, some good numbers here this weekend. He took second on the road in the end, but he had to battle through for that. That added extra entertainment. But yeah, we had some entertaining races today. Just a shame that we lost the likes of Bartholomew as well as Winter and Boother as the race went on. We also lost Simon Bolter in the baton yesterday. I can see he is there a bit further back on the grid. It sounded like that car had dropped a cylinder as it was going past our commentary position yesterday.
So the cars head off onto their green flag warming up. The majority of them are there, not quite all there, but the majority are, which is good news for round 4 of the championship. The cars head round on this green flag lap, headed by that HRD Mark II that won yesterday of David Reed in his first outing of the season for the driver from Warwickshire. Let's have a look at the grid then for round 4 of the championship, set by the second fastest laps in the 15-minute qualifying session that happened yesterday morning. And it will be David Reed then on pole position alongside David Bartholomew. Dave Facer in the Clubman starts on third alongside David Winter, with Bill Cowley with engine issues this weekend going from 5th alongside Steve Hoover. On row 4 will be Robin Dawn, another Clubman's machine, alongside the championship run second place man James Doherty. Matthew Twynham I don't think is there, but Chris Gobb is alongside. Mark Windley, who's in a third different car in 3 events, he starts alongside Matthew Unwin. On row 7 we find Alan Bunter and Mark Drew, with Simon Bolter and Hugh Davis behind. Then Thomas Llewellyn and Peter Higdon start on row 9. Conway Dorr and Roger Waite are next, ahead of Peter Hackett and Martin Kemp. Jan Welsh and Joe Gorolini will start on row 12. Martin Depper, the 25th and final starter on this grid for round 4 of the Race Park 750 Formula Championship.
There was a spinner on the way to the grid, and that was Robin Dorr in the Mallet Mark 16. That's one of the Clubman's cars. We saw Robin Dorr win races here this time last year. He was in a different Clubman's car then, the Diamond. But yeah, he's had a spin on the way to the grid, but he did take up his position, I think.
He didn't race yesterday, so whether all is well with that car. It looks like he is lining up on the grid this time. It's interesting, the Dave Facer car, isn't it? Because that car has actually raced in 750 Formula when it had a Fiat 5 engine about a decade and a half ago. But it's converted back to a Clubman's. All the Clubman's cars are B Sport. As Ian said, the Ford Crossflow engines are slightly larger capacity engines than the 750 Formula cars, but they are 40 kilograms heavier too, and that means over lap time they're pretty similarly paced. But the Clubman's cars won't score points to the 750 Formula Championship, which Bill Cowley currently leads, the driver on the third row of the grid in the family built car from many decades ago. The green flag at the back, red lights will come on next, and then round 4 of the Race Park 750 Formula Championship will get underway for 15 minutes of racing. The lights go out now and the race gets underway. So better start from David Bartholomew by the looks of things, and he should lead David Reed up towards Cox Corner, and he does, but Reed tries to come around the outside and he's doing so. Winter is third, Cowley is fourth, and then you've got the 2 Clubman's cars behind of Dave Facer and Robin Dorr as the cars head up to Maggots and then Beckett's. Such a different part of the circuit than when 750 Formula Championship started all those years ago. Big lock up from David Winter, who slides wide. We know it's a bit slippery at this part of the track, and that allows Bill Cowley through up into third position. But it looked like it was the 2 Davids up front, the HRD and the David Bartholomew car, the PRS, are side by side.
They certainly are. It's Bartholomew on the inside line. He didn't manage to finish yesterday's race. Looking for better fortune today. Neither Bartholomew nor Reed took part in the opening meeting of the season, which is part of the reason why Bill Cowley is in the lead of the championship, as he did. David Winter, as yesterday, has gone with the first 3 as well. And it was interesting. Oh, there's been an incident that's involved Dave Facer. I was just going to say Dave Facer again, as he did yesterday, didn't make the best of starts. Also involved there is the number 11 car. That's Hugh Davis. There was one other car that just managed to escape the scene there up at Luffield's corner. Pick up on who that was in a moment. But the end of lap 1 is Bartholomew that leads by just over half a second from David Reed. Bill Cowley is 3rd and David Winter in 4th position. And is Dave Facer going to be able to continue the race? We'll soon find out.
Yeah, shame for him. He was a long way down, really, to be battling with Hugh Davis, wasn't he? I think Roger Wade is the other delayed car, but Facer is the only one yet to come through. We had 20 starters, actually, like yesterday, although I think a different 20 cars. Anyway, the leaders are getting away, like they did yesterday, Bartholomew and Reed, and the battle for 3rd place. This was race long yesterday, really, between these two before problems struck David Winter's race kit's Merlin. Cowley goes in deep, which is unusual. A big twitch as well from Winter. I wonder if there's a bit of fluid down there as well, and maybe that's why we had the incident on the previous lap. They both had a moment, didn't they, 3rd and 4th place cars, but they survived it, the pair of them. David Winter, who previously raced in low-cost and Mazda 7, Bill Cowley, who's really predominantly only raced this car with brief runs in other machinery. So Bartholomew across the line in the 1:06 so far. Winter's still trying to come past Cowley. He's on the outside line, heading off towards Cops Corner, and he's done it this time, I think. He tried so many times yesterday to pass Bill Cowley. It looks like, though, David Winter, the driver from Cambridge, is up to 3rd.
Yeah, so he moves up into P3 ahead of Cowley for the moment. Then you've got Robin Dorr is next up, but the two leaders together, and it was Reed all the way up the inside of David Bartholomew as they went through Beckett's that time, and I think it's probably Bartholomew that's going to come out of that in the front. There's Robin Dorr in 5th position, Steve Boother 6th. Behind you've got Chris Goff in 7th in the CGR2 Evo, and he's got Mark Drew with him as well. But here are the two leaders. Bartholomew has managed to retain the lead. So
if you saw that, he lifted his right hand off the steering wheel, did David Bartholomew. You know, if he was, he saw a flag and he was just sort of saying that I've seen that. I wonder if that's a slippery surface flag that's down there at Brooklands Corner. I know there's a car off, wasn't there? So it might well have been a yellow flag briefly. That car to the pit lane, that's Dave Facer, isn't it? So problems continue, unfortunately, for the veteran of really Clubman's racing and other things. He raced in Thundersports at the Birmingham Super Prix all those years ago, did Dave Facer, so a shame to see a retirement from him. But the leaders complete another lap. Yeah, the lap's slower again, so track conditions aren't great, I don't think, at the moment. Bartholomew leads by 4 attempts from David Reed. It's all the Davids at the front, isn't it? This is unusual to have a podium full of Davids at the front of 750.
It's a shame Dave Facer's not still out there as well, because with his pace he could have made it 4 of them up front.
Change for the lead up at Beckett's corner. David Reed has gone through ahead of Bartholomew. Yesterday I think Bartholomew led all the time, didn't he, when they had their dice?
Yes.
Bartholomew's getting a warning for track limits as well, so it's doubly bad news for the race leader. Actually, that was at 4 cops on that lap, so I think he lost the lead and the track limits all in one go, so that was bad, doubly bad, wasn't it, for the race leader.
Okay, so David Reed, yesterday's race winner, runner-up in last year's championship to Bill Cowley. Only narrowly, that was decided at the very fundamental. There's another car that's slow on its way into the pit lane. It's Roger Waite's Malak, I think. That's almost stationary, isn't it? The number 72 car has got his hand in the air, needing assistance from the marshals, I think, possibly to get down the pit lane. So they come through over the line to complete lap number 4. There's 7/10 of a second between Reed and Bartholomew. It is quite a gap back now, more than 5 seconds to David Winter in 3rd, who this time appears to have dropped Bill Cowley.
Probably shouldn't be surprised though, should we? Because those two were much quicker yesterday than everybody else. There's Robin Dorr in 5th. What probably is surprised is Winter and Cowley are a long way ahead of anyone else, which wasn't the case yesterday. They're some 12 seconds ahead of Steve Boother, who was battling with them yesterday. Jake Dougherty, the current 2nd place man in the championship, all the way down in 9th, so he is struggling.
Well, he's been saying that the last 2 years he's been driving this car one-handed because it won't stay in gear, so I don't know, maybe it took inspiration from me and fixed it, and now he's not used to how to drive that car or something.
I don't know if David Winter run wide at Beckett's there. Cowley might have come back through. We'll check that in a moment. Lap traffic has begun. They passed the Joe Gorolini car, but David Reed started to get away from Bartholomew. I guess this is the latest built 750 Formula car, really, isn't it? That David Reed is aboard, the car that Dave Hodkin built half a decade ago, something like that. Yeah. Now, is Winter there?
I thought he was missing. I thought we'll see. So had he gone really, really, really wide, there's the Jake Doherty car. So he's going up the inside of Mark Drew. He's now driving the Diamond that Robin Dorr drove last season, the classic Clubman's car. So Doherty is up into what will be 8th, possibly 7th position if David Winter is not there, and he hasn't come through, has he, on the timing screen, David Winter? So, oh no, he has, but further down.
Yellow flag is still out at Luffield, I see. Yes, David Winter's back up to speed, is he now? But he lost, what, 14 seconds to Bill Cowley. This battle continues, does it not, between Mark Drew and Jake Doherty. Mark Drew, a former Monoposto champion. Jake Doherty, the grandson of Bob Simpson and cousin to Harry Palmer, who went so well earlier in Classic Stock Cat. Doherty a bit wide as he tries to pass Mark Drew. They're half a lap behind the leaders, though. We've only had 5 laps onto lap 6 now, showing these 2 newly built 750 Formula cars from the last decade or so ago, highly developed machines, just have the pace, and really that's what you expect really in a development formula, isn't it? That the latest cars that have had the work done are the cars that are the quickest in the championship, and the leaders cross the line to complete 6 laps and a personal best from David Reed. Again, much lower lap times than yesterday, about 1.5 seconds off of yesterday's pace. Doherty finally passed Mark Drew, but Chris Goff has caught, and he's going through too. And Alan Bunter's having a really good run here in the Shark, isn't he? He's involved in this battle, as is Simon Bolter in the former championship winning Baton.
Absolutely right. They're back with the leaders here down at Beckett's, and Reed has got a little bit more of a gap over Bartholomew, now at 0.7 of a second over the line. This is how far back we are to that battle that we were looking at, though. It's Jake Doherty ahead of Mark Drew, the local man from Northampton, but now Chris Goff, the man from Telford, trying to get past Jake Doherty as well as they go down into Cops Corner. He's not made it, so the greenkeeper, Jake Doherty, staying ahead of Chris Goff there, who's got a lot of experience in this championship, 62-year-old business consultant. Started racing in 750 Formula 40 years ago this year. He's now got Mark Drew with the Diamond, I think, trying to go around. No, that's Alan Bunter in the Shark, isn't it? Going around the outside of him. If we had walk-on music in the 750 Formula, I think it'd be the Jaws theme for Alan Bunter with the Shark. That'd be quite appropriate, wouldn't it? But we don't. Maybe for next season we can introduce that.
I think Alan's going the best he's ever gone really this season, isn't he? And running well here at Silverstone today. David Reed's done a 5.8 that time, so the lap time's getting a bit quicker. Bartholomew struggling to go with him. This is something we've never really seen in the championship before, is it? David Bartholomew unable to be the setting driver, as he has been so often the driver who's won a couple of titles.
Yeah, and that car's won a lot of races. Ed Pither's won races in it as well, many races, but although he's never won the championship, he's never really done a full season, but been very successful in that car, as has David Bartholomew. Richard Rothery races it as well from time to time. 3 wide there over the line. That's Chris Goff, Mark Drew and Alan Bunter, wasn't it? And they're going to come through Cops safely. It's Drew at the head of those trio now, ahead of Goff and Alan Bunter in the Shark. Just behind them too is Simon Bolter in the Baton, which is going a bit better today, it seems.
What was it Christian Horner said? You can't go side by side at Cox. On in 750 Formula you can go free at Preston, just about survive to get through the other side. The 2 leaders go through. Bartholomew sets the fastest lap, only 9 thousandths quicker than Reed, so in reality they're equal, aren't they, those 2? Yeah. Bartholomew's up the curb, he's got to be careful not to go wider than that. He's already on a black and white driving standards flag from 4 laps ago. Up through Maggots and Beckett's. This is a very fast pace 750 Formula Championship race, and hence why they're so far ahead of the rest of the field. Through the Beckett's corner they go and accelerate down the Wellington straight. The 2 cars behind are both back markers. Only then you can see the championship leader Bill Cowley. But here is then David Reed, who only missed out on the title last year by a single point.
Yeah, no, it's very tight indeed between himself and Bill Cowley. Reed did quite a lot of the winning during the course of last year. Mark Windley was also involved for much of the season as well in a 3-way championship battle. There is some of the back markers coming through and over the line. Exactly 5 minutes of the race left to go now, so there'll be some traffic to deal with for the 2 leaders before the end of this race. Could that come into play? These 2 separated by just under 0.7 of a second, as that time through Reed did the best lap of the race, a 1:05.108. So we're getting close to the time we see it yesterday, which was a 1:04.5. But I suspect we're not going to beat that today. But sort of having Bartholomew in his wheel tracks is a little bit ominous, because we know Bartholomew's got a lot of experience, a lot of pace in that car. And it could be that David B is just sort of sitting. Oh, there's been some contact further back. That's Chris Goff that has come together with the Diamond. Yeah. And also involved there was the car of Alan Bunter as well. That was off a little bit further round the corner. So that was the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th that looks to have come together at Brooklands, Josh.
Yeah, unfortunate incident there, and that might eliminate the 3 cars. Chris Goff actually could return perhaps to the pit lane. There's some damage on the front right of that car. appeared to be the one on the inside, didn't it, when they arrived at the corner. There's been a change of the lead in all of that somehow. David Bartholomew is now ahead, but Reed is fighting back. He's on the outside line, heading up towards Cops Corner. The two cars are side by side as they lap one of the Darvies. Can Reed go around the outside at Cops Corner? That would be pretty brave, and he has to decide the better of it. So Bartholomew retakes the position, or stays ahead really in all of that, doesn't he? So Bartholomew leads, Reed is second as they head up towards Maggots and Beckett's.
With 3.5 minutes of the race left to go. Later on the brakes is David Reed in that yellow HRD, the car built by Dave Hodkin, and is trying to monster him on the exit of the corner as well. So is he going to get alongside as they head along the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands, where of course there are yellow flags, so no overtaking here, and they are closing in on back markers as well. So we must have a couple of cars still off there. Bartholomew with his hand in the air to acknowledge the yellow flags. We've got marshals working trackside. Many thanks to the marshals doing such sterling work this weekend out there to try and recover those vehicles, but obviously they're not going to move off the road, of course, I don't think, Josh.
Big moment for Reed as he turned into Luffield. The car tried to break away from him. He saved it, but that was quite the moment for the erstwhile race leader and yesterday's race winner, and that's just lost him a few tenths. The checker flag goes out, so David Bartholomew becomes a fourth different winner in 4 races in the Race Parts M50 Formula Championship. Not the first time we said that today. He wins by 7/10 of a second from David Reed. Then we wait, don't we? Chris Goff actually finished despite being involved in that incident. But Bill Cowley should be third, and it's more good points. The engine survived another race. He didn't think it'd last the weekend. He didn't think it'd last yesterday's race. It has done. Robin Dorr will be the best clubman, I think, in fourth. But yeah, they really are a long way behind, aren't they? The remaining competitors. I mean, it's not the next car. So what's happened to Robin Dorr? So David Winter's quite a moment in that race where he slowed. He comes home fourth.
Yeah, Robin Dorr should have come through in fourth position. No surprise that check flag was thrown a bit early with those 2 cars trackside, and of course the marshals as well. No point going to a safety car because we would have got the those cleared in time to have a restart. So it made sense just to throw the checker flag a little bit early. Still no sign of Robin Dorr. Steve Booth has come through 5th and Jake Doherty 6th, nearly a minute behind the leader. So I think Robin Dorr must have stopped somewhere out on track on the final, what turned out to be the final lap of the race.
So Peter Hackett, if he comes home, will be the only clubman to finish, but will be the winning clubman's machine. Matthew Unwin just beats Thomas Llewellyn in a battle to the line for 8th. There's Peter Hackett. His car doesn't look terribly healthy.
It doesn't sound it either, does it, as it comes past our camera. So yeah, just as well for him the checker flag came, and it did say Paulie Hackett does take the clubman's win.
But it was a pass on the penultimate lap, which we didn't see, so we'll hear more about that in a moment from David Bartholomew, the race winner in the PRS. Ed Piver won in that car at Donington last time out. David Reed was second, and Bill Cowley, the championship leader and reigning champion, third. David Winter was fourth, and Steve Hoover fifth. Jake Doherty in sixth. Simon Bolton, the Class B winner, was seventh. Matthew Unwin was 8th, Tom Llewellyn 9th, Robin Dorr won't be classified, so Peter Hickson 10th, ahead of Chris Goff, Hugh Davis, and the clubman's winner, Peter Hackett. Only one other finisher, I think, and that was Joe Gorolini, so another race of attrition, I'm afraid, in the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. They've got a few weeks to sort those cars out before the trip to North Wales and Anglesey, Cadwell Park, Snetterton and Mallory Park are the remaining rounds 2 in the 2026 season. Handshake and see between the top 2, a good battle between David Bartholomew and David Reed. And Bill Cowley breaks the David domination, doesn't he, to finish on the podium. And we should hear from those 3 drivers before too much longer with Kieran McGinley. There's a bit of a clear-up operation to do at Brooklands, so there should be time to have a chat with those drivers before the one further race we have ahead of lunch. A little way ahead of schedule, I suspect, will be the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. But before that, let's head down to Kieran McGinley.
Well, let's have a look at the podiums then. We've just had our drivers in, so careful as well. I must not get hit by one of these cars. We'll have a chat to our race winner in that declared result, which was David Bartholomew. David, sorry to interrupt. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Pop that on you. Bit of a theme going on here, bit of a windy day, but that didn't stop some good battling out there.
It was great, and I would say Dave's got that car going very well. It was difficult to find much on him this afternoon. I think the timing of the incident and the yellow flag was quite useful for us down the bottom here. But yeah, really good fun race, and I think the headwind gave us a little bit more slipstreaming, but it's still quite difficult to get past that yellow car.
I would still say that the wind's picked up even more since this morning, but totally different track to what you had yesterday.
Yes, yeah. I mean, yesterday a little bit of sunburn on some of the crew, so yeah, it was good, but a little bit cooler today. A lot of oil out there. Somebody dropped some oil early, I think, so we were chasing that around for a while. But yeah, good race. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so you've got low grip in these cars as well, adds a bit of the challenge, bit of a battle going on as well. Perfect day for racing then.
Yeah, it was very good. It was very good. It was tricky with all these incidents and the yellow flags. It was tricky to time stuff, and it was very tricky with that oil early on. I thought I got puncture at one point. There was so much oil, but yeah, really good fun. Enjoyed it.
Oh, great stuff, David. Congratulations on the victory, and good luck for the next race.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Let's have a chat now to David Reed, who had a bit of a moment towards the end there with the snap at the back end. You were chasing down Bartholomew very hard there. How was it from your end?
Yeah, really good fun race. I think we were nicely closely matched, and yeah, we gave way to ourselves when we needed to. So yeah, it was good. I think yeah, Dave definitely had the jump on me after the yellow to green. I hadn't seen the green and I was stuck behind him, so maybe if I judged that a bit better, it would have been a better result. But yeah, good race. I really enjoyed it.
What can you take from this race to take into the next one?
To go sooner. To go sooner when you see a green flag, or look out for them more and hold back from the people following that are, yeah.
It's a good lesson though.
Yeah, good lesson. Yeah,
good lesson. And did you agree sort of the lesser track grip out there kind of played into other hands, or were you happy with that?
It was interesting. From my perspective, I actually thought I had more. So it may well be the aero of this car combined with the wind, but I couldn't take the first corner flat yesterday, and I was going almost flat, which is where I was pulling away from Dave at this time. So yeah, it suited me. So I'm quite happy.
I can't tell if this is the truth or mind games. Either way, it's working.
Excellent.
Congratulations on the second place there, David. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's have a chat now to Bill Cowley over here, third place in the race. Bill, there he is. Bill, third place for you. How was that for your end?
It was a boring race, to be fair. I mean, I let Dave Winter go because a bit of oil down. I thought, see what we can do behind him, and I slowly catching him back up. I thought we could have another race like we had yesterday, but unfortunately I had a mechanical. But after that, that was it, just driving around. And to be honest, I was pushing it. I was expecting the engine to blow up because we got no oil pressure. But it's lasted. It had to last 15 minutes, and it did. But yeah, to be honest, the last few laps were the only time I've enjoyed driving the car. The tyres are shot, so we made a few changes and it made it a little bit more enjoyable to drive. But to be honest, it don't, regardless of all that, it's class Dave than the rest of us. So them two, God knows how much faster they are on the straight line, but that's where they're making all the time up down the straights. It's ridiculous, to be fair. So but you know, is what it is.
Are there any changes you can make between now and the next race to make it a bit more enjoyable for your end?
Oh, we'll be pulling the engine out when we get home tonight, I think. Pull the engine out, and we've got another block ready to go in, so that's it. So potentially, if we do Anglesey, we'll have some new tyres and a fresh engine, so yeah, should be good.
Well, sounds like a plan then. Well, let's get you through this next race, then head on from there, hey?
Oh, that's it, mate. That's it, mate.
Great stuff. Thank you, Bill. Congratulations on third place. And with that, then, let's size up for some historic 750 Motor Club racing.
Marshall's waiting the cars for our next race, which will be for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. And we have a grid of over 20 cars and a first visit to the Silverstone National Circuit in over a decade for this category. So lots of drivers who haven't raced on this half of Silverstone. All the recent years we've been racing on the other side of Silverstone on the international track here.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously a choice of layouts here at Silverstone, and it just so happens that the way the calendar has fallen is that the historic 750 Formula cars have not raced on this end of the circuit for a long time. They've raced on the Buckinghamshire end of the track on the international circuit. So interesting, that's meant that a few drivers who didn't manage to get a lap time in qualifying, they're not going to be able to take the start of the race because they're not going to be qualified by experience, as we call it, for having had previous experience on the track within the previous year. So that does mean we're going to be one or two down on where we otherwise might have been in terms of cars on the grid for this historic 750 Formula Series race. It's the second event of the season for these cars. Started at Brands Hatch 3 weeks ago, and there's a number of different classes. Classes for Austin 7s, for the non-supercharged cars in Class A, and the supercharged cars in Class B. Class C is for the pre-1974 750 Formula cars. That includes cars that are built to those period regulations, and Class D is for other pre-1974 cars under 1500cc or even 500cc Formula 3 cars, although I don't think we have any of those here with us this weekend. A number of different engine options available in Class C as well, including the Reliant, the Austin 7 and the Coventry Climax engine, which is a popular option as well, with a change for this season being that they're only allowed to use single carbs rather than twin in the Coventry Climax engine. There you can see that the marshals have got a bit of work to do before the cars can be allowed out onto the track. We heard the drivers in those interviews there talking about fluid that had gone down both during that race and in previous races as well, I think, and the marshals now trying to address that by brushing in the cement dust or whatever it is that they use these days to try and absorb some of the oil.
Yeah, we saw the incident on this part of the track actually a couple in that previous race, didn't we? So whether that is a contributing factor, anyway, shouldn't be a problem for the next race. It'll be a few moments before we head for that, so let's hear from some of our 750 Motor Club partners.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen Backs Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen Driver Media Programme.
The historic 750 Formula cars are sitting in the assembly area. Now, interestingly, Ian, at the back, are we seeing the cars that potentially may not have qualified this morning. So I wonder if there is a plan to try and get those cars into the race or not.
Yes, because everyone needs to do at least 3 laps of the circuit in order to be able to qualify for the race. And there we can see Trevor Slatter back with his Centaur. He was in Lyndon Fuston's car at Brands Hatch. He didn't manage to get any laps in qualifying. And also Ben Bolt, number 13. I don't think he was seen at all.
Oh, he did 2 laps.
Oh, he did 2 laps. So he needs to do 1 more lap. So the drivers are there, but it's whether they'll be able to take the start. I'm not quite sure, but we'll see what goes on. Marshall's still with their brooms, although I think some of them now are heading back towards post, having dealt with the oil that went down.
Was that David Facer's line back to the pit lane, I wonder?
Might have been, yes.
Because David Bartholomew wondered there was all pretty early on, so perhaps that's what it was.
Yeah.
And that's why we saw that moment potentially. That's why one of the cars spun coming out of the assembly area as well, which would make more sense.
Yes. It would. So we should hopefully now see cars released out onto the grid in fairly short order. They don't get a green flag lap for the ordinarily, and I've not seen anything on my race log that would indicate that they're going to get one today. Although with the changing conditions, that might be something that's under consideration, as Josh alludes to. So we'll see what happens here.
At Brands Hatch we had 2 different winners in the 2 very tightly contested races. Sam Wright in the Village won race 1, and Joe Zosho, the Swiss based driver, scored his first victory in the UK in race 2. I don't think Joe's here today, is he? Potentially, because there was quite big news in Switzerland this week, where motor racing is going to be allowed in Switzerland once again after 7 decades of it being banned since the 1955 Le Mans disaster. I'm not sure what's left in Switzerland that could become a racing circuit, but good news nevertheless.
No, absolutely. It's interesting that it's taken that long for motorsport to return to that part of the world. But you can now see the cars being released out, so they'll be able to see where that big white line of cement dust is at Luffield, and they'll need to cross that as part of their racing line ordinarily.
There's more than one as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
So big thanks to the marshals here at Silverstone, who worked ever so hard to make sure that wasn't too long of a delay. And a new pole sitter today for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, because the Giomo for the first time is at the front with Ian Elliott at the wheel, who only started racing recently, I think, in that Reliant powered car. The driver from West Sussex set a lap time of 1 minute 15.6 in qualifying this morning, and was a chunk quicker than 3 drivers who have 4 drivers in fact who are behind, who have all won races before in the category. So good effort from Ian Elliott this morning. We'll see if that will last throughout race distance. He scored a 6th place finish last time out. Let's have a look at the grid then for our 3rd round of the series. It is Ian Elliott on pole in the Giomo, with Richard Verheiden's race kits alongside Sam Wright in the Village, starts alongside Tim Sage in a Mallock. Greg Catton is there in a Dyson, and John Donnelly next in another of the race kits. Gary Brandon is on row 4 in the DNC. The first of the Austin 7s is Peter Marsh. Paul Mason is up next alongside Ambrose Butcher. Then we get John McDonald and Mike Harvey. On row 7 is Gareth Cordy and Ian Chappell. Tim Mile and John Moss are next, ahead of Harry Beacle and Phil Livingstone on row number 9. And completing the 19 runners that we are anticipating is Nick Hayward-Cook in the Monoposto Austin 7. So there are the cars lining up on the grid here at Silverstone, ahead of 15 minutes of racing, with a pole sitter on the right hand side of your screen. That is Ian Elliott, the driver from West Sussex, alongside the Frenchman Richard Verheiden, the airline technician. In Miss Moneypenny, the race kit's Reliant powered machine that was previously raced by Gordon Milton and Ian Grant, and then the John Village machine driven by Sam Wright nowadays, and then the Mallock of Tim Sage alongside. One of 2 cars that run in the Class D sort of open class. So you've got the former early Clubman's machine of Tim Sage from row 2. The countdown has begun racing is about to get underway, which happens now. 15 minutes starts to count down on the clock. And who's going to arrive at Copse Corner first? Well, it looks like Ian Elliott's made a good effort off of the line. Tim Sage has made a good start from row 2, and he is going to be the driver that leads at Copse in the Mallock. Elliott, though, fighting back on the outside. Then Sam Wright and Richard Verheiden as the cars exit Copse Corner. Very different Silverstone circuit than these cars would have raced on in period.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a good start, though, as you say, for Tim Sage in that number 42 Mallock U2. Big sideways moment for the pole position car, the Jomo of Ian Elliott. That's going to allow the Brands Hatch winner, Sam Wright, to come up on the inside of him to take second place away. Here was a DNF in race 2, but no, Sam Wright's going to have to tuck back in behind Ian Elliott, who has better pace in the straight line, and Sam Wright's got a problem, I think, because he's losing pace in the straight there. Through has gone Richard Verheiden to third.
Is it just that the village car's not so powerful? I know John was always quite keen to point out the car wasn't the fastest in a straight line. And that doesn't help really around this Silverstone circuit, does it? That's the Coventry Climax engine car, of course, where there's quite a few Reliant engine cars around him, but it's the Ford-powered Mallock that leads the way of Tim Sage as they turn their way up the corner. But Ian Elliott, who's obviously got a good motor in the Jomo, who is fighting back through Woodcote Corner on the inside line, and he will lead by a small fraction of a second.
Ian Elliott in the Jomo's got his mojo. He's leading at the start of lap number 2 of this race then. The 47 car ahead of Tim Sage, Richard Verheiden in third. It is Sam Wright in fourth position, and a spin for Gary Brandon, number 74 there. Former low-cost racer, he's gone around and is sort of feeling wheel backwards towards the gravel trap. Hopefully he'll be able to keep it out and get the car turned back around and rejoin the race. He was in 5th position at the end of the first lap, but it's Elliott continuing to lead then from Sage in the Mallock. 2 different classes, those cars. Then Richard Verheiden and Miss Moneypenny in third spot, Sam Wright in fourth, trying to go with them. And because of that moment for Gary Brandon, it's quite a big gap back to the 5th place car, which is probably going to now be Peter Marsh in the first of the supercharged Austin Sevens.
Yeah, he had to go around the outside of the spinning car, which was a bit to the heart of the mouth moment as Gary Brandon rolled back into the runoff area. So as you say, it's got 4th one away. Look how much quicker through the bends Sam Wright is in that Village V2, the recreation of the car that John Village raced all those years ago here at Silverstone. John, who of course is a BRDC member, and raced this car or a version of this car at Silverstone in the 1970s. But it is Ian Elliott that leads. Of course, Jomos have raced and won here at Silverstone previously, most recently in the hands of Ben Sims in Formula 4 1600 competition. But the slightly earlier model 750 Formula type car leads the way by 9 tenths over Tim Sage. Verheiden is third, Wright is fourth, and then for 5th place, Peter Marsh is hanging on, isn't he? Greg Catton not going as well as we've seen previously in the Dyson.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing myself, really. He's down there in 6th place as he's come over the line. But it's interesting that different circuits do suit different cars. And yes, you're talking about the Village perhaps not being as quick in a straight line, not as powerful. That was probably mattered a little bit from us at Brands Hatch, different kind of circuit to the one that we're racing on here. Meanwhile, the Jomo is getting away, isn't it, in the hands of Ian Elliott, who's pulling away from Tim Sage in second in the Mallock. We're going to get a change for third here. Sam Wright, is he going to outbrake himself into Brooklands? No, he does get the car turned in. So the driver that took over that car from John Village partway through last season, won first time out at Alton Park. He does get through to third position, but it's Ian Elliott in that Jomo that continues to lead, but it's 3 cars now disputing second place.
Yes, and they're very close indeed, aren't they, as they headed up towards Woodcote Corner to complete lap 3 of this 15-minute encounter. And Sam Wright, despite potentially a lack of power, to set the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 16.7, which is quicker than he went in qualifying this morning, but despite that just loses the position he gained from Richard Verheiden. So Verheiden goes back through in the Reliant powered race kits, which is not a car that raced in period, but it's built to the regulations of early 1970s 750 Formula. Back through goes Sam Wright, one of the youngest drivers on the grid is Sam. He's in his mid-20s. But Verheiden fights back again up the inside on the exit of Beckett's, and a spin behind and rolling back across the circuit is car number 5, I think, which is Mike Harvey, long-time competitor in the JB Special today. Here comes Sam Wright then, back alongside the driver who won his first ever car race last year at Alton Park. He's up to third now. Can he get second from Tim Sage at Luffield, I wonder?
Possibly so. He's going to try and go around the outside of him. Hits a bit of the oil though, and I think that sends him skittering wide, and that allows Richard Verheyen in the Moneypenny car to go back through. Sam Wright back down to 4th position then. I think that was just a question of hitting that line of fluid that ran across the track. Although it was dressed, it is still a bit slippery. So they come through now to complete lap number 4 of the race. Top 3 getting away. As you can see, they are in traffic now as well, going past some of the Class A cars, the Austin 7s. Bit of a twitch there for Sam Wright as he's up on the inside of Richard Verheyen through Copse Corner at the start of the next lap, and they're duking it out wheel to wheel as they head out of Copse down towards Maggots and Beckett. They're still together right on the inside line. Again, he locks up a little bit. Is he going to run wide? Oh, and he snaps to the left. Wasn't some contact there. He goes off, but I think he's done that on his own. And he has been pushing hard. He's been leaving it late on the brakes, but a mistake there ultimately has meant that Richard Verheyen is going to go through and be a more comfortable 3rd position. But he has lost ground to Tim Sageluck.
Yeah, probably backed out of it, didn't he? As Sam Wright's car sort of over-gripped and smacked him across the circuit. But yeah, I don't think there was a touch there. It was just a bit too quick into the corner. And he had lots of opposite lock-on when the car gripped up, and that to smack the car across the circuit. I think Peter Marsh has done the fastest lap we've ever seen from an Austin 7 in these types of races around here. 1 minute 22.273. There he is. He's battling away with Greg Catton. The Monoposto Austin 7 driven by Peter Marsh, who's 75, the driver originally from Scotland. He's got a couple of cars around him, in fact, hasn't he? Because you've also got 37, which is John Donnelly, who drives the race kit Smirling this season. But Peter Marsh continues to battle away, former Caterham racer. And he drives this car that was originally converted into a race car in the 1980s. And it's been raced by Lawrence and Bernie Atkinson. Was rebuilt after an accident a decade or so ago, but Peter Marsh drives it very well indeed. Although he's lost those couple of aces, he is by far the highest placed Austin 7 in this race.
Yeah, best of the Class A Austin 7s is John Moss, and Tim Marley, we just saw a shot of there, is 2nd, and Harry Beacall is 3rd. The 35-year-old from just up the road in Long Buckley, just up the A5. He's having his first ever race this weekend, so I expect daughter Ruby and son Charlie will be supporting him this weekend. Around the left-hander they go at Brooklands Corner, in front of the Jim Clark grandstand there, with a good smattering of spectators enjoying this race from that excellent vantage point, giving a good view over Brooklands and Luffield Corner. We're just over halfway through the race now. 7.25 minutes left to go. Ian Elliott leading at the end of 5 laps in the Jomo. Make that 6 laps now, but the gap has come down to less than a second over Tim Sage, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Also just going to get a spot shot here of Gary Brandon just coming up behind these cars. He's continuing to recover after that spin at Copse on the 2nd lap, I think it was.
Yeah, he's got pace to pass those cars, so he might get a top 5 finish after this yet. He's got the best part of half the race to go, but the lead gap continued to come down between Ian Elliott's Jomo and Tim Sage's Mallock, with Richard Verheyen in the race kits not too far back. Out of Beckett's corner they go with 6.5 minutes on the clock. Car number 14 there was Ambrose Butcher in the DNC, who I think might be making his race debut today, Ian.
Yeah, not 100% certain on that one, but no, he's I think a newcomer. As we're watching the battle with John Donnelly, Gary Brandon and Peter Marsh here, so this is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th position. I think we'll find that just up ahead of them is Greg Hatton in the Dyson. Yes, he is. He's there in 5th place in the 2nd of the Class D cars. But then you've got this 3-way swap, including Peter Marsh in the best of the Class B cars and a couple of the Class C machines. John Donnelly very close to the back of Peter Marsh in that supercharged Austin 7 as they head into Brooklands Corner for the 7th time in the race. Brandon, as I say, a former low-cost racer in the number 74 car just behind him. Also a scrutineer, isn't he, these days with the 750 Motor Club events as well. He's not taking part.
Sam Wright's not that far ahead of them, is he, after his looping spin? Mapping spin, really, that he had earlier. He's 14 seconds ahead of Greg Catton. There's a couple of lapped cars in there, including, I think, the guy that just went out of shot was the Class A leader, wasn't it? John Moss the Buckinghamshire driver in the 1933 Austin 7 Sport, known as Dog Bowl. The car that was previously owned by Bill Boddy's daughter, the former editor of Motorsport magazine, owned that car many years ago. There it is, I think, isn't it? The first of the unsupercharged cars, non-supercharged cars, John Moss, with Tim Mile not terribly far behind, the gap about 6 seconds. Both of them did the personal best lap last time, 1 minute 33.2. The lap time for the class leader, John Moss. The overall leaders are doing 1 minute 16s, and the gap has gone out to 2 seconds now between Ian Elliott and Tim Sage. Still a pretty close race up front here, not quite the position trading as we saw at Brands Hatch, but not big gaps nowadays really at the front of this category.
No, that lap, interestingly, was quite a bit slower from Tim Sage than on the previous lap when he'd done the best lap of the race, a 1:16.1, a couple of seconds outside of the lap record set by Paul Mason over a decade ago. Now we've just got a glimpse of the number 85 car. That's John Moss, the Class A leader, having been lapped by number 37, John Donnelly, who's now in 7th position in the race. There's just under 4 minutes of the race left to go. Another race later on for the historic 750 Formula cars. Over the line they go once again. Gary Brandon has yet to find a way past Peter Marsh, has he? But does have, I think, the capacity within him to do it. He's done a 1:20.0 compared to Marsh, who's done a best lap of 1:21.3 during the course of this race. So he should, in theory, be able to find a way through before the end here.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But they're losing touch with John Donnelly ahead. He's running well in 6th position. And into Cops Corner, is that John Moss? No, that's a bit further back, isn't it? That is Harry Beacle, the 35-year-old from Northamptonshire, who's having his first race today. Hasn't done sprints before. He's in a 1935 car that was converted in Ireland, actually, into race spec in the 1990s. A car previously owned by Simon Blakeney Edwards and Archie Waterfield, so hadn't raced in Vintage Sports Car Club events prior to today. So good to have that car out with the 750 Motor Club, I think, for the first time. Today there was a car heading down the pit lane, which was Nick Hayward-Cook, local Buckinghamshire man, who traditionally is at the front really of these races. S-Car 33,
that's
which is
Gareth
one of the Class B
Cordy.
cars. Yeah,
sometime Mazda 7 and catering racer, Gareth Cordy. Now racing in the Austin 7 class in one of the supercharged cars, but quite a distance behind Peter Marsh, the leader in that class here in this first race of the day.
There's a bigger difference, I think, between the supercharged cars and the non-supercharged cars today as well, isn't there?
Yes.
On the much longer straights of Silverstone. A couple of minutes on the clock then. There is John Moss, the Class A leader in the ex-Nonda spanning body Austin 7, a car that's also been raced by Simon Frost and Simon Gallen in the past, both 750 Motor Club racers at one point or another. Gap is 3.2 seconds, by the way, for the overall lead between Ian Elliott and Richard Verheiden. The lead for John Moss has gone out to 8 seconds in Class A. He's just on a 1 minute 32.8, which is there or thereabouts where he was in qualifying. There's Sam Wright, who had that spin at Beckett's earlier. Hasn't really lost too much further time to the leaders, so later on he should be able to contest for the lead again, I should think. Very, very close for 6th out of for 7th out of Beckett. The much more powerful Austin 7 though stays ahead of Peter Marsh, but Gary Brandon, the former low-cost man, was right alongside for a moment. Very different type of racing, of course, for these drivers that come from Caterhams or low-cost to race in historic machinery like this. Tim Mile is in shot there. One of the oldest Motorsport UK licence holders is Tim Mile, who's been racing since 1979. And a car that was built in 2015 into racing specs, the Mark 13 that Tim Mile drives. They're all being lapped, aren't they, by the leading cars? I wonder if that's changed the complexion of the leaders at all.
Yes, so that could come into play. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock now, so they're going to have one more final lap to go here.
I think Verheiden had got past Tim Sage, but then Sage is back ahead, because Sage's previous lap was a full second quicker than Verheiden, but there's only 6 tenths between them at the line. So there was a change of second briefly, but Tim Sage has gone back through in the Mallet U2.
Yeah, about 3 seconds from first to second here as well, between Ian Elliott, who's pretty much led lights to flag, hasn't he here? But there's the scrap going on a bit further back, and Verheiden and Sage there right at it.
Yeah, Verheiden back past Tim Sage. And as former Silverstone commentator Ian Titchmarsh would be keen to say, the reason why it's called a Mallet U2 is because U2 can build one, as the Mallet family advertised back in the 1960s when the company was founded, and great to have one of their earliest cars on the grid. But it's going to be a new car to win, I think, in the category today, and a first time winner. You can still see the novice cross on the back of Ian Elliott's car, but he has been pretty dominant today at Silverstone. Very well-built machine, obviously, and Ian Elliott will take the checkered flag and win round 3 of the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. After a last lap pass, Richard Verheiden takes second. Tim Sage actually faded on that final lap, did he not, in 3rd position in that Mallet. Sam Wright will be 4th, but there's our Class A winner, that's John Moss. So he comes out on top of Class A for the first time this season. Charlie Plain-Jones, the double Brands Hatch winner, not contesting the races unusually today. 2nd in that class goes the way of Tim Mile. Harry Beacle should be 3rd. So for class honours, Class C was in it, Elliott, D was Tim Sage, A we just mentioned was John Moss, and we wait for the Class B winner, Peter Marsh, who was involved in that battle with Gary Brandon. Just ahead of them, Greg Catton was caught by John Donnelly at the end. Yeah. Catton a long way further back than usual. And Peter Marsh hangs on to 7th, yes.
He does.
And wins Class B.
Yeah, I thought that might change before the end of the race, but yeah, Peter Marsh completes our list of class winners in that historic 750 Formula Series race. So we lost Nick Haywood-Cook to the pits, but I think probably everybody else that started that race will have made it to the checkered flag and by the end.
I imagine those 3 cars that were in the assembly area will be doing laps out of session
at lunchtime
coming next.
Yes.
And will hopefully be out for a bigger grid for race 2. But the results for race 1, the Jomo winning for the first time in historic 750 Formula competition. Ian Elliott, the winner. Richard Verheiden was 2nd and Tim Sage 3rd. Sam Wright was 4th and Greg Catton 5th, with John Donnelly in 6th. The first of the Austin 7s was Peter Marsh. Gary Brandon took 8th, and the final car on the league lap, I think. John McDonald was 9th ahead of Ambrose Butcher. Paul Mason, Mike Harvey, Gary Cordy, and then the first non-supercharged Austin was John Moss. He was 14th overall. Ian Chappell was a finisher, as was Tim Mile, Harry Beacle and Phil Livingstone. Nick Haywood-Cook, the only driver who headed to the pit lane. So in a few moments' time, we will hear from our top 3 drivers. All right, here from class winners. We're about to find out shortly with Kieran McGinley, but as we have referenced, we'll be heading into lunch next here at Silverstone. I suspect the afternoon's competition will begin 25 minutes early, so about 1:45 is a prediction at this point. And we have a couple of categories, 3 categories we haven't seen yet, which will be the Mr. Transit Swiftsport Challenge, the Road Motorsport Championship Championship, and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Before all that, though, we can hear from Kieran McGinley with the successful historic 750 Formula drivers.
So, some great historic action there to bring us into a little bit of a break, and while we have some downtime, we'll catch up to some of the drivers then. We'll barge in on Ian Elliott here, who took the victory in that first race of the day for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula, and as is tradition, I give the winning hat he's got off on the other side. Let's walk around, walk through the camera, and give you this, Ian. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How was that out there for you?
Yeah, very good, brilliant. The first race at this track, I really loved it.
I mean, talk us through it, because I think you had about a 3-second lead by the end of the race, there or thereabouts.
Really?
So pretty good to drive out there?
Yeah, really good. Plenty of grip, and engine's going really well, which is better than the last round, so thankful really.
And you've brought the sun out as well. Yeah. That's quite nice.
Yeah, lovely.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Well, talk us through your Jomo then. What's the history behind the Pigsty Racing?
I'm borrowing the car at the moment from someone. But I've just built a new engine for it and stuff, but hoping to purchase it so I can carry on doing this. I'm enjoying it too much now.
So you're on your best behaviour with this car, though?
Yes, definitely. Got to look after it.
A lot of people out there, a lot of drivers before have said there's quite a bit of oil down. It seems a bit slippery out there. How did you find it?
It wasn't too bad, as long as you avoided the where it had been dressed up. It seemed to be okay.
Sounds good then. What do you take from this into the next one? Another victory, or?
I hope so. Yeah, hopefully.
It's always on the cards, isn't it?
Definitely.
Well, congratulations there, Ian, on the victory there. Go and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian. Whilst I've got you, let's have a chat to our second place driver in Richard Verheyden. Let's interrupt this conversation here. Richard, congratulations, second place. How was that up there for you?
Well, that was all right. I think I started in second, finished in second. First time on this national track, and hated it in practice, loved it in the race. That was real wheel-to-wheel racing, like it should be. I think it was a couple of millimetres between cars on a number of occasions. So that was really nice. That was good fun.
You were swapping positions there. You managed to grab it on that final lap. Talk us through that battle.
Well, it's all down to the back markers. You know, we're running Austins, supercharged, normally aspirated cars. There's all sorts of different speeds out there, and it's all about reading the back markers. Call it racecraft, call it luck, I don't know, but it certainly worked.
And talk to us about your Merlin here then. What's sort of the history behind it?
This is C-Class car. It's an 850cc engine. Most of you will know it from the Reliant Robins or the Reliant Kittens of Del Boy and Rodney. That's what's powering it.
Oh, great stuff, and it's powered you to second place today. What do you take into the second race of the day later on?
A cup of tea, I think, and a sandwich.
Some lunch, yeah, I agree.
I'll go better with a sandwich and a cup of tea.
Oh, great stuff. Well, I'll leave you to that then. Thank you so much for the chat, Richard, and we'll see what you can do in the second race.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's have a chat now to Tim Sage, who finished third in that race then, in his Mallock. Tim, congratulations. Top three for you overall. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed that I lost second to Richard on probably the second to last lap. But I got balked behind back markers, which often happens with me, and he was very good today. And first time on this half of the circuit, I've driven the other half of the circuit. So when we went out to practice, I thought I knew where the corners were, so I had to suddenly relearn the track. But I think I know it now. I think I've got it logged now. We're okay. It was a good race. Enjoyed it. Fast track, lovely.
You got it logged now for the second race, so maybe a second place, a win on the cards, maybe?
We'll try it. Always improvement, yeah.
Always. I love that. Talk to us about your machine then, your Mallock U2. Talk to us about the history of it.
Well, it's a Mallock Mark IV, 1964. They used to race the same car in Formula Junior, Formula 3, and then of course they had the Clubman series as well, which doesn't really exist anymore, which is what it was built for. Very successful in the time, so it's a very historic car. We've got a sort of detuned Ford engine in it to keep on par with the Reliant engines. But it's a beautiful car. It teaches me all the time. It's teaching me. It knows a lot more about circuits than I do, but no, it's fantastic to drive. Very forgiving. Now I've got it set up how I want it. Yeah, I can almost do what I want with it. It's lovely.
Almost sounds pretty good, and we'll find out how you get on later on then.
Okay, cheers.
Thank you very much, Tim. Congratulations on that third place.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And well, it has come to the lunch break now, so we'll have a quick cut away. That was easy for me to say. To a couple of messages, and when we come back, hopefully there'll be some people to talk to in the pit lane.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blind Screen, with over 1.6 million. The Driver Media Programme, powered The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blind Screen, with over 1.6 million followers. More than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blind Screen backs Driver Media Programme turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blind Screen Driver Media Programme.
So hopefully you're enjoying your lunch break, and I'm here in the pit lane. I found a handful of BMW drivers later on for our BMW Car Club Racing Championship. I have standing with us here Will Graham, who's going to drive the number 16 BMW Cup Series car. Will, happy to have you here. Happy lunch. How are you?
Yeah, great. Really enjoying being here, and enjoying being here at Silverstone.
So, talk to us about, is it first time at Silverstone? Many times here at Silverstone?
This is my first time at Silverstone, and it's my second ever race weekend. So, really looking forward to getting into it. We had a good qualifying this morning, and looking forward to the race now.
So National is a very high-speed circuit here. Lots of long straights. We've seen in the previous mini races as well. A couple of races before about the draft and how important that is. But how did you find the weather this morning?
No, it was really good. Yeah, I really enjoyed qualifying. It was good to learn the track a bit more, and just try and learn circuit racing for me, because my background's been in rallying, so I'm getting used to having a few more cars around me. So but I'm really enjoying it.
That might favour you today, because quite a few drivers have commented about how slippery it is out there. So rally background, this is going to be perfect for you.
Well, let's see. Yeah. So I'm pleased to be at the front in my class qualifying. So, but it's really close just behind. So we're really looking forward to having a good race, and hopefully it'll be a good battle.
So you said you've got sort of rally background is your forte. What's the background in terms of rallies? What have you participated in?
I've mainly done more recently historic rallying. So last year was in the European Historic Rally Championship, and that was in the BMW E30 M3. So still a BMW, but slightly different spec to that one. But enjoying it all the same, and good to try a new discipline and just learn a bit of circuit racing.
Oh, brilliant stuff. And obviously you're in the Cup class, so how is it to drive? What's sort of your expectations for this season?
Well, it's a really good car just to learn how to do circuit racing and learn having cars around me, and particularly just starting off with something that's fairly low powered, and just to learn the racecraft. So I'm really enjoying driving it. It's very easy to drive, I would say, and good close battles, which is what it's all about.
If people aren't convinced about driving a BMW, what would you say to them to get them over the edge?
Well, I would say BMW, I think they call it the ultimate driving machine. So BMWs are good to drive. I really enjoy driving them. So I would say they are built brilliantly, German engineering. So I really enjoy driving it.
Great stuff. I mean, just talking to you here, the wind's sort of picking up. There's gusts out there. The sun's actually starting to poke through then, so maybe the track might evolve a little bit before you're out there. But what's the expectations for today?
Well, the expectations is just to try and finish the two races, hopefully where I am already, and just have a good close battle. It's always good fun to have the close battles and good clean racing, so that's the main expectation.
Any name drops of any rivals you're expecting out there today?
Well, Shane Tweedy is just behind me. I'm really looking forward to having a good battle with him. We had a good battle at Brands a few weeks ago, so looking forward to doing battle again.
Great stuff. Will, thank you so much for the chat. I'll go and stop bothering you and leave you to your lunch.
Brilliant, thank you.
But thank you for the chat. Thank you, Will. Let's have a chat now to our next driver. They're summoned here now. I don't even have to ask. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
Introduce us, because I've forgotten your name. You did say.
Yeah, it's Paul Amory, racing class 6. Been racing in the championship now for 7-8 years.
Great stuff. So what is it that keeps making you come back? What gives you the itch there?
I think the racing's really competitive. The vibe in the pits is great. There's a really good club vibe. Everyone kind of gets on, helps each other out, and class 6 for me. There's 13 of us in class this time out, which is the biggest it's been for a while, and it's really good close racing, and a set of drivers you can race with really well.
Oh, that's great stuff. And it's always the case of, racing with respect out there, so you can give each other the space out there. That adds to it even more, doesn't it?
Yes, it's competitive, very competitive, and there's some really quick drivers around us, but we can race each other, knowing we're not going to kind of bash doors, and it makes it a really good atmosphere in the pits.
So you said you've been with the championship now for 7 or 8 years. How many times have you been to Silverstone?
A few. Along with doing the Burkett as well, which we tend to do as a team event. We've done the last few years now, which is a great event at the end of the season. We're generally here, I think, every year, the Silverstone National. I like the national circuit. I think it makes some good racing, although people say it's only got 4 corners, but it does make some really good close racing, because you get a lot of overtakes, a lot of trying to defend, trying to attack. So it does give a good mix of racing through the classes.
So obviously the wind's picked up. I was speaking to Will earlier. How was it out there this morning for you during qualifying?
I really enjoyed qualifying. Everyone says it's really slippery. I set a lap time that's one of my personal best round here by about 4/10. So for me, it felt really good.
So you're favouring these conditions. You're one to watch then.
Yeah, I put it on polling class, so I'm reasonably happy.
Definitely one to watch then.
Yeah, so I think that's 4/10 from the second, but it's so close. There's so much competition, so it's gonna be interesting in the race. It's a tight grid. Being a class system, we've got the M1s to watch out for as they come round. So it'll be interesting.
It's always interesting when you've got to watch out for your mirrors as well as, you know, battling around behind you and around you. But how do you deal with that in those sort of scenarios?
It's a bit of luck of draw at times. Sometimes you can gain from it as well at times. Trying to position yourself so you can kind of use them to block. Sometimes they get the rub of the green, but it's good fun.
You win some, you lose some, isn't it then? That sounds like.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
So what is it that keeps you going then in this championship? What are the expectations, aspirations for this season?
So I think last year I came third in class at the end of the championship. Clearly, I would like to win the championship. There's a long way to go. There's lots of ups and downs to come along the way. So we'll see how we get on.
And where would you rank then Silverstone in terms of favoured circuit? Is this one you look forward to every year?
I always like coming here. I loved in the Burkitt, doing the full GP loop. It's a great event. I still think Croft is probably one of my favourite tracks to race at, although we're not there this year for a little while. But it's a bit like saying every time you go to another track, we'll go Donington Park next, and that'll be that's my favourite track. So it kind of changes, but.
No, great stuff. Well, I'll stop bothering you now, and so you can enjoy your lunch. You get something to eat.
Yes, I'll go and find some food.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for the chat.
Thank you, Kieran.
Good luck for the day. And that was a really good chat there. Well, let's have a chat too. Oh, this is someone I wasn't expecting in the 116s. Yeah. Good afternoon, sir.
No, I'm not. I'm in the car club. But,
oh, you are. Oh, you're in.
Stash. Sorry, I haven't got the right.
That should be a crime. Oh dear.
He's very upset with me. I'm really yeah, sorry, I haven't got one yet. I need to pick one up. Yes. So name's Theo. I'm running in the MC class.
Theo. Well, so first off, then, track conditions look a bit interesting out there. How have you prepped yourself for it?
Just sent it basically. No, it's good. It's really, really good. We did stiffen the suspension up a little bit, but yeah, no, it was feeling all right. It's a little bit slippy, wind, a bit breezy in places, but no, I'm feeling good. I'm enjoying it.
Drivers, I mean, some have said even in this segment here that might be a bit slippery. Some are favouring it. How are you feeling about it out there?
Yeah, really good. I mean, the car's great. The Ellsworth boys did a really, really good job. It's a properly sorted car, so honestly, it gives me a lot of confidence. Sending it into Copse full speed was interesting. I did get spoken to by Clark the Claus on track limits in practice, which was an impressive one for me. But no, it's good. It feels really, really good.
So Silverstone then, how many times have you been racing here? Is it a favoured circuit of yours?
Quite a few. So I've done the 116 trophy for 5 years. It's probably 6 or 7, and I really like the national layout. Really, really like it. So yeah, love it. Great track. Lots of runoff, which helps. And yeah, I'm looking forward to get my elbows out.
I will say, lots of runoff is not a compliment I was expecting to hear.
Yeah, again, that comes from the 116, so we're very used to getting sort of 4 abreast into corners. But no, I mean, look, it's good because it means if things do go a little bit wrong, you're probably less likely to hit a wall. I've said that now, so it means I am going to hit a wall. But no, look, it's a great track. It's nice and smooth, nice and flat, nice and wide. Obviously, we're multi-class racing as well, right? So lots of very different speeds sometimes. It just adds that little extra sort of safety net, I think.
So you mentioned as well the 116s, you can get them 4 wide. Is that sort of an intoxicating reason to keep coming back season after season?
That's one word for it. It's very exciting, a little bit scary. I moved from a white race suit to a darker coloured one after a bit because that seemed a bit more sensible. No, look, in all seriousness, it's a great training ground. It's a tough single make series, so you learn how to keep momentum and some really good car control. So when you come up to the sort of more powerful series, you feel like you've got a good set of skills to keep yourself safe and to work with the other drivers in a really confident way. So yeah, I feel good.
Has it always been BMWs or has there been other cars previously?
It has just been BMWs, but not particularly by design. It's just kind of by accident. But yeah, going to the 36 has been amazing. Super light car, so it feels really nimble and agile and just, I mean, she's just a peach. I mean, particularly like turning is just incredible. Just really, really gorgeous. And yeah, I'm so lucky I get to drive it, to be honest.
Well, we'll get to see you out there as well. In terms of today, obviously early days in the season as well, but what's the expectations?
I obviously would like to win. We've been going well so far. So we got pole this morning for class. Yeah, so it's and I keep saying the same. It feels good. The car feels really good. I've just got to lock it in and keep that momentum.
Well, great stuff. I'll let you fuel up then.
Thank you.
Ready for this afternoon, but good luck with it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Theo. And It's so windy here. You can see it. The paper's flying everywhere, absolutely everywhere.
I'm good at folding papers.
Are you good at folding papers?
I did a wedding speech last night, and I couldn't turn these either. So it happens everywhere.
I love it. Well, at least I'm not the only one struggling, or maybe I am. I don't know. Stephen, welcome along. How are you doing, sir?
Fine, thank you very much. Yeah, enjoying the weather. Look nice and windy, but it's very cold as well. But yeah, we're all right.
A little bit of wind chill. Are these conditions you favour then? Are you relishing in this one?
No, it's too cold for everybody. But no, qualifying was slippy. I have changed the setup a little bit, so hopefully we get a bit more grip for the race and move forward. That's what we need to do.
How would you sort of review qualifying then? Well, where are you starting from?
I'm starting in 6th in my class and overall. I struggled. I couldn't get the lap times I wanted at the start, the first 3 laps, and then was catching up with the back markers or the slower cars, and it was very busy, so I couldn't really get a clear lap. By the time I got clear, the tyres was way too hot because I actually put a bit more pressure in, but I didn't realise they would heat up as much as they had because I thought it was a bit colder. So yeah.
Track surface then obviously has been a bit of a big one, bit slippery out there. Did you feel the same?
Yeah, I did. Turn 1 and the last turn as well. Yeah, I did have a few moments through turn 1, but I'm travelling a bit quicker than I normally do as well. So yeah, we'll be right. Racing's different. Qualifying's qualifying. So. Yeah.
I mean, you're kitted out in BMW gear, that's for sure. Has it always been BMWs you've been racing?
Well, many years ago I raced ovals with Mark II Escorts, so little 1300s with the juniors. Then we had steel bars around and we did a bit of contact as well, so that was many years ago. Then I did track days in an E30, which I've still got, and then I've progressed through Class 6 and now in M1, so yeah, with an M3, thanks to the Kroll and Cranes, because I wouldn't be here. So yeah, definitely, yeah, it's been great.
So it's an M3 you're driving today?
Yes, it is, yeah, E46 M3, yeah.
And how is that to drive?
Brilliant. I just love it. I think it's easier than a slower car. I know it sounds mad, but it feels easier to drive. So it just for me anyway. So
obviously as well, Silverstone. Then you keep. Is this a favoured track of yours?
Be honest, not really. I fall in and out of love with it every time I come. I have good races and bad races, but I got first overall last year. Luckily, one breakdown, so I got into first, which was great. My friend used to be a marshal here many moons ago, who fortunately passed away. So every time I come here, it does mean a lot to come here. But he needs to look after me a bit more today. So up there.
Well, we'll keep eyes on you, that's for sure. Make sure you don't get into any trouble, though.
Yes, yeah. That's as long as you finish, you've just got to finish. Keep going, finish your racing, and enjoy it. And that's what we do. It's a good championship. It is really good for us. So, yeah. And
speaking of the championship, it's early days, but what sort of the expectations you're feeling this season?
I'd like to be in the top 4 or 5. I was runner up last year, which was great. I'd like to do the same and one step further, but there's a lot of quick drivers, a lot more cars out there this year, so we'll just battle away and see how we get on.
Top 3 in class today potentially?
I'd hope so. I'd love to get up to top 3, but there is some quick drivers out there today, so it's going to be hard work. We've got to work for it, so we're going to try.
Yeah, we'll see what that wind does as well down the Wellington Straight. That should be an interesting one.
It certainly will. Yeah. It should allow us to go faster through there. Really, we've got the wind coming into turn 1 to push the car down with the downforce, but back wind going into the down there as well. So we should be right. Should be right. Push us on.
Push us on or push you back. We'll find out what the wind does. No, actually, okay, I'll retract that then. Stephen, I'll leave you to have your lunch, but thank you so much for the chat and good luck in the racing this afternoon.
Yes, thank you very much and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much indeed. That's Stephen Schweikart there in the number 43 M1. Have we got any more drivers? I don't know. We might see if we can have a chat with the coordinator. Go on, get him, drag him by his heels. There you go. We've got the coordinator of the BMW Club Car Championship.
Thanks very much.
Well, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm surviving. Yeah, it's all good fun, isn't it?
The wind's really picked up since you joined here. I think this is a sign. I'm not so sure, but there we go.
Could be fine in the car. Yeah.
Introduce yourself. How have you got into sort of the coordination of this championship?
It's a very long story. I don't think we've got enough time for all of this. Basically, I helped in other championships and then felt that there's better ways of doing things, and put my money where my mouth was and spoke to the right people and made things happen. That's all that happened really. And everyone liked what we were saying and they came along and they joined the party.
Sounds like you brought the band together as well. You've got a couple of drivers there who are very happy, some quick drivers there who are very happy.
We've had lots of quick drivers over many years. It's you see people come and go, and it's nice to see. Here I've made a list actually that we've got like 8 new faces, which is incredible. So we're doing something right.
Yeah. And what's that like, seeing sort of fresh faces on the grid?
It's nice because you see the big smile on the face, and they're getting involved in the community. And we call it like the BMW family, because everyone just wants to come and have fun and enjoy themselves and enjoying themselves, having a good party and racing the cars and just making new friends.
And what sort of, when you watch on as well, obviously you're there for the good, you're there for the bad if there's incidents, but on the whole then, how long have you been coordinator, and what's sort of the best moments so far?
Well, motorsport can be a difficult journey. There's lots, as you say, lots of ups and downs, but you've just got to take that as it comes. I've been involved in BMW racing for 20 odd years, but I rallied before that, and you learn how to just, you share, you care, you get on and enjoy it. But yeah, so it's a long time. Hopefully I'll keep doing it and keep involving people, because it's nice to find new people. We've had people that haven't even raced before that come. We've brought them along and they've won races, and it's just in good fun seeing them enjoy themselves as well, if I'm honest.
If there is somebody who's on the fence about racing BMWs, what's your words to sort of push them into the edge and ask to join the championship?
There's lots of people I've nudged to go racing over the years. I'll be honest with you, everyone that needs different sorts of nudges. It's not as expensive as you think. There's lots of barriers. Motorsport is not cheap, but there's different levels, and we try and keep it affordable. And just come and talk to us. You can have an arrive and drive to start, to try and see what it's like, decide what sort of cars you like. You can have a track day car that doesn't need many modifications to become a race car in this championship, because the regulations allow you don't have to spend fortunes on it. It's as affordable or as value for money as we can make it. Depends on what class you go into. So have a chat.
Great stuff. Neil, isn't it?
Yes, thanks.
Neil, thank you so much for the chat. I'll go and leave you alone now because I dragged you into this.
We're going to go and have lunch now. Thank you.
That sounds like a plan. Oh, I might do. Make a hot chocolate and I'll be there.
Well, I don't know, we'll have a word with the chef.
Have a word with the chef. Well, with that, speaking of lunch, we'll go for a quick lunch break. We'll be back shortly for this afternoon's racing action.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Silverstone on 750 Motor Club TV and Alpha Live, ahead of 8 750 Motor Club races this afternoon, the majority of which will be over 15 minutes in length. And the first of which will be the third round of the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge, the first of 2 races for these cars this afternoon. And a huge grid of 34 cars or so, all single make Swift Sport machines. The Suzuki's heading out onto the circuit then ahead of their race. No green flag lap here, so we'll be immediately into the action once the 30 plus cars have lined up. Qualifying took place this morning, and the top 12 cars in qualifying were underneath the lap record. On pole position will be the youngest driver on the grid, Lewis Stannard, alongside former Rallycross champion Elliot Fuster. Novice drivers Darren Lucas and Samuel Ralph on row 2, ahead of newcomer Josh Bolsover and Archie Carter. On row forward, where we find last year's Team Challenge champion Alfie Weymouth alongside Jake Spencer. Veteran saloon car racer Graham Coombs is 9th alongside Aaron Mullen. Jake Boydell and Tom Littlechild on row 6. Melissa Bexley returns to the championship. She starts alongside Nick Peters. Jay Woolley and Sam Copeland on row 8, ahead of Gary Hudson and Kerry Laflamme. Josh Copeland is next, and Luke Jones completes the top 20. Jake Lucas, Ben Munro, Dale Bamford and Izzy Woolley returns after the big accident at Donington Park. She will start 24th, ahead of Mikey Brissenden and Dave Bide. Evelyn Wilson makes her racing debut today. She starts alongside Tom Flanagan. And then the remaining cars didn't set a lap time for one reason or another in qualifying. Maddie Griffiths and Mike Sanford, who may not be there on row 15. The remaining cars have a 10-second delay after technical exclusions in qualifying. They include the rapid Alex Povey and the championship leader James Saggers, as well as Gary Stanford and Tom Simmons. So an exciting race in prospect here with these equally matched Suzuki Swift Sport cars. We had some very close racing at Donington Park, which James Saggers actually won both races of in the end. But it's the 2 teenagers who start on the front row of the grid. Ian Stoneman alongside me.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting element of it. We've got 2 young drivers there at the front and third. We've got the quick James Saggers on the back. He's won 4 Suzuki Swift Sport Challenge races in a row, 2 at the end of last season at Mallory Park, and then the first 2 of this season at Donington Park. But he had a non-compliant exhaust, I think it was, that has put him to the back of the grid and start with a 10-second delay. So we'll see how quickly he can catch the pack and how far up the order he can get. You mentioned Jake Boydell. He's on row 6 of the grid. He was one of the 2 winners here this time last season when the Swift Sport Challenge made its standalone debut. Lou Woodward won the first race ever in the Swift Sport Challenge here last year. And the second race was won by Boydell, the fastest lap at that meeting, and therefore the lap record, which is 12 of the cars, the drivers have gone under, as Josh referenced. That was set by Adam Blair last year on a 1:16.09. The best time in qualifying was a 1:14.073, so about 2 seconds faster than that, Josh.
And this is the first sort of repeat venue for the championship as well. So drivers who did race last year raced at this circuit. The red lights go on, they go out pretty quickly, and the race gets underway for round 3 of the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge for all but the 4 cars that were excluded in qualifying. And it's Stannard who leads from Fuster. They've both made great starts and pulling clear of 69 in 3rd position, which is Jake Spencer. He's made a very good start, if that's the case, because he started on row 4. So the cars charge off out of Copse Corner up towards the first real braking zone of the race, into Maggots and Beckett, and a big dive around the outside. Was that from the fast start in Spencer? It was, wasn't it? He really had the brakes. There's a car that's massively sideways in the middle of the pack. Cars scatter in every direction possible, I think, and hopefully they avoided contact. The leaders head down towards Brooklands, led by the 16-year-old Lewis Stannard.
Yeah, so number 91 it is in the lead of the race, down towards the braking area at Brooklands for the first time. Then they turn their way through. They were going to make it safely through there. Somehow I think they did all get through Beckett's, although some of them were sideways. So it's Fuster, I think, there in second position in the 707 car. as they turn their way through Luffield for the first time. A very intense start to this Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge race, and look at this gaggle a bit further towards the back of the field, making their way out of Luffield, and still they stream through Brooklands as well. It's a big field, well over 30 cars, a great grid for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge, but a challenge on for the lead here.
Yeah, we just briefly saw Izzy William, Maddie Griffith side by side. Well done to both of them for getting their cars back out after the big damage they sustained at Donington Park. It is Jake Spencer that's challenging. The driver who started 8th on the grid was going for 2nd at Cops Corner. A mighty start he made, but it is Stannard that leads, and I think as they battle behind, he might have a bigger gap than a lap ago. Indeed he does, over Elliot Fuster, yes, still in 2nd place. Up to 3rd now has come 89, which is Archie Carter, so he made a move on Jake Spencer as the cars go out of Beckett's and onto the long stretch down the Wellington Straight up into one of the best overtaking opportunities at Brooklands, and they're free pressed in the pack.
Certainly are. Good start though for Archie Carter to get his way up to 3rd place, but just behind him it's 3 wide, including with the number 19 car, which is Alfie Weymouth there, another son of Matthew Weymouth, who's also in the Swift Sport Challenge. But a good lead here now for Lewis Stannard. He's managed to pull away from Elliot Fuster in 2nd place. Fuster with Carter behind him now, the apprentice technician at Ferrari, the young driver from Basingstoke. Maybe he's snuck a few parts away from work to fit onto his Suzuki Swift, but they've got 3 of them almost side by side for 4th position over the timing line, but they need to work together really to get back on terms with the 3 in the current podium paying position: Stannard, Fuster and Carter.
And Carter's on the inside of Elliot Fuster. This is a really good drive from Archie Carter, another teenager, so the top 3 are all under the age of 20, and Carter is a returning driver this season, the driver from Hampshire, ex-Carter, but this is the best run I think we've seen out of him in the championship, and he's going for 2nd on the inside of the former junior rallycross champion Elliot Fuster, who runs a little bit wide. He won't really be used to these big runoff areas. Well, he did race the junior saloons on the circuits before that, though. Actually, Lewis Stannard, our dominant race leader at this stage, raced in the junior saloons last season. In 2nd now is Carter, 3rd is Stannard, and then the big battle pack for 4th position includes some of our novice drivers, and it was Sam Ralph that led that at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, 6 cars really now for 4th place, isn't it? Because those have managed to clump themselves together a little bit. But Archie Carter, now he's up to 2nd. Can he put some daylight between himself and Elliot Fuster and try and close in on the race leader Lewis Stannard, who's 1.2 seconds ahead at the start of lap number 3, coming towards the end of it now. If anything, I think that lead might have gone out a little bit. Over the line they go. Yeah, it's gone out to 1.8 seconds. So Stannard has got his head down now. That's exactly what he needs to do as this race goes on. Then it's Carter 2nd, Fuster from Beeford in East Yorkshire in 3rd place. Jake Spencer, the 32-year-old from Derby, he's in 4th position in his 2nd season of circuit racing, having started last year. He's 4th, and Samuel Ralph in the number 85 car, the 40-year-old, is in 5th place, and he was, I think, the top novice driver, was he not, at Donington, the opening meeting?
Yeah, he's the leader of that today. But he's got challenges from Josh Bolsover, who didn't race at Donington, because that's a shared car in the team challenge. So he's having his first ever race today, and he's in that battle pack, so he is battling for the novice award. Darren Lucas was quickest in qualifying of the novices, but he's down in 12th overall now. Up towards Brooklands Corner they go. Lewis Stannard, unsurprisingly, has set a new lap record, 1.3 seconds under the previous best. I think that's Evelyn Wilson, isn't it, who was off at Beckett's, possibly. She's making her debut today. She's 19 from Kent, and her dad raced last time out, so her first ever race is this one here at Silverstone. We've had a 3rd of the race. Lewis Stannard doesn't really know much about all the battling that's been going on behind him, because he is driving off into the distance. He had very little notice, I think, that he was going to race at Donington Park, the season opener. But with a bit more time to prepare, perhaps, for Silverstone, he is really proving to be the man to beat. Fastest lap, though, therefore new lap record goes the way of Alfie Weymouth, a returning driver. He's there in 6th position. Yeah,
Lewis Stannard's best finish, a 4th position for him in the season opener at Donington Park. So it's perhaps pace today catching us all a little bit by surprise. He's eking out a bit of an advantage over the rest. Now it's interesting here that Archie Carter's made a bit of a break, but Elliot Fuster now having to drive in his mirrors a little bit more, with Jake Spencer having caught in on him, and indeed the rest of this pack of cars that was battling for 4th position. Alfie Weymouth, as you say, now with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:14.728, so that's the new lap record for the moment. He's in the black car with the orange stripe down the middle. He's on the inside line of the number 85 car, which is Samuel Ralph, and he's going to make up a place into the left-hander at Brooklands.
The car in front, which must have been Jake Spencer, ditch-hooked the inside curb and kicked up a load of dust. But Jake Spencer, the fast starter, going well. The man from Derby, he raced an Ariel Atom in Sports Specials last year. Moving over to Swifts for this season, but it is Stannard, who had a fourth place finish at Donington, who leads the motor race by 1.9 seconds. Another fastest lap from the leader this time, 1:14.715, new lap record of course. Then Carter in second. Fuse is the one who's got the battle pack behind him. Very interesting to see a different running order than what we had at Donington Park. Of course, some of that is because of the double winner at Donington, James Saggers, having to start from the back with a 10 seconds delay. He has made it up to 22nd, but he is slower than the leaders.
Oh, and there's a bit of a moment there. Elliot Fuster getting run out wide. That was by the 69 car, which is Jake Spencer, isn't it? So that's Fuster, who was in second for quite a while. He's now been run wide there and edged back a little bit. Yeah, he's behind Alfie Weymouth now, and also Samuel Ralph, isn't he, I think? So down to 6th position is Elliot Fuster. So those late on the brakes into Brookland. Can he get the car turned in? There was room left for him there, fortunately, by Samuel Ralph, so he has gone through back into 5th place.
That was quite mighty, wasn't it? He was in full control all the time, wasn't he? It was just that much later on the brakes and the cars around him. So that means Archie Carter's well clear in second now. So Lewis Stannard leads, Archie Carter's second. We've had half of the race, 7.5 minutes to go. But the battle pack continues for third in a slightly different order. Alfie Weymouth is third, ahead of Elliot Fuster, Samuel Ralph and Jake Spencer, who was a driver that was understeering like crazy at Beckett's last time round, who's dropped a 6th. Graham Coombs is 7th, Josh Bowles over on debut is 8th, Jake Boydell, who won here last year, is 9th, and Aaron Mullen completes at the top 10 after 6 laps of racing. There's battles all the way through the pack though. The car of Maddie Griffiths, you can see involved in the battle there. Her car's easy to spot from ones around her. She's made good progress. She's up into 21st position, and it was Josh Copeland in 16 who she was battling with, the driver from Cornwall. But the battles continue for 3rd place.
Yeah, Jake Boydell, interesting, he's going more than a second faster than he did last season, but he's down in 9th place, and he won the race, or the second race here last year. Again, late on the brakes for Elliot Fuster. This time he's trying to get past Alfie Weymouth, but that time there wasn't the gap there to try and make it through. There might be at Luffield, though. He's on the inside now of Weymouth. This for the final position in the podium spots. And he's still alongside all the way through Luffield towards Woodcut Corner. Weymouth is just able to ease the bonnet of his car ahead. So it's Stannard coming through in the lead of the race. Carter in second, and it's pretty much level pegging for 3rd place as they come up and over the timing line. I think it might just be Fuster that's ahead of Alfie Weymouth, who was on the inside line. It says 3,000th different in favour of Weymouth over the timing line, but by the time they get to Cops Corner, it's Fuster that has gone through now into 3rd place. Just behind them, you've then got Samuel Ralph. He's next up.
Yeah, the former lawnmower racing competitor moving to car racing last time out, was the top novice then. He is again this time, but much higher up the overall order. There's a big dive from again. Guess who? It's Jake Spencer. He's lively to watch, that's for sure. And he's losing positions by doing it, isn't he? Just understeers like crazy because he's going way too fast into the corner and losing positions because of it. But Alfie Weymouth there in 3rd position, under threat from the Elliot Fuster driven car. The driver who turns 18 in a couple of days is up the curve on the inside through Brooklands Corner. You've got Sam Ralph and Graham Coombs involved in that. Graham Coombs, he's not quite a teenager, is he, at the back of that group? But it is Lewis Stannard who continues to lead the race. The year 11 student from Surrey is now 3 seconds ahead.
Year 11, crikey. Fantastic racing all the way down the field. It's good to see Graham Coombs in there as well, showing any age can be competitive in the Swift Sport Challenge. It is such a great formula, new formula to club racing over the last year or so, and it's proved oh so popular. Alfie Weymouth there in 3rd position. He's desperately trying to keep Fuster behind. I don't think Alfie's had a podium finish before in the Swift Sport Challenge, so I'll be keen to try and hold on to his one for the first time. He's now about 3.7 seconds behind Archie Carter, who's in second. Of course, the race leader, Lewis Stannard, another 3 seconds up the road. So it really is now about the final podium position I think, that we're interested in. 43, Graham Coombs we saw going through there. 69, Jake Spencer not making quite such a hash of Beckett as he did a lap ago. Along the Wellington Straight, this is the fight for third place. Samuel Ralph is at the back of that group, and they've shaken off the rest of them now, with Graham Coombs trying to make up a place here on Bolsover, I think that is, and he does so using all of his experience there to go ahead for 6th place into the left-hander at Brooklands.
Yeah, it was Jake Wood who drove the Josh Bolsover car at Donington Park. He's done very little in the way of driving before. I think some experience days at Palmer Sport and some drifting events, but very, very different today. And he's doing a really good job. He's Josh Bolsover running in the top 10 here, very comfortably involved in the battles. He's right behind Graham Coombs, the driver from London. He started racing 40 years ago. Majority of the grid weren't born, I don't think, but massively experienced driver, former winner of the Snetterton 24 Hours in the 1990s. But we have 3 minutes of the race to go. Top 2 appear to be set. So Lewis Stannard's 4 seconds ahead of Archie Carter. James Saggers' day getting no better. He's the first to get a track limit penalty, I think. A 5-second penalty for James Saggers, the championship leader, who's running in 16th position now. He's not quicker than the top 4 cars either, so it's not going terribly well for the former British GT racer. But for third, that's just second, I said Archie Carter's safe. The 3-second gap he had has disappeared, and Alfie Weymouth is second now.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's caught us by surprise. They're coming up to a back marker now. I think that's the 55 car, which is Evelyn Wilson, isn't it? But yeah, it's Archie Carter who has lost out on second position. So I wonder if he's got a problem with his car that he's lost the time that quickly. Lewis Stannard is going to go over the line to complete lap number 10 with quite a healthy advantage now over everybody else. It's Weymouth is next to him, nearly 7.5 seconds adrift. And then it's Carter in third, Fewster fourth, and past that back marker who's keeping to the right-hand side of the circuit as everyone else sweeps around the outside at Copse Corner with Samuel Ralph, the last of the cars in that little group.
Wonder if Archie Carter just got a bit confused by the back marker because he's back up to speed now, isn't he? He's right back with Alfie Weymouth, but it's cost him second place. He might be able to get it back over the final couple of laps or so. Evelyn Wilson came back at Sam Ralph there, didn't she?
Yeah.
Through Beckett's corner, so now running in the group, picking up her pace, which is good to see. But for second place then, Alfie Weymouth is still just ahead as they head down towards Brooklands Corner. Alfie's just 19. The top 4 are all teenagers, aren't they? Which is probably a long time since that might have happened at a 750 Motor Club event.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and work out, other than Sachs, Max, when that might have been. That could well be the last time that happened, which would have been getting on 15 years ago now. Jake Boydell's got a 5-second penalty for track limits as well, so he is in 8th place, the winner of race 2 here last year.
Is this going to be the last lap?
It's touch and go, isn't it? I think it probably will be, because I think based on the last lap time, I think this will be the final lap of the race. So Lewis Stannard's already onto it. You've got Weymouth in second and Archie Carter in third. And yeah, Carter's not lost any more time, has he, after that strange situation? Oh, and that's a big spin for the number 73 car. That's Luke Jones that has gone around seemingly on his own. This fight for second place, though, heading down to Maggots and Beckett's, and it's still Weymouth ahead of Carter. Who's going to get the best exit out of Beckett's? They've dropped Elliot Fewster now, it seems, who's in 4th spot. He's very wide, isn't he? That might give the advantage to Samuel Ralph as they head up the Wellington Straight. Carter in the tow here of Weymouth as they head into the final left-hander. Is he going to be able to make a late dive? Weymouth's got the inside line covered, so I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, the leader heading towards the checkered flag.
Yeah, Lewis Stannard's not seen all the battle. It's been an absolutely dominant performance from the 16-year-old, the youngest driver on the grid, the youngest 750 Motor Club race winner for many years. Lewis Stannard will come through Woodcote Corner and get the checkered flag. Yes, he does. He wins round 3 of the Mr. Transit Swiftsport Challenge. Who will finish second? That's still to be contested. And at the line it is Alfie Weymouth and Archie Carter in third. 4th was Elliot Fewster. Samuel Ralph, the best novice, but his best overall result. Graham Coombs was 6th. For a debut race for Josh Bolsover sees him finish 7th. Jake Spencer 8th. Aaron Mullen 9th. And Sam Copeland completed at the top 10. The 3rd novice home, by the way, that was Darren Lucas. He finished in 12th position. The rest of the cars taking the checkered flag. Battles all the way through the field, which is superb to see. And don't want to say it too early, but we are on course for every car that started the race to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, that'd be quite remarkable, wouldn't it? I'm sure Lewis Stannard, I'd say the year 11 student from Banstead, so I'm sure his mum and dad are going to be very proud of his performance. His dad, an ex-oval racer on grass track and on the short ovals as well. Started racing in the Bambino karts at the age of 6, did Lewis, so 10 years on, he's had his first car win in a Carl 2008 Suzuki Swift that was built 2 years before he was born in 2010. This feels like historic racing to Lewis that he's doing. So many congratulations to him. What a great result that he's had there, Josh. And is that everyone over the line now? I think it might be.
Yeah, we've got everyone home. Well done, everyone. Well driven by all in the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge. Great battle with everyone, but the winner really, because that dominant drive from Lewis Stannard, that felt all rather Adam Blair-esque, didn't it, from last year? But it's Lewis Stannard, the 16-year-old, becomes the youngest winner at the 750 Motor Club event for a long time. He wins by 7.4 seconds from Alfie Weymouth with Archie Carter third. Elliot Fewster was fourth. He'll take the championship lead though. Samuel Ralph, the best novice, finished fifth. Graham Toombs in sixth with Josh Bowles over seventh. Jake Spencer, he had a dramatic race to eight. Farron Mullen was ninth and Sam Copeland 10th. Jake Boydell was 11th ahead of Darren Lucas, Thomas Littlechild and Nick Peters. Complete our first page of results. Next up will be Jonathan Woolley and Dale Bamford. James Saggers was classified 17th. Gary Hudson and Kerry Laflamme were next. Melissa Bexley was 20th. Alex Povey recovered in 21st. Maddie Griffiths in 22nd. And Josh Copeland, Jake Lucas, Gary Stanford, David Bide and Izzy Woolley up next. Mikey Bridenden was 28th, ahead of Ben Munro. Luke Jones and Tom Simmons finished on the lead lap. Tom Flanagan and Evelyn Wilson completed the runners in her maiden race. We'll see the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge cars out later again today, and they should be another highlight of this 750 Motor Club race weekend on the Silverstone National Circuit, the 4th 750 Motor Club event in the last 6 weeks or so. Very shortly we should hear from our successful drivers in round 3 of the championship, because Kieran McGinley is rounding up our top 3 and maybe some of our novice drivers as well. This programme continues throughout the afternoon. We have another 7 races for you, so plenty of action still to come. We haven't yet seen the Toyota R2 Championship or the BMW Car Club. They will be our next 2 races to come up at the home of British Motorsport, Silverstone, the first of 3 750 Motor Club events at this iconic circuit. What a place to have your first race, as some drivers have done today. Someone who didn't have his first race, but his first win in the championship, Lewis Stannard. He'll be with Kieran McGinley next here on Alpha Live.
Well, down here then with the Swifts with a really good battle here. In fact, our leader, our winner of the race, has just turned up in Lewis Stannard, still on with his kit. Lewis, congratulations. I will give you this cap. There you are. Congratulations. I've dropped the other one though. There we go. Right, Lewis, congratulations to you. How was that out there? You look like you were absolutely flying out there.
Yeah, that was really good. Obviously, we kept a clean start. I don't know what happened behind me. One lap they were right behind me. The next I had a little gap. So really, it was just managing the gap. But I want to say a huge thanks to Mark Freeman Prep for running me today. Honestly, the car is absolutely on rails. It's amazing. So yeah, thank you to everyone on the car as well. Max Degentive, Patterson's, Boost, Bruce Sim Dynamics, all of them helped me so much, so thank you to all of them.
Oh, great stuff indeed. Well, we've got our looking at our next grid up there already, so we're going to have to already hand back to the commentary box for the next race.
And the cars are heading to the grid then for our next race, the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship, where we see some Roadsters and Mark IIs. Cars from the 1990s and the 2000s make up this grid of Toyotas. And at Donington Park, it was Sean Traynor and Jim Mew who took the victories. Mew leads the championship by 2 points over the multiple champ, and Adam Lockwood sits third. But it's Jim Mew that set the quickest time in qualifying here, start from pole alongside Scott Edbrook. On road 2, Sean Traynor, and he's got Adam Lockwood alongside Andy Ruffin, who won here a year ago, is alongside Neil Stratton. On row 4, we see Andrew Baranowski and Owen Thornhill, Matthew Welford and Ian Ledbetter on row 5, Marco Horsley and Veer Aldrich on row 6. Gary Coburn and Aaron Pullen are up next, ahead of Tim Heron and Maxine Nichols, who drives the race in the championship for several seasons. Ben Gallagher and Martin Ulger on row 9. Row 10, we find Ben Gallagher, we find Louis Horsley rather, and Eddie O'Kane. On row 11, Tim O'Brien and Jonathan Grimes, and on row 12, Aaron Laverty is alongside Steve James. Richard Dales and Neil Harron are up next, with Andy Williams and Mickey Trailer next. Martin Williams and Patrick Stoner on row 15. 2 more to come, 32 car grid. Steve Burnett will start 31st, and with a 10-second delay, Crispin Williamson will go from the back, but should make progress. He had a driving exclusion in qualifying this morning.
Interesting to see, isn't it? Sean Traynor there on the second row of the grid in his Mark II. He's reverted to that after a couple of championships title wins in the Mark III Roadster, but he's back to his roots.
Red lights go out, the third round of the championship gets underway, and the cars head off for Cops Corner for the first time in 15 minutes. And it is Mew that leads, a super start from Adam Lockwood, and he makes his way up into second place by the time they get through turn 1. And the rest of the field jostle for position, but none of that is a worry to our race leader, Jim Mew. In 78, the JKM car leads from Lockwood. Traynor is third, positions lost from Scott Edbrook on the front row. And again, it's a very, very busy Beckett's corner. A massively sideways car was 8. That was Eddie O'Kane. Let's hope he came out the other side. Certainly Jim Mew has. He leads it 4 abreast in the pack.
Yeah, and included in that is Andy Ruthven in the number 82 car, who's a winner here outright last season. I think there might have been a little bit of a touch between himself, Sean Traynor, into Copse on the first lap of the race, as Ruthven made a good start, a better start I think than Sean Traynor. Andy Lee's gone ahead of Sean Traynor now, who started third and is about 6th or 7th position now as they come towards the end of lap 1. There's the 84 car. The yellow car is Neil Stratton that you can see there. He started the race in 6th position. He's one of 3 cars side by side for 3rd place over the line, but it's Andy Ruthven with his nose in head. It looked like a sort of red arrows flying formation there, didn't it? Sean trying to barge his way through the middle of it there in the number 27 car. Wide is the 53 car of Scott Edbrook at Copse Corner. He was left really with nowhere to go, but at the end of the first lap it was Jim Mew leading by half a second from the former champion Adam Lockwood. The rest of the cars were another second and a half behind him, but Lockwood trying to go with the race leader. Oh, and a big sideways moment there for, who was that? Owen Thornhill, wasn't it? And that sort of forced all the people to go wide in the aftermath.
Did he save it? That's
remarkable
if he did. Sean Traynor's come out ahead. Is it going to be 5 cars across the circuit this time? Oh God, there's quite room for that. And yeah, there's Thornhill. We didn't lose much. There's still 3 abreast behind him. Make that 4 through the corner. Hugely sideways is Ian Ledbetter. He might have lost a place because of that. But, well done everyone for getting through all of that fairly unscathed. We had 3 abreast, 4, 5 at times. That was busy stuff in the Toyota MR2 Championship. Unaware of that, it's a very close battle for the lead between Jim Mew and Adam Lockwood. Andy Ruthven is 3rd. Sean Traynor's back to 4th. Scott Edbrook from the front row's dropped to 5th, but could come back. And then Owen Thornhill, who was driving very sideways, he used to sit in the co-driver's seat of rally cars. He's used to cars going sideways, but not when he's in control of them. This is his first season of racing, so that's quite remarkable. He got away with that, and he's so high up the order.
Well, yeah, really good effort to do that. But this is an intriguing battle for the lead here. We've got Jim Mew, a winner at Donington Park, and Adam Lockwood as well. He's there, the champion from 2023. They've shown a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field as they've been falling over one another, really. This championship, the main championship, is based on overall finishing positions, but there are class championships as well for both the Roadsters and the older, heavier but more powerful Mark II cars. There would be for the Mark Is as well, but there aren't any remaining in the championship. The most elderly of the cars from the 1980s. It's these 2000s cars that are up front though. Jim Mew and Adam Lockwood in the number 11 car. It's sort of Portsmouth based lead 2 here, with both drivers hailing from that part of the world, both working in similar lines of business as well, and it's Lockwood here that's going to have a look, possibly. You look to the inside of Jim Mew, now to the outside line as they go to Copse Corner. No way through in either direction for Adam Lockwood to try and make a move, but he does get a decent run out of Copse. Is he going to be able to get alongside as they run down to Maggots and Beckett's for the 4th time in this race? Bit further back is Sean Traynor ahead now of Andy Ruthven. We'll pick that up in a second. The first two still in the same order. No, it is Ruthven, I think, still in P3.
Okay, he's not very far ahead of Sean Traynor, is he? The two Class B leaders. Trainor's shown as a C, but he's studying that Mark II, isn't he? So he's a Class B car, and the battle for the lead. Big dive up the inside from Adam Lockwood. Really, really late on the brakes. Jim Mew's going to try and hang it out round the outside. Lockwood way up the curb on the inside, and the 11 car goes through. So Adam Lockwood leads the motor race on lap 4.
He does, so that was a bold move, that, a good move, that, and great to see him go through. Can Jim Mew fight back? There's been a spinner though. That's the number 55 Mikolai Treeler from Crewe that has had a moment, got into the gravel trap, so we'll see if that needs to be recovered. The top two, look how far away from the rest of them they are. 3.3 seconds is the gap back to Andy Ruthven in 3rd place. Jim Mew's got back in front now ahead of Lockwood. That didn't last for very long, did it? So he's done that by Copse Corner, but I don't think we've seen the end of that battle. It's a 3-car fight for 3rd place now because Scott Edbrook is joining in as well. So the Roadster with the 2 Mark II cars, and it is a Class B car, which is side by side actually of Sean Traynor up the inside now for the class lead and for 3rd place overall. So Sean Traynor gets ahead of the former Mini 7 racer Andy Ruthven. Scott Edbrook is just in with them as well, but it's Neil Stratton who's there in 6th position, side by side again for the lead of the race. Lockwood on the outside of Jim Mew, so it's a bit later on the brakes, goes it deep into the corner. Can he get it turned in? He can. He's going to have the inside line for Luffield, but has he got his nose in front? I don't think he has. I think it's Mew with a slight positional advantage. They're still absolutely together all the way around Luffield Corner. It's Lockwood on the inside, it's Mew on the outside. Who's going to have the advantage? They come through to the timing line to complete lap number 5 of this race. I think it's just going to be Jim Mew by the looks of it. He's on the outside line, over the line they come, and by 0.04 of a second he's ahead, but it's Lockwood with the inside line for Copse Corner.
Yes, it's not over yet, is it? And Lockwood has got the line, at least into Copse Corner. Keeps within track limits well, but does that mean Jim Mew will come back at him out of the corner? It's just as frantic behind, I think, between Sean Traynor, Andy Ruthven and Scott Edbrook. But it is Lockwood the leader at Beckett's on lap 6. We've not had half this race yet. I've said that plenty of times today when it's been action-packed over the course of the first half. And it's Gary Coburn, isn't it, that's off there, the Derby-based racer. Hopefully he'll get back on like the others have, who have had movement so far today in this race. Brooklands comes up next. The track looks a little bit of a mess, doesn't it, after some of the dramas in earlier races. Sean Traynor is just holding off Andy Ruthven to be the best Mark II.
Yeah, and Scott Edbrook is in there as well. Neil Stratton in the yellow car, the man from Hay Peak, chasing them down as well. Great race this. There was a time when MR2 races would be very close, but there wouldn't be a lot of overtaking. But that's not the case anymore, it seems. We're having some great racing here this weekend. We did at Donington Park as well for the opening event of the season back on Easter Monday. Still this big gap from 2nd to 3rd, although I think the gap might have, no, it has gone out by a little bit on that lap actually. About 3 seconds, 2nd to 3rd. Lockwood and Mew in the lead. Neil Stratton in a bit of no man's land. He's well clear of Andy Baranowski, who's in 7th place right now. Leaders study their way through Beckett's once again, just into the second half of the race now. Traynor has got ahead of Ruthven for the Class B lead, but probably more importantly for Sean Traynor, 3rd overall, picking up points there in the championship. Right, down towards Brooklands they come. Jim Mew, is he going to break later than Adam Lockwood? Is he going to go down the inside into Brooklands? Has he got the advantage? They've got a back marker ahead of them as well to lap in the next few moments. It's still Lockwood that's just about ahead. He's got the line for Luffield Corner this time, and he holds on with Jimmy just having to slot into 2nd place, but they're going to catch that number 7. Is that the 70 car possibly? Before too... No, it's not. It's a bit further back than that, I think, before too much longer. Over the line they will come, and they are going to be pretty much alongside once again. Yeah, 0.049 seconds that time. Jim, you in front.
He's on the inside line, which could be the more important factor probably for Copse corner. But Adam Lockwood drives right round the outside of Copse, fully committed. He stays within the curbs as well. Well done, Adam. That was a superb move, but it's not over yet. That probably is not going to be the winning move. There's going to be more to come yet. This is an exceptional MR2 Championship race, isn't it? Particularly between these two up front. They trade in positions lap on lap with different parts of the circuit. The back marker gets well out of the way. Well done to them. So that means the lead battle is uncompromised. Sean Trainer was quite like a toe from that, I think, as he darted to the side of the circuit. Despite all of this, the top two aren't really holding each other up, so Sean Trainer's unable to close in. But Adam Lockwood, the new race leader. Jim, you've been pretty good through Luffield on the last lap or so. Let's see if he can do a similar thing to a lap ago.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. Sean Trainer is beginning to break the toe, though, from Andy Rutherford. They have now got him in his right class as well, Sean Trainer, which is good to see. They've changed it mid-race. I've not seen that happen before. Anyway, they've got the cars coming through to complete lap. What are we on? 8 to be completed. Again, they're almost side by side. Oh, big gap this time though. 0.081 seconds, and it's Lockwood ahead over the timing line. Mew on the outside line again for Copse. Not able to go through there. Trainer has put sort of 6/10 between himself and Scott Edbrook now, who nosed ahead of Andy Rutherford over the line.
And set the fastest lap of the race in the process, 1 minute 10.0, which would give him pole for later. So that's important too, the lap time set in the grid from this race for the second one, but probably not too many people are worried about that at the moment, because that is so much action through the order. Some drivers taking liberties with the white line. Leaders are side by side, basically, again heading up towards Brooklands. Lockwood defending to the inside. Jim Mew to the outside as they break into the left-hander at Brooklands. Can he get a cut back? But then again he realises on the outside line, so has to cut back again on the next corner. Then it might work. Well, there's a bit of chaos behind. The first car to spin at Beckett's corner. That's Martin Alger, I think, this time, but he should recover as others have done. We think there's some slippery surface flags out at that part of the track, so perhaps for the first time today there's been a bit of fluid been put onto the road, and now we have a red flag, perhaps because of that fluid that's gone down. A red flag, I'm afraid, which is a real shame, because that was an action-packed motor race.
Yeah, I think it was possibly coming from the 65 car of Veer Aldridge, possibly putting some fluid down, and probably with the officials seeing that car spin, they've decided to flag that race about 4 minutes or so early. Probably a wise thing to do rather than risk any further incidents.
Who was ahead at the crucial moment?
Well, that's a good question. This is why we need Dave Vass to keep our lap chart for us, isn't it? And sadly, Dave not with us to do that these days. But was it Mew or Lockwood that was ahead on the relevant lap?
That's when they were side by side heading up to Copse, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it'll go back to lap 8. The car's staying on track now. Whether we'll get a restart, with only 4 minutes scheduled, it session will not restart. Confirmation on my race log now, so we will get a checkered flag for that. So I think some of the cars have stopped on circuit, but they'll need to ultimately sort of restart and head down pit lane, as some of them, as you can see in the sort of background of that shot, are doing. Where our winners are in all of that, I'm not quite sure, but hopefully they'll be able to make their way down the pit lane and ultimately into the clutches of Kieran McGinley. Not that we know who is his that's won for certain, and that's possibly the real reason for the red flag. That's Neil Hurren, ex-Formula V racer. His car stranded half in, half out of the gravel and beached, it would seem.
I wonder if there's no left rear wheel on that car.
It kind of looks like that, doesn't it? I've not seen anything on my race log to suggest that. Confirmed that there is a checker flag now on the timing screen.
And a race result 2, provisionally at least, a winning margin for Adam Lockwood of 81 thousandths of a second. And as it has been for so many 750 Motor Club categories this season, we've not had a double winner, so 3 different winners in 3 races. That doesn't happen that often, does it, at club level? There's so many of the championships that have
It's a very competitive season across the board in the 750 Motor Club this year, Josh.
It's great to see. Here are the results. Adam Lockwood the winner, Jim Mew in second. What a battle it was. Sean Trainer won the Class B again, but only third overall this time. Scott Edbrook was 4th, but I think he'll be on pole later. Andy Ruthlin was 5th, ahead of Neil Stratton. Andrew Baranowski, Veer Aldridge, Owen Thornhill had that massive moment, that was entertaining. He finished ahead of Marco Horsley, who completed the top 10. Aaron Pullen, Ian Ledbetter, Matthew Welford, and Maxine Nichols moved up the order. She finished 14th. Ben Gallagher came next. Tim Heron a bit further down the order than you'd expect, ahead of Louis Horsley and Martin Alger, Jonathan Grimes. Tim O'Brien was 20th. Steve James was next. And Crispin Williamson, who started delayed, he finished 22nd, ahead of Neil Hurren, Richard Dowd, Gary Coburn, Eddie O'Kane and Patrick Stoner were up next. Steve Burnett and Martin Collins. Vicky Traylor finished but a lap down after a moment. Andy Williams 30th. And Aaron Laverty retired to the pit lane earlier on. Well, we have more of that to come up later on. This is a breathless day of action here at Silverstone. What else would you expect from a 750 Motor Club race meeting on this circuit? This is why so many marshals love coming to support 750 Motor Club events. We thank you all for your support. I saw a post on one of the marshalling posts in the week. They were asking, what events do you like doing? There was Formula One, there was WEC, and there were loads of 750 Motor Club comments. It was the only racing club that was put on this post. So we thank you all for supporting the club. We greatly appreciate it, and hopefully you're enjoying your day watching some pretty frantic action. It's keeping you busy, but it's entertaining as well. We're here from Kieran McGinley next. Let's see who he's been able to catch up with.
Right, let's go and have a chat to our top 3, or rather what we think is going to be our top 3. That's how they've been lined up here, and as you can see, it's Adam Lockwood's car that's been put in that first position spot. Adam Lockwood. Adam, first of all, congratulations. Pop that on for me. Right now, you've been credited with the win, but that was a heck of a battle at the top there.
Yeah, it was. It could have been anyone's. Yeah, I mean, we swapped God knows how many times, but yeah, that was good fun. It was a shame that it ended on a red, but yeah, it was really good race. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, we needed that 4 minutes more, but never mind. You still have another race though, so hopefully you can continue that going into the next one.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be as good fun. Maybe Sean will get in the mix this time. It'll be even more. So yeah, it's good race. So
I mean, you were swapping positions. I mean, talk to us through cops, through maggots. There, you two were swapping positions no matter where.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't really know where the threat was coming from at one point. Yeah, he was in the inside of me, outside of me, around the top corner. Yeah, so it's hard work, definitely. But yeah, good close racing. No scuffs, no scrapes. Yeah, that's what it's all about.
I was going to say, there's I think 5 corners around this circuit, and you two are making 9 or 10 overtaking opportunities a lap. So that's good going for you two. It's keeping us on the edge of our seats. Long may it continue.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, I'm glad it was good to watch.
Is there anything you can take into the next race, or are you keeping your cards close to your chest?
Yeah, I think just drive quicker in that. Yeah, just got to go flat out.
Easy as that, isn't it?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Oh, great stuff. Well, congratulations, Adam, and great stuff on the victory.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Let's have a chat now to our second place driver in Jim Mew. Jim, I mean, it takes 2 to tango, and boy, were you two dancing.
Yeah, it was good. I made a really good start, got the getaway, and then I see Adam was coming and that there, and we had a really good dice. You know, I enjoyed every single minute of that. It was brilliant. So I can't remember how many overtakes we done, but there was quite a few, I think. But yeah, it would have been nice to get the win. But I think if we carried on going, if it wasn't red flagged, I could have got it. I think either one of us could have got it, to be honest with you. But yeah, but we got another race yet, so I want to try and get on the top spot in the next race.
I was going to say, you've got another race to go. I mean, you two are going to dance again out on the circuit. You're making 3 or 4 overtakes at circuit that's only got 5 corners, technically. I mean, this is great to watch.
Yeah. I mean, I hope it's entertaining for everyone, and we'll try and do the same in the second race. So yeah, look forward to it.
That sounds like a plan. Thank you so much. Well done, Jim.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And let's have a chat to our third place driver, Sean. He's over there. They're all having a chat together, you see. Sean, congratulations, third place. Hectic race. How was it from your view?
Bad start. Which I think I went back into about 6th or something like that at one point. So I thought, and then we had a bit of contact coming down the Wellington straight there, and thought, that's all right. I thought I'd left Scott enough room, but it wasn't until I was towards the end of the straight I realised Andy was also on the outside of him. So there was 3 of us on 2 cars worth of track. So I got a few marks down the side of the car. But once I sort of got past Andy, which wasn't like I say, in a straight line, he's just so fast. So once I got past and I could get a few corners and get away, and then Scott was over it, so them two were battling with each other, and I think Scott's got the pace as well today, so I was sort of quite glad he held Scott up for about a couple of seconds, gave me a bit, and then I was hoping to watch the battle like between these pair for a bit, but then the red flag came. But yeah, so I didn't really get a chance to see. I see they were swapping places, but I didn't quite get normally third place, you got a nice, you could just sit there and watch it all unfold. But by the time I'd sort of broke away from Andy, the red flag was there. But I was hoping they were going to battle a bit more and might give me a chance of sneaking back towards it. I just didn't quite go on long enough.
There's still a race 2 though for you.
There is still a race 2. I've just got to get it off the line a bit better. I mean, I drove this car for many years, up until about 5 years ago, and I was always started quite well. But I've got to relearn it, I think.
Well, look, you've got another race coming up this afternoon as well. What's the difference? What have you got to do to get to, I know you said about the start, but how do you catch these two ahead of you?
Hopefully, if they're battling a bit, I think in race pace, we're probably a little bit closer than like qualifying. But I've had a bit of an issue with the battery. Like I said, we don't know if it's alternator or battery, so we just bought 2 new batteries. So we're going to put a battery. We've just put a new battery on it now. We're going to put another one in it for the second race as well. As long as the car finishes, hopefully we might be able to take it to them a little bit in the next race. But I also expect Scott to, if he gets a better start, then I think you're going to see there's going to be a 3-way battle of roasters, and hopefully I'm amongst it.
Hopefully you're a man of your word then, Sean.
Let's hope so.
Thank you very much, Sean. Enjoy the second race.
Cheers, thanks.
Thank you very much, and with that then, back to the commentary box to line us up for our next race.
Next up, we have the category we haven't yet seen, but we heard a bit about at lunchtime. That's for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. I think the track over at Maggots into Beckett's is having some work done on it because of the oil that went down in that previous race. So marshals have been dressing that, and I think that means we're going to see a couple of green flag laps ahead of this BMW race. We haven't had a green flag lap at all for a while,
no.
And now we're going to have to.
It's making up for the ones that we didn't have earlier on. But no, it should be a good race. It's good to see the very big grid that we've got again for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We had 32 cars out in qualifying. The numbers seem to have been on the up for this season, which is great to see.
The amount of people in the hospitality units here at Silverstone overlooking Brooklands Corner, particularly on the lower levels. What a place that must be to watch some of the action that we've had over the course of this weekend at Silverstone. Of course, the BLDC Grandstand, now known as the Jim Clark Grandstand. We've got the Escapade Villages as well, particularly yesterday, just to our right. The restaurant was full of people, not just enjoying their meal, I'm sure, but enjoying the racing too that we had here at Silverstone, and plenty more to come. It feels like we've had a lot, but it's only 2:15 here at Silverstone, so there's lots of racing still to come. There's a further, 6 races this afternoon, and if what we've had so far is anything to go by, there's plenty of action, so keep tuned to 750 Motor Club TV and Alpha Live. If you'll subscribe to the YouTube channels, because there's lots more to come over the course of the 2026 season. There's only a couple of weeks until the trip to Pembrey.
Yeah, that's right. It's the first time in a few years that the 750 Motor Club will have made the trip to Pembrey, and we'll be bringing that to you on Alpha Live, a 2-day race meeting with a number of the 750 Motor Club classes represented. Their action coming from the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup, 116 Trophy, 5 Club MX-5s, Formula V, Hot Hatch Low Cost, Mazda 7s, and the Type R Trophy as well. So you'll be able to join Pip Hammonds and myself for that one. And then more events being sort of live streamed throughout the season. The next one after that is going to be Anglesey, sort of a Welsh double at the end of June. So we look forward to that as well. I think you said there was people watching from the Escapade restaurant outside yesterday. Probably not such a nice day to have an al fresco meal today. It's very windy. It's affected our some of our camera operators who haven't been able to get up onto the scaffolding as we'd have liked during the course of the races today, because there is a stiff breeze whipping across Silverstone. Quite cool day as well, much cooler than it was yesterday when we were into the low 20s. I think we're barely into the low teens today here, and with that fresh wind as well, making a difference to things.
A little bit of an update from race controls. The first lap, I think, from the assembly area is going to be behind the safety car. I presume then they're going to line the cars up and then have the green flag lap, as you ordinarily would do. So the first lap will be a sighting lap, the second lap will be a green flag lap for this 30-plus car grid for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship over 4 classes based on power to weight ratio. And it was Mike Eustace who won the 2 races last time out at Brands Hatch. in Class M2, Theo Millward was a double winner. He's the championship leader. In Class 6, it was Matt Bunting who took 2 wins, and in the Cup class, it was Shane Tweedy who won twice. The cars are being released from the assembly area. Lots of cars in the top class, the most powerful class this season. There are 11 cars in Class M1 this weekend, making up a third of the grid, which is it will change actually from a year ago.
Yeah, absolutely right. That top class for cars of up to 450 brake horsepower. Oh, and there's a drama for somebody already. That's the 74 car. That's Warren Hales and his E46 BMW. Clearly, the bonnet pins just could not have been put down properly, because the minute he's got any kind of acceleration, the bonnet has flipped up now. Hopefully, that's not damaged the screen. Now, normally, it wouldn't be a problem to stop on the grid and be able to sort that out, but they're doing a sighting lap here. So, yeah, he's having to stop by the side of the bonnet. Yeah, that's the seemingly the bonnet has actually flipped up there.
Yeah, you see the pin is not part of the system at all anymore. If he could see where he's going, which he might not be able to, come into the pit lane. There's pits. The crews are actually, he's found some friendly marshals that maybe help him, but if that pin has completely snapped, they're not going to be able to do anything about it, are they?
Yeah, no, good to see the marshals helping out. So you can see normally the cars would stop on the grid, of course, but they're doing a sighting lap here behind the safety car, just so the drivers can see where the oil is down. They will then do another green flag lap once the cars stop on the grid, although that might be delayed if the Warren Hales car needs to be recovered here. What I was saying was, before all of that, Class A1, cars for up to 450 brake horsepower, 1,080 kilo minimum weight. Then you've got the M2 class, where there's a 3,000cc limit and a minimum weight of 900 kilos in that class. Class 6 is for normally aspirated engines only, 6 cylinders, and they're running sort of narrower tyres than in the top class, 1,000cc minimum weight. Class 4, do we have any Class 4s? I don't think we do, but the Cup class, that's sort of the most tightly controlled spec classes for the E46 325 compact, into a very strict set of regulations. And it's the entry point really for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and we have over the years seen drivers progress up from that class into the higher divisions of the championship.
Of course, for this year, there's none on the grid today. We have that M2 Cup Racing Cup class, which is also a tightly regulated class, isn't it? For those new spec BMW M2s, cars that were raced at the Nürburgring, for example. And we saw Ernie Graham out, didn't we, not at Brands Hatch, who's racing in British GT this year. So safety cars not come into the pits, interestingly.
So maybe it's going to lead them around on the green flag lap as well, possibly.
I guess it could leave them here, couldn't it, and then get into its position. Anyway, I think we're going to have a proper green flag lap in a moment. The car of Warren Hales is for the pit, isn't it? I think.
It's just headed in there now and sort of stopping in the sort of podium / penalty position. I don't know if he has a sort of team that are running him that would be able to help to deal with that. That was the number 74 car, wasn't it, for Warren Hales? So when he's got a sort of team with him to help get that ready, I'm sure there'll be someone who'll be keen to help.
He was one of the drivers that started off in the BMW Cup last year, and is upgraded to a Class 6 car for this season. Driver from Essex, and hopefully he'll be able to get out in the race. He's with Automac, which is the Neil McDonald firm, isn't it? New driver on pole position though today, because Paul Bailey is making his debut in the championship and was fastest in qualifying on a time of 1 minute 1.927, averaging 95 miles per hour around this Silverstone National circuit, out qualifying Paul Cook, the former class champion in M2 from 6 years ago, and the double winner from Brands Hatch, Mike Eustace, only 4th quickest this morning. He starts alongside the M2 35i of Charlie Dark, the Buckinghamshire man. His father Michael raced the car at Brands Hatch, but Charlie's raced in things like Club Enduro in the past, and that family built machine is there on the second row of the grid.
Not too much to choose between any of them, really, though. Only 0.4 of a second, or just under 0.5 covering the first four, and only less than 0.08 between Paul Bailey and Paul Cook's best time. Paul Bailey did his very early in the session. Paul Cook did his on the very last lap of the session, which is interesting. Looking further back, M2 class pole there is Theo Millward, and he's got a couple of M1 class cars between himself and Robert Reed, who's the next driver.
Unbeaten record in the class, hasn't he, Theo
has.
Millward, from sort of races here and there, but he is the current championship leader. I think he's done a couple of years dipping in and out of the class, but he's never been beaten.
No, and Paul Laramie, he's the fastest of the Class 6 drivers. He is one of those drivers that came through ultimately from the Cup class where he started his works from. He's alongside David Asperton on row 8 of the grid for the Class 6 honours. Only 3, I think, Cup class entrants today. Will Graham, Shane Tweedy and Paul Neville as the cars head off. Josh on the green flag lap.
Let's see if we can take a look at how they will line up for round 3 of the championship. It will be, as we said, Paul Bailey making his debut on pole. He is alongside Paul Cook. Charlie Dark and the Brands Hatch winner Mike Eustace is alongside on row 2. Jason Rees and Stephen Schweikart, a former champion, start 6th. Ronan Bradley is 7th alongside that M2 poleman Theo Millward. Anton Martin and Daniel Smith are on row 5 with Robert Reed and Kevin Granger on row 6. Andy Pywell is next with Mark Colmer alongside Paul Laramie. Class 6 pole sitter starts alongside David Aston. Andrew Phillips and Paul Travers are next. Warren Hales and Michael Flippig are on row 10. Chris Blakey and William Lake, another former champ, is on row 11. Ben Haynes and Craig Emerson on row 12. Sergey Minev and John Foley are on row 13, ahead of Matthew Smith. And Will Graham, the Cup class poleman, is ahead of Shane Tweeny and Michael Cook. Paul Neville and Nathan Troman make up what should be 32 BMWs on the grid for round 3 of the championship here at Silverstone. Different shapes and sizes of BMW. You've got 2 and 3 series machines on the grid. You've got E36, E46, E92 models, all part of the BMW car club as well. And some very highly powerful machines, as you mentioned it, up to 450 brake horsepower, so the most powerful cars we have racing today.
Yeah, absolutely. Points are scored within the individual classes, and that I think M1 is proving pretty competitive this season. So that might count against an M1 class driver taking the overall championship title. It happened last year when Ben Pearson took the honours, but that's the only time when an M1 class driver has taken the overall championship. Theo Millward, with this unbeaten record in the M2 class, is probably in a good position, you would think, if he completes the season. You do need to make sure there's always at least 4 starters within your class, though, to pick up the maximum points within your division.
They are on the limit in M2, aren't they? There are 4 today.
Yes.
So if anyone withdraws, that's bad news for Theo Millward on a championship point of view.
Yeah, and I think there's some cars that we had out in M2 previously that aren't here this weekend. Looks like we're nearly ready for the off. Certainly lots of Class 6 cars there, up into 14 of them this weekend, so nearly half of the field taking part in Class 6 today.
It's a very big, colourful grid of BMWs, and it's round 3 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. The cars are all there, I think. Yep, green flag at the back. 5-second board has been shown to the drivers. Red lights will come next, and then round 3 of the championship gets underway with some drivers making better starts than others. Jason Rees is a bit slow away, but as they arrive at Copse Corner, it's Paul Cook who takes the lead. The poleman's dropped back some margin, hasn't he? Paul Bailey.
A long way back.
There's one that's gone spinning. Is that Andrew Pywell in the 328i, I think it is. So he will be able to rejoin the rear of the field. Warren Hales went for the pit lane, so he sorted out the bonnet issue. And it's Paul Cook that arrives at Beckett's, leading. Ronan Bradley locked up on the oil there. There's a few cars getting quite sideways on corner exit. There's some cars not on the circuit at all. It's still quite slippery up there, I think.
I think that was Robert Reed that was going particularly wide there at Beckett. But yes, that fluid down is going to be a feature of this race, I think. So it's Paul Cook that leads, Charlie Dart in second, Mike Eustace third, think Paul Bailey was somewhere outside the top 10 as they went through the first few corners. We'll see where he comes through at the end of the lap. Still the battles going on further down the order as the leaders are about to come through Woodcote Corner to complete the first lap, of Paul Cook with a decent sized advantage here, but very close for second and third between Charlie Dark in the 235i and Mike Eustace, the Brands Hatch race winner. The gap that bound to Roland Bradley, who's fourth, Stephen Schweikart fifth, Jason Rees in sixth. Paul Bailey came across the line in 10th behind the top two in Class M2, Theo Millward and Cavan Granger, separated by about 7/10 of a second, with Paul Cook a second ahead as second and third arrive at Beckett's, and it is still, it is now I should say, Mike Eustace that's got ahead.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? I wonder if Charlie Dark was going to fight back though down the Wellington Straight. Can't quite make it. So as they battle, Paul Cook is getting away. Sean Foley's GTR in strife at Cox Corner, though it appears. And a challenge behind this battle. Stephen Schweikart was alongside Ronan Bradley for fourth. They're still side by side. And Charlie Dark having a good run in this M235i, going after the Brands winner. One of them's run wide though, and that was Mike Eustace, the Brands Hatch race winner, through the gravel at Luffield Corner. So his second place didn't last long. Charlie Dark is back through, and Eustace therefore has three cars going after him. Ronan Bradley, Steve Schweikart, Jason Rees. It's yellows at Cox, so everyone's got to get in line.
Yeah, now overtaking through that part of the circuit, that's where Sean Foley's car was off and still is off onto the tarmac runoff area. He's not made the gravel trap. We'll see if that car needs responding. Warren Hales doesn't have a working transponder. I wonder if that went flying with the bonnet earlier on. Anyway, there's Paul Bailey. So he's coming back now. He's in 7th position. He's sort of catching the group of cars ahead of him, which is the sort of third backwards scrap. Mike Eustace to Jason Rees. So we'll see how Paul Bailey can get back in the race, because he was narrowly on pole position by a few thousandths of a second. Paul Cook, though, in the lead in this race now, getting on for a 2-second lead, very deep into the corner against Mike Eustace, and Ronan Bradley gets the car sideways. So I wonder if this fluid around, a bit further round the circuit as well. Did Ronan Bradley get going again? No, he's just, I think, managed to keep it out of the gravel trap. Yeah, he's able to rejoin, having had the two wheels, the rear wheels on the grass.
Paul Cook's lap was 2 seconds slower than the previous one, so even more fluid going out on the circuit. This is a weird day from that point of view, isn't it? But there is Paul Bailey, the pole sitter. He's up to 5th now. He's past Jason Rees. Sean Foley's car might remain there for the remainder of the race. No, there's a Snap vehicle heading up to move it. It's a 2-second margin Paul Cook has over the pack. Again, this car's sliding around everywhere, isn't there? It's a tricky track to race on today at Silverstone, which is quite unusual really to see what is happening over the course of the day. But Paul Bailey's through, isn't he? Up into 4th, he's ahead of Steve Schweikart.
Yes, he is now, so he's done that on the exit of Beckett's and along the Wellington Straight. So next up, he's going to be trying to take the fight to third place driver Mike Eustace, and is already nearly with him as they head through Luffield for the 4th time in this race now. So Paul Bailey on pole. I didn't really sort of see what happened to him at the start, but it was very bad. It dropped him outside the top 10, I think. Paul Cook leading, but on that lap, Charlie Dark took a couple of tenths out of him. So the gap's gone down to 1.7 seconds first to second, but then it's another nearly 4 seconds back from Dark to Eustace in 3rd position. Now we're going to be watching whether Eustace can be caught and passed by Paul Bailey once they get back into a green flag part of the circuit. Of course, yellow flag's protecting that recovery operation at Cops Corner. There's Eustace, there's Bailey, who takes a tighter line through Beckett's. Does he have the momentum now to get into the toe of Eustace? It looks like he might be able to make a move into Brooklands Corner. He's pulling alongside on the Wellington Straight. Looks like he's got a bit more power and goes through on the inside line to take 3rd place.
Yeah, that was fairly straightforward really, wasn't it, for Paul Bailey, the newcomer to the championship. And he turns into Luffield, up into a podium position now. There's plenty of time. This is a longer race of 20 minutes in duration to catch those ahead. And of course, lap traffic is going to come a factor. If the yellows are still out when they catch the back markers, that could get complicated. And that's what's happening already, isn't it? Charlie Dark there in 2nd. Cannot pass the slower car, and that margin of 4 seconds to Paul Bailey just going to be shattered all in one corner, and there's nothing that Charlie Dark can do about it.
No, so he's going to have Paul Bailey right with him as they get back into a green flag part of the circuit down towards Beckett's, and look, that gap has come right down. They're right together now. Charlie Dark and Paul Bailey as they're back into green flag running, and we've seen that Paul Bailey's strong at this part of the circuit. Again, gets a decent exit from Beckett's. Charlie Dark, is he going to try and protect the inside line? No, I don't think he is. Paul Bailey not yet electing to go down the inside into Brooklands as he did a lap ago to get past Mike Eustace, so he stays in third position. So it's Paul Cook leading, Charlie Dark second, Paul Bailey third, Mike Eustace in fourth position. For the M2 class lead, that's Theo Millward from Cavan Granger still in 8th and 9th place overall, and class 6 being led by Paul Travers from David Aspen. Paul Laramie, who was on class pole, has dropped back to 6th within that class.
There was just 35 thousandths of a second between Travers and Aston at the start of the lap, so the class 6 battle is one we could have a look at as this race goes on, I think. Battle for second is now 5 seconds behind the race leader, and Charlie Dark's doing a good job here, the 33-year-old from Buckinghamshire, just across the border, who's raced 6 C1s, but also raced this car in the Club Enduro Championship in the past with his father Michael, who raced at Brands Hatch in it. And he's doing a good job to keep the pole. Well, he was doing a good job to keep the pole when Paul Bailey at bay, but he braked too late at Brooklands and he's given away second position to Paul Bailey. So the poleman is back to second, and he runs a little wide at Luffield. Now, has the yellow flags gone in? If they haven't, they're going to catch the back markers. But Paul Cook in turn has got different slower cars that he's going to catch. I'm not sure the yellow flags are out anymore actually, so well done to the marshals once more. Track is clear, so that means Charlie Dark can fight back. It's very busy as they pass the Cup class leaders, which has got Shane Tweedy just ahead of Will Graham. That's the battle for the Cup class. The second place battle is trying to find its way through.
Yeah, so down towards Maggots and Beckett's they go again, and Charlie Dark trying to get a position back from Paul Bailey there. Then there's Mike Eustace just behind Paul Bailey's 58 years of age actually, a stuntman, professional stuntman. Started racing 35 years ago as the Ford Modified Saloon champion in the early 1990s. Done some motorcycle enduro racing as well. That's a slow BMW in the background. Try and pick up who that is. This car that Paul Bailey's racing, prepared by AB Motorsport.
There's the Cup class battle led by Shane Tweedy, the 36-year-old from Cambridge, Swift Sport Challenge racer, ahead of Will Graham, 30 from Surrey. And there's one in the gravel, that is 28 Nathan Tromans in his compact. That's at Beckett's, isn't it? It's a bit slippery up there. The driver in his first season in a 2.8 litre car. He's from Staffordshire, and that means there's going to be yellow flags, but a different part of the race circuit now. There's the Cup class battle. That's not changing at all, really. And it really goes to show you don't need that many cars in your class to have a great race, because those two of the 3 cars that are here are absolutely nose to tail.
I can see in class 6 as well, David Aspen now ahead of Paul Travers as well, so that has changed around for the class 6 lead. But there you say, that's the Shane Tweedy Will Graham battle for the class Cup class lead. That's the 37 car that's had a moment. That's Cavan Granger in his E46 330. He's spun around at Copse Corner, but gets going again. Where was he running? He was running in 10th place and second in the M2 class, of course.
Will Graham down the inside of Shane Tweedy at Brooklands Corner, and he goes through into the class lead. Slightly confused why Shane Tweedy's car's a different shape.
Yeah, so maybe she should actually be in the Cup class. I'm not quite sure. We'll get confirmation of that. But anyway, that's where we're showing on the timing screen at the moment. 10 minutes in the race game. So we're only halfway through this race. We've packed quite a lot into it. Paul Cook leading, and Paul Bailey lapping in similar lap times to Paul Cook. So he's not really catching him at all. This is where we're looking now. That's David Atherton, isn't it? I think we're looking at there. So he is in the number 20 car, the E46 compact. That's the car that is back now into the lead of class 6 ahead of Paul Travers.
The race leader Paul Cook is well in the traffic now, isn't he, at half distance in this race. He leads by 6 seconds over Paul Bailey, but yeah, he's carving his way through the traffic and actually been quite cautious. The lead gap was halved in all of that, but now Paul Bailey's got to deal with it, so then the gap, you'd imagine, will extend as he Paul Bailey works his way through this dice, and he's going to get the yellow flag, so he's not going to be able to pass these slower cars, at least in theory. That would be the case, and indeed Paul Bailey's hanging back, is he not? Yes, he is. So respecting the yellow flags, well, that means the gap will increase, and that's probably what happened to Paul Cook on the previous lap, so it will work its way out. The battle for third in the background there is pretty tight. Charlie Dark has Mike Eustace right behind him. Now Paul Bailey dives through the traffic. He's a stuntman. You shouldn't be doing stunts today, though, I'm afraid, and Paul Bailey has got a very damaged car because of that, and the innocent victim in all of that was 85 Michael Fiebig.
He says on his driver profile, if you see a car crash on TV, it's usually me. That's not the kind that he was looking for there. They're getting tangled up with the back marker. 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Paul Cook continues to lead. It's going to be Charlie Dark. Is it into second place again as a result of that? The 85 car has got its exhaust hanging off, it seems. Michael Fiebig after all of that.
Yeah, that's a bit too ambitious. Look, the car's falling to bits now. The Paul Bailey car, the left-hand door is falling off. It all feels a bit like a movie, this, doesn't it?
It does a little bit. A bit more than it should do, perhaps. Obviously, an experienced driver, though, is Paul.
Yeah, maybe not recently so much, so. Of course, the Ford 1.5 Supercar Champion, that was quite some time ago.
It's going to clearly get a black and orange flag for that, isn't it? With that door sort of half, well, it's not even half open, is it? It's fully open. You get
not sure how much of it's actually holding on. No. It's Jason Rees who is ahead of him, so it is a battle for fifth position. But now the car's getting very smoky, isn't it, on the other side? And that's where the initial contact came from. So everything would be advisable to come into the pits at this point, I think.
Yes, you would think so. And getting the black and orange flag, but he'll feel the draft before he sees the black and orange flag, one would think. He's continuing, though, for the moment. We've got 7 minutes of the race left to go. Paul Cook now leading by 10 seconds over Charlie Dark. Mike Eustace third, Steve Schreikart fourth, Jason Rees of Paul Bailey.
Oh, and now Rees has got involved. It's Shane Tweedy he made contact with. They've both rotated. This has got all rather on BMW Car Club like, really, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There's very little contact traditionally in this championship. We just see 2 bits of traffic contact where I don't think the slower cars have done anything wrong. At this point, it's the duty of the faster driver to get past safely, and unfortunately twice that's not happened.
Absolutely right. Theo Wood should say he's still leading in Class M2 in the number 81 car, well clear in that class of Cavan Granger.
The door went absolutely crazy as he braked hard into Brooklyn. It's not surprising, really, is it?
He does need to come in. He does need to come in. He's getting the black and orange flag now. Is he going to come into the pit lane this time? That door is absolutely hanging off. Is he going to dive to the right? I'm not sure he is. No.
The hinge that's held on is doing a good job, isn't it?
Strong things, these BMWs. Anyway, race continues. 9.5 seconds the lead now for Paul Cook. There's the 77 car. That is Paul Travers. He is currently 3 seconds behind David Asperton, but only just ahead of Andy Phillips. So that's the battle for second position in Class 6 that we were watching there. That's heading down to Max and Beckton, actually into a green flag zone.
Phillips was having a go, but doesn't go through. The driver from Cheshire, who originally raced on the short ovals, a former midget national champion, an ex-Legends racer on the ovals too, Andy Phillips. But hasn't been able to make that move yet. Watch out, guys, as they head down towards Brooklands Corner. They move aside, perhaps sensibly, because Paul Bailey is coming through, and Steve Schreikart doesn't see him coming. That got tight, didn't it? But Andy Phillips sees the opportunity. Around the outside he comes of Paul Travers. It's a second in the class. Paul Travers on the inside. On the outside is Andy Phillips, the bronze winner in the class. Not featuring today. Is he Max Bunting? Is he not here? Perhaps that's the reason. I don't think Max Bunting is here, is he? The class winner from Brands Hatch. So he's going to be a new class winner for sure. Paul Bailey and his door tries to find its way past Steve Schreikart again at Cops Corner. That doesn't come off. He must be getting to the point where he's passed that black and orange flag 3 times now.
Yeah, it might turn into a black flag if that is the case, and that will be a rather more serious conversation with the officials if that is the case. I'm sure there would already be a conversation with the officials after that, and it is now black flag, just as we were saying, for car 38. Paul Bailey, the pole position driver who's managed to get himself in the wars in this race, but he's trying to push on still. He's in 5th position on the road, but may not keep on to that. Got very close again to the back of Steve Schreikart into Brooklands corner that time.
If you make contact with a car when you're in black flag, that's not good, is it?
Yes, that is the double, treble, quadruple whammy probably for the clerk of the course conversation after the race.
It's not been the return to racing for Paul Bailey that it could have been. I think it's fair to say. There's Kevin Granger then. He had that spin earlier, but he's still second in M2. I think he's just taken that position away from Bob Reed, the plumber from Leicestershire, who's making his debut, I think, today in the Tom Stanaway 328i. But there's Kevin Granger, former class winner in that machine, but Theo Millward's had a few people that tried to come and beat him, but it's not been successful yet, has it? The drive from Shropshire still leading Class M2.
Kevin Granger going very deep into Brooklands corner. They had a spin earlier on. Of course, there's some debris down from earlier contact as well to make the track even more hazardous.
Will Graham has got the Cup class lead by just a few tenths of a second still from Shane Tweedy. 3 minutes on the clock. Paul Cook's been, at least in terms of other class cars, has been pretty easy up front, hasn't he? Hasn't had the competition that he had at Brands Hatch, where he had that close race with Mike Hughes. This is a long way ahead of Mike today and leads by 9.5 seconds, the former MR2 Championship racer. Paul Bailey's done another lap, by the way. So this list continues to get worse for the ex-Ford man. There's Mark Colmer, a long-time BMW Car Club racer from Bedfordshire. Started racing this E36 M3 in 2018. He is running in 10th position today. And there he is in that older machine, the 1990s car. He's got Mike Eustace diving up the inside. Well done to Mark for seeing him coming, because that could have gone wrong otherwise. But Mike Eustace, the double brands winner, goes through just about at Brooklands corner. Mark Colmer is just about live to tell the tale and continue on his way. Now here's Paul Bailey. He really ought to be coming into the pit lane now, but the previous laps that hasn't happened. But it might be this time.
Yes, we'll have to see. So we've got 1:40 left on the clock.
Oh no, he just passed the line but slowly.
Okay. There's Theo Millward. We've not seen much of Theo, the lesser spotted Theo Millward in this race, but he is still going great, done 7th overall as well, and beating Class M1 cars too. And that's that battle for second in Class 6 that we just saw going through as well. Still between Travers and Phillips, only a couple of tenths of a second between them. Paul Cook, I think he's about to go on to his last lap of the race here, isn't he? Turning his way through Luffield's 4th penultimate time, 6 seconds clear of Charlie Dark. So it looks like a pretty convincing win on the cards.
We haven't seen much of Paul Cook lately, which is quite remarkable for the colour scheme on that car. But it's been this dominant drive for the driver who won the M2 class in 2020. He's a former race winner in the MR2 Championship, actually finished 3rd in the championship that year. Very successful year 2020 for Paul Cook in motor racing with the 750 Motor Club. But after being very close at Brands Hatch, he was the runner-up in round 1 to Mike Eustace. This has been it had been a dominant performance. His lead gap is coming down significantly on the last lap. Yeah. Charlie Dark was 3.5 seconds faster, so he's all well with the race-leading car of Paul Cook. They can see Charlie Dark just behind him now. The gap coming down all the time from Paul Cook to the chasing car into Brooklands corner for the final time for Paul Cook. There's Paul Bailey.
Finally, Paul Bailey into pit lane, but Paul Cook here, he's going to fend off Charlie Dark, I think.
Oh, the car's a bit stuttering.
It is a bit stuttering. He might not, Up to the line they come. He's going to lose this on the run to the line, isn't he?
And is Charlie Dark going to get his first ever win in motor racing by taking the lead at Woodcote corner on the last lap? He does. Amazing end to the race in a dramatic fashion. Charlie Dark's a race winner in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Paul Cook loses it at Woodcote. Hopefully the car wasn't running out of fuel. It was certainly stuttering through Luffield, and it was a slow previous lap for the erstwhile race leader. Mike Eustace is 3rd, Steve Schreikart is 4th, Jason Rees is 5th, and Ronan Bradley should be in 6th. But
I just wonder if it's a bit light on fuel, and maybe
Yeah.
the fuel was running out and not quite getting through, something like that, that caused that late drama for Paul Cook. Yeah, lost the race by more than a second in the end from Charlie Dark. And Mike Eustace third. Millward has yet to come through, but he's going to win his class, I think. And it looks like David Aspin, he's won in class 6, hasn't he?
But for second in class 6, the gap was 15 thousandths of a second. And Andy Phillips did it on the line, so a drag race to the line. He beat Paul Travers by the tiniest of margins. That race went right to the end in so many different ways.
It
didn't
did. It was really fascinating. Lots of drama, lots of incident. The clerk of the course is going to be hugely busy after that race with lots of people to talk to. And, I don't think I can take much more of this, Josh. I'm going to have to take a race off. I'll bring Joseph Black in for the next one, I reckon.
Yes, dramatic stuff from the BMW car. Could be many different ways. And we might hear all about that very shortly with Kieran McKinley down in pit lane. But let's have a look at the results first. We think a first ever win for Charlie Dark in cars. He was a second ahead of Paul Cook. Mike Eustace was third and Steve Schweikart fourth. Jason Rees in fifth and Ronan Bradley sixth. Theo Millwood, did win his class ahead of Dan Smith. Paul Bailey won't be classified ninth. That'll go the way of Kevin Granger. Mark Coleman completes the top 10 ahead of Bob Reed. David Aston wins class 6 rather, ahead of Andy Phillips, who took it on the line in second. Ahead of Paul Travers, then Ben Haynes and Warren Hales, Paul Laramie, Chris Blakey and Sergey Minev. Craig Emerson was next, ahead of the Cup class winner Will Graham. Shane Tweedy and Paul Neville complete their podium. They completed the finishers too, because there were dramas for Andrew Pywell, William Lake, Michael Liebig got shuffled out of the race too. Matthew Smith didn't finish, neither did Nathan Chalmers. I think he was in the gravel. Michael Cook and Sean Foley too. There's a lot of work to be done, and not just in the stewards room, but in the paddock too, for the BMW car club, because that race at times was a little too dramatic. But it was all great news for Charlie Dark as he saw Paul Cook's car slow through the final corner. He kept pushing all the way to the flag. It's not over till it's over, and for Charlie Dark, he became the race winner. And we should, with a bit of luck, catch up with some of our class winners from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And as Ian said, they'll be out at the end of the day. But how many of 32 cars might be a different matter entirely. I can see Kieran is gathering BMW drivers, so we should hear from him right now. Let's head down to Kieran McGinley.
Well then, let's have a chat to the happiest man in Silverstone with a first race victory. Charlie, first of all, there's your hat. Pop that on for me. Congratulations. I mean, talk about ways to win in dramatic style. Right on the line there. I mean, talk us through that.
Well, I think we had a good start. I just think Paul may have lost a bit of power at the end, but yeah, I'll take it. It was good. So just sweaty. Nice and sweaty out there.
Nice and sweaty. I mean, there was plenty of battling, plenty to keep you on your toes. How was the race from your end?
Yeah, really good, really good. We're a heavy car, so we struggle in braking and turning, but yeah, it's got a lot of power. So yeah, really good. Good race. Really enjoyed it.
We saw the embrace there as well. I mean, talk to us. How much does this win mean to you?
Oh, so much. It's actually my dad's car. We've been through hell and back with the car, but she's doing really well. It's all thanks to this man, Matty. He's done a mega job. So yeah, thanks goes to him. So yeah.
Oh, brilliant. And just talk us through it. First win. What a moment.
Yeah, it's good. Good feeling. Good feeling. So yeah, can't beat it.
Can't beat it.
What we're here to do, isn't it? So.
Absolutely. Well, Charlie, I'll go and let you celebrate. Congratulations on the victory.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We didn't have our second place driver, Paul Cook. I saw him drive all the way through, but we do have, let me just check something, because we have the number 16, which I think was our Cup car winner, which was Will Graham. Now, if you were tuning in at the lunchtime, you would have seen Will Graham. We spoke to him at lunch. We're speaking to him again. Will, come around this side for me. Will, we spoke at lunch and we were talking about, what's going to happen, aspirations, and here you are, class winner.
Yeah, no, I'm really pleased to win the class. And it was such a close race with Shane the whole way round. We were going, really, really close battle. A few overtakes. He overtook me. I overtook him again. So I'm really pleased to have, just about keep ahead of him. And really enjoyed it. It was great.
I mean, plenty to keep on your toes all the way around you as well. I mean, what's it like out there?
Oh, it's really, you have to be careful of these quicker cars coming past. But yeah, here at Silverstone there's plenty of space, so we were able to race quite well, and yeah, really enjoyed it with Shane. It was really good fun.
Great stuff. I mean, we were talking at lunch about how you were saying this car, your car, is such a dream to drive. Was it proven the case as well today?
Yeah, really enjoyed it. Yeah, no, it's been it's really good close racing this, so that's the main thing. Yeah, to have good close competition, that's what it's all about.
And 1 out of 4, I think, for people I've spoken to at lunch who've got a class win. So we'll see if we can keep that record up in the day.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, hopefully then we'll see how race 2 goes. Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on the class victory in the Cup car.
Lovely. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. How are we doing on the track? I think we've got a bit of clearing up to do. We've got the number 20 here, which is David Aspden. David, well done to you. How are you feeling after that?
Relieved. After the disastrous debut at Brands Hatch, it needed to behave itself today, and fortunately, the hard work's paid off. We've thrown the parts, been at that car between then and now. Tested on Friday was good, it behaved itself, so put some reasonable times in. A little bit off this morning, but close enough to the front of the pack to challenge and managed to make the most of the start. I think Andy's spin put a little bit of pressure on the other guys. Thread the needle and keep your head down and get on with it. The yellows, I was fighting with Mr. Travers, but the yellows paid to me getting a move on him for most of the opening session. But after that, it cleared up. Managed to get past him and head down and watch the pit board and count the seconds down to the checkered flag. So yeah, bit of debris on the circuit, but a trouble-free run, which is what I were looking for. And I wouldn't be here today without the help of my brother Paul and Andy and the rest of the family, Caroline and Phoebe, just making sure that we've got the time and the effort to put into the car. It's paid off. Need to do it again later on today.
Well, we'll let you go and enjoy this moment now before the second race, but good luck in it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And with that, then, it's time for our next race, so let's head back to the commentary box. The Disc Lock F1000 Championship is next. It's the third race of the weekend for these cars. Something go away on the green flag lap terribly well, but they're all away now. It's been a double win for Matt Higginson so far this weekend at Silverstone. He's been utterly dominant, in fact, but it's Tom Westworth who leads the championship after a pair of victories last time out at Brands Hatch. The grid for this set by the fastest laps we had in the race this morning, which means, no surprise, it's Matt Higginson on pole, but Sam Satchell starts alongside this time. Tom Westworth is on row 2 alongside Eric Cowell. Simon Pratt is 5th alongside Ian Abel, completing our top 6. On row 4 is Adam Walker and Kaylee Cole, who had problems earlier. David Shepherd and Wayne Pearson on row 5, and Anthony Gauntlet, after a penalty, starts in 11th. Joseph Black, single-seater expert, is alongside me for this F1000 Championship race. These very fast Superbike engine Jedi cars, Joseph, very spectacular around here.
Certainly is, and I'm going to try not to make too many references to Star Wars throughout the course of this race, but yeah, it's fantastic to see them heading around Silverstone, and we've got some fantastic racing ahead of us, of course. We've had one race so far today. Yesterday was a fantastic fight for second, and well, it delivered again in the first race of the day, so I'm looking forward to the last one of the weekend.
Yes, see if Sam Satchell can get that second place that he's been trying to get this weekend. He got his first ever podium at Brands Hatch, but he's only finished third ever since. He would like to beat Tom Westworth, which he came very closely, particularly in yesterday's race. More of a normal grid this time, set by the fastest laps of the earlier race, but it appears unlikely that anyone will be able to challenge Matt Higginson on previous form.
Yeah, it definitely seems so, but of course we never quite know until the green flag is waved and then we get the action. underway. I've got my eye on Eric Cowell for this one. He's improved on his performances from last year. He's got his personal best of 4th in both the first 2 races. So he's clearly good at this Silverstone circuit.
Good to see Kaylee Cole is back, so we got the full complement of cars. She retired from the earlier race in what has been a disappointing weekend up to this point. We'll see how she gets on. The race is about to get underway for round 6 of the Disc Lock F1000 Championship. It's not a good start from Tom Westworth. Further back, David Shepherd doesn't get away at all. So that could be a problem. I think the car is going now just about. Very slowly, away it goes. There is Kaylee Cole. She has made good progress because she's already challenging Simon Pratt, who started 3 positions further up on the grid as they head off towards Beckett. It is the Disc Lock car and the Disc Lock Back Championship that leads the way. Matt Higginson is ahead of Sam Sattrell in 2nd. Tom Westworth is 3rd, and Eric Cowell, as you suggested he might do, is going after them in 4th.
Certainly is. He got very close to the back of Westworth, and he's going to give it another go as they head down the straight towards the next braking zone, but not able to do so just yet. And well, just waiting in behind. There's a spin in the background. That's going to be the number 11 of Pratt. That's an unfortunate moment into Brooklands.
Yeah, big looping spin. That was for the driver who started 5th. Finished in that position in the race earlier, the newcomer to the championship this season. He had a very dramatic race yesterday where his car went up in a cloud of smoke, but he's out of position at least for now in this 3rd race of the weekend. Higginson leads by 1.4 seconds. His standing still start lap was a 55.9. That was remarkable. The lap record's only a second faster than that. That shows you how quick these cars get up to speed. Higginson is pushing then up front. Satchwell is 2nd. Westworth is 3rd. Cowell is going with them. Then in 5th position is Ian Abel, and Kaylee Cole, who I think was hoping to race in GB4 this year, couldn't quite get the funds together. So he's back out in her trusty Formula Jedi machine. She runs there in 6th position.
Yeah, she certainly does, and well, she's sandwiched in the middle of Abel and Gortner at the moment, so she'll be hoping to challenge towards the top 5 at some point very soon. Satchwell, Westworth and Cowell, though, is the fight that I think is developing at this point. Cowell very, very desperate to get onto that podium. He's come close in the first 2 races of this weekend, and as we head on to the next lap, we'll see what sort of time Higginson's able to set it to 54.8 this time, and the man that broke the lap record yesterday going for it again.
Yeah, he's 2 tenths away from it. Yesterday he did a 54.617, averaging 108 miles per hour around this Silverstone National circuit. Some of the very fastest cars that race on this layout all year long. And Higginson is trying to be the fastest to do it. There is Eric Cowell, as you say, he's having a good day today. He's 20 from Coventry. Started racing only a couple of years ago in this Suzuki-powered car that is run by the Jedi Racing Cars Works team, if you like. But up front, it's the Mattel Cars machine of Matt Higginson. The team, 2 weeks ago, were at Monaco racing in the historic with former F1000 Championship racer Dan Gore, who had the ex-Derek Daly Tyrrell racing at Monaco. But Mattel coming back to their roots this weekend with the 750 Motor Club and dominating the weekend with Matt Higginson, who does a 55.641. He's 200ths of a second away from that lap record he set yesterday.
He's getting very close to it, isn't it? And I think that's more the challenge for Higginson than any of the drivers behind this weekend. The gaps between him and everybody else, I mean, the lowest one was in race 2, where of course the gap was 4.325, so everybody edging closer but not able to get close to the man at the top just yet, and I don't think they'll be chasing him this weekend. I think it's more a fight for P2.
Yeah, it's about getting points for Tom Westworth because he continues to lead the championship. Matt Higginson crashed out at Brands Hatch and had to miss a couple of races because of that, and that means just scoring consistent points so far for Tom Westworth is a way perhaps to try and take the championship battle. It's a long season in F1000. They have 6 races over the course of the year just here at Silverstone because they'll be back on the international circuit in the summer, and also with races at Snetterton Croft and Donington Park to come. The lead gap is now 4 seconds, so he's already as far ahead as he was at the end of the previous lap. That race, of course, was interrupted by a safety car. But for second place, Sam Satchwell is now starting to be caught by Tom Westworth.
Certainly is. Westworth getting close, and this re-ignition of the fight that they had yesterday, and well, the way that one went, they just kept Westworth every single lap, kept trying to get the run down into Copse, couldn't quite do it, and it was lap after lap after lap. I think it ended up being 5 or 6 times in a row where he was able to get close enough, and eventually on the final lap he made that move and jumped up into second place. Thomas Westworth hoping for the same thing here today.
Yeah, they're absolutely nose to tail now, so driver ahead of this battle was the one that got his first podium at Brands Hatch. That was Sam Satchwell. Tom Westworth got his first ever win at Brands Hatch last month, and they're battling out over second position. They're 5 seconds behind the leader after 5 laps. Higginson is averaging a second a lap faster than anyone else, and on such a small circuit with only 4 real corners. That is so impressive to be that much faster than anyone else on this type of circuit. And in his spare car after the crash he had at Brands Hatch. So obviously the Mattel team have built this spare car up to be very, very fast indeed.
Yeah, and he certainly is making the most of it at this point in time, and he certainly likes the Silverstone circuit a lot, as Westworth's going to have a look to the inside here, but he's not going to quite get the run. Wasn't late enough on the brakes because Sam Satchwell saw him coming and then just moved slightly across to make sure that Westworth wasn't able to make the move. But Higginson loves this circuit. 2 out of 3 victories last time out. Craig Pollard, the only driver to be able to snatch it off him in 2025 when we headed to Silverstone, so he is very, very quick. Sam Satchwell and Thomas Westworth both looking for yet another podium, both looking to beat each other.
Where do you think this move might come, Joseph, here at Silverstone? Copse, a super fast corner, probably not the place to pass in these cars.
But I mean, if it's based on the way that they've raced each other so far, Copse is going to be the opportunity that they'll take. However, there has been a couple of moments where they've taken different lines into Brooklyn, so that could be the opportunity.
Yeah, you get a big slipstream, don't you? Especially on a day like today where it's pretty windy. We've heard that from multiple people who are outside. I haven't been outside much, so I haven't got much of that wind. But that's certainly a factor, and particularly in such light cars. It's probably the lightest single-seaters now that race in the UK. Affects these cars probably more than others.
It certainly does, and well, you can see that where you can get the winds pushing onto the cars. I know that wind is pushing them down the main straight, and that's what's helping Higginson be consistently fast. There's your lap record, 54.447.
And that's 2 tenths quicker than yesterday. That is a massive lap from Higginson. Matt Higginson, who's been one of the most successful drivers in 750 Motor Club racing in the last 15 years or so. A 3-time overall RGB champion, and he won a class title on top of that. And then that 5th 750 Motor Club Championship came last year in the F1000 Championship. So Matt Higginson, a lap record holder here at Silverstone National. He's broken it on a couple of occasions this weekend now. 54.447 is the new time to beat. That's not really what Sam Satchwell and Tom Westworth are worried about. They are trying to contest this second place. They haven't pulled that far away from Eric Cowell, who in turn is a long way clear of Ian Abel and Kaylee Cole. Looks like Kaylee, the Irish woman, having a better race this time. They're in 6th position, but she's just starting to drop away from the Essex-based Ian Abel.
Well, a finish is better than a non-finish, isn't it, for Kaylee Cole? And
that's for sure.
That's what she'll be hoping for in this race. In-depth analysis, exactly. That's exactly what we're getting here. But yeah, I mean, it's going to get really close between the 2nd and 3rd place drivers. 2 tenths between them as they cross the split over the line, and I'm sure it's going to be even closer as they headed through Copse. Maggots and Beckett's now out onto the 2nd straight on the circuit. Is it going to be close enough for Westworth?
Well, they're catching David Shepherd, the driver who stalled to put a lap on him. That could be a factor. It could be just a very late braking move from Tom Westworth. He glides up the inside into Brooklyn's corner. They're wheel to wheel. Westworth's up the curb, but now he's on the wrong line for Luffield. So the inside line goes the way of Sam Satchwell, and now they have David Shepherd's car to lap. And Satchwell is ahead, but runs a little wide, Joseph.
He certainly does. They're both going to have to get through on the 29, who's going to be a passenger in this one. But Satchwell and Westworth continue on, and they are going to head side by side out of the final corner. This is the move that we saw so many times yesterday. Are we going to be seeing the move into Copse? Not quite yet. Thomas Westworth backs out of it, sees sense, and well, he knows that there's going to be plenty more opportunities.
Sam Satchwell would like this 2nd place finished, that is for sure. Westworth would like those few extra points as well. Could be critical for the championship as the season goes on. So there he is in 3rd position still. The number on the car is also the position for Tom Westworth at this stage. So 2nd for Satchwell, 3rd for Westworth. That challenge, it looks like it's just dropped him a few tenths further away than what he was.
Certainly does. He's going to have to build himself up again as Thomas Westworth. There was opportunities to get closer, and he's going to have to do them all. He's going to have to utilise all of them all over again as they cross the line to go to the next lap. And in fact, there will be such a big gap between them two and Higginson now, and they'll cross the split. It'll be more than that 7.3 that was on the last lap. That's just a big gap that they've held over the that Higginson's held over the other two, but now the gap between them about 3.5 tenths.
I think Higginson's backed off now. He did that ultra fast lap. Well, backing off is still as fast as the other two are going, but in reality for him, it's a second a lap slower than what he's done before. So Matt Higginson, there he is, our race leader. Yeah, he's done that lap record, that mighty lap. We've never seen one of these cars go that fast around the Silverstone National circuit. He's about to put a lap on Wayne Pearson, the driver from Lincolnshire, who started racing back in the 1990s in air-cooled karts. Only has returned to racing recently. So he's about to go a lap down to Higginson. The battle of a second comes through Woodcote Corner. Satchwell still ahead of Westworth by those few tenths of a second. They both do personal best, 55.29 for both drivers into Copse Corner. Such a fast corner, well in excess of 100 miles per hour in these cars. And then they head off towards Maggots and Beckett. So you go from the fastest corner, Joseph, to the slowest corner next.
Certainly do, and you're going to have to adjust to that momentum that you will have to break, because of course through Copse you can pretty much maintain the speed in some cars, but then down as you head into Maggots and Beckett, the next couple of corners, it's a complex you have to make the most of. It was that Westworth looking to the inside. I don't think it was quite, but he certainly had a look. Whether he went for it or not, I don't know. I don't think he did, but he is certainly all over the back of Satchwell.
Yeah, he's closer again now, isn't he? We saw that earlier where he was quicker out of Luffield Corner, then catching all the way through Woodcote, and a challenge can come at Copse Corner if you're brave enough. We also want to watch out for track limits, and that is a problem for Tom Westworth. He's been given a driving standards flag for a track limits breach on the previous lap. No penalty yet, but any further indiscretion and a penalty will come. Behind the top four, there we have Ian Abel in fifth, there's Cayley Cole in sixth, and Anthony Gauntlet up the inside of the back marker. He is in seventh position, the former Monoposto racer. He is 1.4 seconds behind Cayley Cole, the only female driver on the grid.
Yes, and well, Cayley Cole at the moment hoping to stay with Ian Abel and make the move up for fifth place rather than drop back into the clutches of Gauntlet. No pun intended, as well, this is the fight back on for this second place. They continue to keep duking it out as they have done all weekend long. I think they're going to get a bit bored of each other at some point.
They were saying earlier as well that they battled quite a lot last year, so they're just sort of continuing that on. They know each other very well. They joined the championship at a similar time, and they turn through Copse. That never really gets any less spectacular. So quick, these cars through there. These the fastest cars by quite a long way today at Silverstone, and one of the lowest budget way to go single-seater racing in the UK in the Disc Lock F1000 Championship, and you race at the same speed as Formula 4 machinery on about a tenth of the budget, and you can have great fun while doing it. You've got a range of drivers. You've got teenagers on the grid, right up to more mature drivers who perhaps raced many years ago, coming back into racing. The F1000 Championship is open for all, and Matt Higginson is certainly the driver to beat this weekend. Only a few days ago he was very ill indeed and was unsure whether he'd make it to Silverstone, but it's turned out to be totally opposite what it could have been this dominant weekend. Meanwhile, the second place, Tom Westworth had another go at Copse Corner. That does seem to be the place where he is the closest to Sam Satchwell, but not an easy place to pass.
As you say, all welcome. There's 12 years of difference between these two. Tom Westworth well, they're going to keep fighting it out throughout the rest of this race, and well, I don't think there's going to be many more opportunities for Westworth to make the move. He's going to have a look to the inside here. Is he going to be able to get the grip on the exit of the corner? They'll head into Luffield, and he will have that grip, just about to pull ahead of Satchwell, who looks to the outside. The 19, though, doesn't quite have the ability to switch back up and under, so it will be a good move from Tom Westworth.
Yeah, it came all of a sudden, really, didn't it, up there at Brooklands Corner. Can Sam Satchwell fight back, or is it going to be another third place, a fifth third place in the row? Surely not. Sam Satchwell is thinking he's right on the gearbox of Tom Westworth through Copse Corner. He runs a little wide. Westworth can't do that because he would have a track limit penalty. Sam Satchwell's got a little bit in reserve, which he could use up. As they turn into Beckett's, he's tighter through the corner. That means he should be able to get on the power earlier, get into the slipstream of Tom Westworth. Can he repeat the move that Westworth did a lap ago on the way up towards Brooklands Corner, or is he not close enough?
I don't think he's close enough. I think he's going to have a look at it though. Westworth's got to be aware of Satchwell behind, and Satchwell smartly backs out of it in the end. He was nowhere near close enough to make it as Westworth did last time out, but Westworth runs a little bit wide on the exit. That might open the door to Satchwell once again.
1 lap to go in the 6th round of the Disclock F1000 Championship. Matt Higginson. I don't really want to say what I was going to say because that jinxed the previous race. I won't say it yet. Into second place battle into Copse Corner. It's still Tom Westworth ahead, but we saw that Sam Satchwell was strong through Beckett's a lap ago and was able to have a look into Brooklands. But Matt Higginson's not really seen anybody else this weekend. He has just been driving so quickly, doing those 108 mile/hour laps around the Silverstone National Circuit in a car that's just got a 1 litre superbike engine. It was the Jedi originally designed some half a century ago, and the car hasn't changed terribly much since. A car that was originally designed really for hill climbing has made a great circuit racing car. Matt Higginson has drove it superbly and will win for the 3rd time this weekend. A hat-trick of victories at Silverstone for Matt Higginson. 2nd place will go the way of Tom Westworth. Sam Satchwell will have to settle for 3rd again.
Yes, he will. Sam Satchwell just behind Tom Westworth in the end. They have had a great fight all weekend long, and Eric Cal coming home with a 3-peat of 4th places for himself as well.
Yeah, it won't be too difficult to record the results of this, will it? Because they're very similar over the course of the weekend. Ian Abel was 5th, Katie Cole will have returned to race and takes 6th. Anthony Gauntlet 7th, Adam Walker 8th, 9th for Wayne Pearson, and David Shepherd should take 10th position. The F1000 Championship will continue at Snetterton next month. So we go from the shortest track on the calendar to the longest circuits. That'll be quite different for everyone to get their heads around.
Oh, it really will. It really will. But they'll have that time to adapt, and they will take it. And yeah, it will just be great fun to watch them. And hopefully somebody will be able to topple Matthew Higginson, who in the last 2 seasons has had one finish off of the podium.
Let's see if we can take a look at the results of round 6. It was Matt Higginson that won. He only won by 6 seconds. He was that far ahead after 6 laps. I don't think he pushed it hard after that. Sam Satchwell was 3rd behind Tom Westworth. Eric Cal was 4th. Ian Abel 5th. Katie Cole 6th. Anthony Gauntlet 7th. Adam Walker was 8th. Wayne Pearson 9th. David Shepherd 10th. And the unlucky Simon Pratt's another non-finish for him. He's had sort of a disappointing season up until this point. So I suggested Snetterton is next. They're back to Silverstone in August, but on the other side, on the international circuit. Croft in September, and Donington Park in October will complete the season. We will hear from Kieran McGinley next, who will meet some drivers he saw this morning.
So then we'll quickly jump in with Matthew Higginson, our winner today, and also another lap record for him, absolutely lighting up those timing sheets. Matt, congratulations, another win on the board for you. How's that? Been a really good weekend for you, another lap record for you here as well.
Yeah, that was a perfect weekend really. Perfect weekend. I mean, that last race was all about putting more daylight on that lap record, to be honest.
It showed at the start then, because I think you got another 2/10 on that lap record there, so another dominant display from you.
Yeah, I wanted that daylight. I knew it was in the car, and I weren't really going to stop until I did it. And as soon as I saw that lap time, backed it off a second a lap. Felt like more, but just poodling around, really look after the car. We've got high water temperature, which I didn't quite believe on the dash. It was fluctuating massively, so but I think there is an issue. Anyway, nice race to finish on. But yeah, thanks to the team, the family, the sponsors, everything. Perfect weekend. Couldn't ask for more.
And as well, not only did you set the fastest lap, obviously was there any change in the weather conditions, or as the sun's come out, was that any change to it at all?
Not really. I think the wind's stiffer actually from this morning. So I left basically in 5th gear for turn 1 and just hit it flat. So I think that made the difference, to be honest. Everything else was about the same, so yeah, pleased with that.
Well, congratulations on the victory, Matt, and go and enjoy your hat trick.
Yes, many thanks.
Thank you very much, and with that, it's up to the next race.
Already the cars are heading to the grid for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series as this busy race day continues. Earlier on, Ian Elliott got his first ever victory in the Jomo. bit like Jasmine Yorman yesterday, it seems that he's busy off celebrating rather than contesting the second race.
Quit while you're ahead, I think, is the phrase that springs to mind. Yeah, that's bizarre. We didn't spot any problems with Ian Elliott's car early on, I don't think.
A bit like yesterday, isn't it? Where, as I say, Jasmine Norman was a first-time winner in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge. Ian Elliott's done that in the race parts historic 750 Formula, but they're not contesting, seemingly, race 2 from pole. That's where he should have started alongside Richard Verheiden. On row 2, we will see Sam Wright and Tim Sage and Greg Catton and John Donnelly starting on row 3 on this grid that's set on the second fastest laps in qualifying. Row 4, we find Gary Brandon and Peter Marsh, the first of the Austin Sevens. Paul Mason and Ambrose Butcher will be on row 5, with John McDonald and Mike Harvey on row 6. Gareth Cordy starts alongside John Moss, with Ian Chappell and Tim Mile up next. Harry Beacle and Nick Hayward-Cook on row 9. Phil Livingston on the 19th position, joined by 3 drivers that didn't contest the earlier race. Ben Bolt, Roderick Renfrew and Trevor Slatter all did their qualifying at lunch. So it's good to see that they will get a run here at Silverstone. I think the only car that is missing is that car that's on pole position.
Yeah, and it's a real shame that Ian Elliott is not there. We're expecting to see him. No notification as to why he's not there. Won that race by about 3 seconds, didn't he? So from Richard Verheiden and Tim Sage. Sage made a strong start to the first race, so we'll see if who's going to come out on top. I think it could be quite a decent fight actually between at least the first 3 on the grid there. From Richard Verheiden on the outside now of the front row, Sam Wright on effectively second, and Tim Sage effectively third on the grid. Obviously we've got different classes to worry about as well. We've got the supercharged and non-supercharged Austin Sevens that also will be taking part a bit further down the grid.
Could be a chance we could have 4 different winners in another 750 Motor Club category in 4 races. Here, Sam Wright was a winner at Brands Hatch, as was Joe Zotter, who's not here today, the Switzerland-based man. And, of course, Ian Elliott won earlier today. Round 4 of the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. See the red lights on here at Silverstone. The race gets underway, and then Richard Verheiden almost stalls. He saved that, but he's surely going to lose the lead on the way up to Copse Corner. It's going to be the Mallock of Tim Sage that turns into Copse in front of Sam Wright, the Brands Hatch winner, who spun off earlier. He is there in second position as the cars head through, including the Marrow of John McDonald. Very different looking cars to some of the other pre-1974 750 Formula machines. But it is another spin for Sam Wright. Oh, they're all going off. What's going on at Beckett's? This is quite concerning, it must be said. Well, we had 3 cars on spin there in second, third and fourth. Very odd.
Yeah, and the rest of them seem to have managed to get through okay, but that's meaning that Tim Sage, is he in the lead of the race? Down towards Brooklands they go for the first time, but yeah, that's really sort of split the field massively apart, hasn't it? Who's into second place now?
Austin 7, I think. I've got a red flag, I think.
Oh, and yes, there's contact there with, is that Sam Wright's car?
Looks like it.
And the Greg Catton Dyson somehow has ridden over it. I'm not quite sure how that's happened, because we saw Sam Wright, he was the first car to go off.
But that looked earlier in Beckett's than where he ended up.
Yeah, so if that's as he was trying to rejoin, you can see the people in the restaurant watching on there thinking, what on earth is going on here? Utterly bemused by what's going on down there with one car on top of another. Hopefully everyone's okay. Marshall's making sure that all is in order, and we'll try and untangle these cars. That's going to need doing somehow, but yeah, we didn't see how that happened, and it is a little bit of a mystery to us. That's the Escapade restaurant in the background of show.
Very confused here, don't they?
Yes, I think we're all equally as confused as one another. There's quite a lot of gravel that's been dragged on as well. Is that actually onto the circuit, or is this on the run? Is this on the Grand Prix circuit possibly somehow?
That would make more sense than otherwise.
Okay, so they've managed to lift the Dyson up and release the Village V2 from underneath. So they're now both back on their own wheels. Silverstone recovery truck is into operation.
So this is all in the runoff, isn't it? So that makes more sense than what I originally thought. So obviously where the 2 cars have spun.
You say it makes sense.
It makes more sense than I thought it did.
Yes, so two cars on the runoff area have managed to clamber one over the top of the
Well, they were
field.
both spinning, weren't they? So I
Yeah.
guess they. And everyone was coming in the pits. They probably shouldn't have done that.
No, they should come and stop short of the pit lane, but maybe some people not quite sure what should happen when the red flag flies. So we'll have to get the cars out of the pit lane again for another restart, which is probably, from the point of view of the racing as a spectacle, just as well. It will go back to an original grid for those that survive, because we had less than 2 laps, and hopefully we won't get a repeat of what happened at Beckett's, and we will have a closer race than otherwise we might have done.
Just one thing that officials will be concerned is why that happened.
Yes.
If there was something on the road, or just because Sam Wright spun and everyone else sort of tried to adjust themselves and then ended up spinning in sympathy.
Yeah, it's difficult to know, isn't it? I mean, we've seen a lot of fluid down throughout the weekend in different categories.
We also should be quite pleased the drivers were able to walk away from that, because it could have been a lot worse than what it ended up being.
Absolutely. I expect they will have a trip to the medical centre as well, just to check that they're okay. It looks like they're going to walk there at the moment, heading past the Beckett's commentary box there.
There seems to have been some oddities this weekend at Silverstone, particularly today.
Right, there's the okay, so the Dyson's being sort of manoeuvred off the track manually, I think, by the looks of it. Yeah, all a little bit odd, that one. I'm sure the marshals, they'll probably just have a look to see if there was any fluid down, if there's anything they need to report. I've not seen anything on my race log that suggests that might be the case.
Guess what could be a factor here is Ben Bolt and Trevor Slatter from the back. I wonder if they could get up into a top 3 position before the end.
Could do, yes, I would have thought so. Ben Bolt was the top driver in Class C last season. Trevor Slatter back out in his Centaur. He was out in Lyndon Thruston's car at Brands Hatch while his Centaur was being prepared for racing for ultimately this weekend. He's got that car back out, so both of them capable of finishing on the podium ordinarily, so we'll see what they can do from the back of the field. All the cars can tell you now clear of the circuit, and the drivers as well, so hopefully we'll be able to get going again in the not too distant future. We will need to get cars reordered. They're going to do that in the pit lane and escort them to the circuit, back onto the circuit. So I think they're doing a bit of assembly in the pit lane, then they'll send them round onto the grid with a sort of unofficial green flag lap, I think, and then we'll get the race back underway for this Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series, the 4th race of the season out of 12 that they will have during the course of this year. They go to Anglesey in June, Cadwell Park in July, Snetterton in August, and those 2 meetings both feature a handicap race in the 2nd race of the weekend before concluding the season at Mallory Park in October. Not a championship, of course, no points awarded, but there's obviously bragging rights to be had within each individual race. And the idea here is the cars must match the appearance and technology of the period from sort of 1922 to 1974, depending on the class that they're in.
Mentioned Ben Bolt a moment ago. He was racing here at Silverstone 62 years ago, where he took a class victory in the Burkitt Relay, which in them days took place in August. So probably better weather we'll have for the Burkitt Relay this season. But someone that's got great history in 750 Motor Club racing, Ben Bolt. But not long after he stopped racing for many, many, many years and came back 4 years ago, I think initially in an Austin 7, and more recently he's been racing in Class C in this Centaur, the ex-John Ingram car, which is prepared by Ambrose Butcher, who's out racing this season in his own DNC, which is good to see. He got a top 10 finish in the earlier contest. So at the moment we still haven't got any cars on the circuit, have we? So we'll see exactly what is decided to happen next.
Yeah, Ambrose Butcher, yes, it was his first race. He was due to make his debut at Brands Hatch in the opening event of the season, but the clutch failed when the car was on the rolling road before that event. So Ambrose Butcher is making his debut this weekend.
What's happening?
Well,
there's 2 cars in the pit lane now.
Let's watch the kart track. Why have we not been doing for the last 10 minutes? Because there's much more action going on there at the moment. This is the new kart Silverstone facility, which looks absolutely magnificent. Only opened in the last month or two. Great use of the sort of surplus space that there is here at Silverstone, enable even more motorsport events to run simultaneously. We've already run a couple of race meetings at the same time here. Why not some karting as well?
I guess there's 5 functional circuits now at Silverstone, isn't there? Of course, the Grand Prix circuit, the national circuit today, the international circuit, the kart circuit, and the Stowe circuit, which gets used for testing sometimes still. 2 particularly shaking down Grand Prix cars, I think.
Yeah, no race meetings held on the Stowe circuit.
They had the Rallycross there, didn't they, one year in the
Yeah,
World
they did,
Championship?
on a sort of modified version of it. But certainly I've been at 750 Motor Club meetings on the Stowe circuit in the past, which had facilities not quite as luxuriant as that one. It was basically 2 porta cabin stats on top of one another, as I recall correctly, on the Stowe circuit. But that a much more... impressive facility on the kart track.
I think I've worked out what's happening. They're getting them back in grid order
behind
in the
safety
pit lane, aren't they, rather than on the circuit.
Yeah.
Whether it be a safety car start or not is another matter.
Nothing on my screen to indicate that would be the case. I think they'll just lead them round to the grid behind the safety car, I would think.
At the moment we've got 15 minutes on the clock, so we're full distance. So hopefully everyone's put plenty of fuel in, more than perhaps Paul Cook might have put into his M3 earlier. Should that have been the problem. There is the Marrow, isn't it? Very unusual looking car compared to the others. Sort of, I guess, in mind of what the later 750 Formula cars were, being a fully bodied machine.
Yeah. I remember seeing the Marrow in 750 Formula in the 1980s, late 1980s, early 1990s. I think Phil Myatt, I've got a feeling, raced a Marrow, and it was coloured like a Marrow, the green car with sort of yellow stripes on it. So that was quite something. May well have been a championship winning car as well. That, if I can find my bit of paper with that.
Oh, we've had a crash in the pit lane.
Oh dear. That's the 85 car, isn't it? Which is John Moss in the Dog Bowl Sports. The driver from
Arms folded.
Yeah. Well, just embarrassed, I think, by what's going on. But yeah, you can see the Dog Bowl name on the side of the car.
Probably should explain to those here at Silverstone that the crash in the pit lane was quite undramatic.
Yes, it was.
Very slowly reversed into the winning pit board at about 1 mile per hour. So nothing to be alarmed about if you're here at Silverstone.
No, exactly. Just seeing the number 67 car there. That's Paul Mason with the Whippet. He's actually the lap record holder in historic 750 Formula in Class C, isn't he? But in a different car from, I think, what did we say it was, 2013 or something, that the record dates back to 2008, in fact, for Class C in these cars. That's going back a long time, isn't it?
The regulations are a bit different then as well, weren't they? Didn't beat that time in the earlier race.
No, not anywhere close to it, really. So there's John Moss in that number 85 car, the 71-year-old from Little Kimble. He's retired, was a costs lawyer, started circuit racing only in 2019, doing VSCC and 750 Motor Club racing. He's done hill climbing and truck days as well. That car was a 1933 car. Doesn't know who built it, that car, but it was raced by Gordon Tasker, Simon Frost, Simon Gallen, amongst others. And just looking at another of the Austin 7s, one of the monopostos here that you can see. That's the number 33 car, which is that of Gareth Cordy, the ex-Mazda 7 and catering graduates racer, switching to something a little bit different. The size of that dial that he's got in the middle of the dashboard there, very clear and easy to read. Slippery Annie, I think, is the name of the car rather than the driver's nickname, but we'll go with that. There's Tim Mile in the number 30 car, the Austin Pigsty Mark 13, one of the oldest drivers competing in British motor racing these days. And you can see here that the technology is vastly different to that we have in some of the the championships that we have racing with the 750 Motor Club these days. He's just been called forward. He's just ahead of the 66 car there. That was Nick Hayward-Cook, who I think was our only non-finisher from the early race. But it looks like now they are being led out behind the safety car, ready to go back into the race, Josh.
Found in the 750 Motor Club archives the 2008 results.
Okay.
That Paul Mason did win in what would have been 750 trophy then. I think
in The Hague, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And is he the only driver on the grid then that's here today? Tim Mile was on the grid in probably the same car, I guess.
Yeah.
So he did a 1:28 then. What did Tim Mile do earlier?
Tim Mile earlier did a 1:34.
So 6 seconds has gone somewhere in the last 18 years.
I think that's understandable.
I think he was the only driver on the grid that day, other than Paul Mason, of course, who's in a different car now. But 750 Motor Club archive is available for all. You can get that on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. I think there's programmes dating back to the 1990s on the archive if you'd like to see the past with the club. And 750 Motor Club has changed quite a lot in its years, and it is a host to a great range of categories now.
Yeah.
Pretty much any racing car you can think of, you can probably race
somewhere
with the 750 Motor Club.
But I think that archive, I think it's a fantastic resource. It's great that that's been built up by the club. A lot of clubs and a lot of championships. You can't even find who was last year's champion, let alone who was the champion in 1950, as you can if you look on the 750 Motor Club website and see what happened in 750 Formula that year. So, no, great resource, and documenting motorsport history very, in very great detail. Lots of information there as well about the Birkett Relay over the years and things like that, as well as the various championships and series that they've put through over time.
Of course, so many famous people have raced or built cars for the 750 Motor Club, particularly in 750 Formula.
Absolutely
in the days
right.
that these cars are based on, and at the Birkett Relay as well. People like Graham Hill, before he became a world champion, raced in 750 Motor Club events. And Colin Chapman built cars for this category, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely, and because the 750 Motor Club has always been had that focus on the amateur and indeed professional designer and constructor and engineer, the real emphasis on developing and building and taking things to the next level. It's always attracted the people that have gone on to be sort of the greats in the history of motorsport engineering, as well as driving as well, of course.
Of course, designing racing cars a bit different nowadays, because the majority of professional racing categories haven't got quite the flexibility that they would have done when the likes of Colin Chapman were coming up. Now, hopefully, it's not going to matter that we're not quite lining up where we should have been. Because there were so many cars missing from the right-hand side of the grid. We haven't got Ian Elliott. We shouldn't have Sam Wright or Greg Catton. We have some cars probably where they not ought to be, but hopefully that's not really going to matter to anybody, and we'll be able to get this race underway. 15 minutes is still on the clock for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Who is that? John Donnelly that's ended up?
Yeah, it's John Donnelly, who's should have been the next car behind Sam Wright, so they've all just basically shuffled up to fill the next position on the grid ahead of them, rather than even the laps. Obviously, because they've sorted them out in the pit lane, single file, it was quite hard for them to work out where the gap should be. So I don't think anyone's going to mind too much. It's not a championship, no points at stake, no titles at stake. Important thing is that the drivers that have, made it back into this restart enjoy a good race.
Tim Sage is making sure his GoPro's working.
Okay.
Which I think he's sorted now. Is there another problem? Yes,
there's
a car in.
Car that has stopped. It's between post 9 and the bridge, which we could see.
The car's almost invisible, isn't it, under the shade of the bridge?
Well, can't tell you what number it is. I think the marshal that's obviously reported that probably can't tell what number it is either. And nor can we. So it's someone...
Can't tell the gap in the grid, can we, at this
stage?
No,
exactly. It'd be someone, well, might be someone towards the back, but it might not be. And it's hard to figure out, just looking at that, who it is that might be missing. So this is going to result in a delay to the start, and these cars tend not to like sitting on the grid for too long if they can help it, unfortunately.
You've got Mike Harvey there.
Yeah.
Is Paul Mason there, the driver we were speaking about? Is that his car there?
That's Paul Mason next to him.
So Ambrose Butcher could be missing, or yeah, it could be Ambrose Butcher, couldn't it?
Was Gary Brandon out of there?
Is that him?
No, wrong colour. So Gary Brandon might be missing, possibly. Anyway, difficult to tell from that shot we've got now. There's cars.
That's Ambrose Butcher a bit further. Now there's a big wave of the arms for the Austin 7 driver, because these cars don't like sitting in preparation for a race for long periods, really, do they?
So I think
and race will not start is what we have got on our timing screens now.
Yes, so we were going to... So we'll see, that's saying it's checkered flag there, but I don't know if
race will not start on the
I
timing
think what
screen.
they're probably going to do is, they're going to open the gate. I think they'll send them into the pit lane, get the next race out, and have another go at these a bit later on. It's my surmisation of what's going to happen, because there's plenty of time still in the day. So I think what they'll do is they'll recover that car and just let everyone pause, get all the cars hopefully relatively healthy again, and go for a restart a bit later in the day. Yes, that car needs a full lift. It's the 72 car of Trevor Slatter,
It's not been
the
a good day,
Centaur,
has
that is being lifted. So the car's heading to the paddock, and we'll get news of whether they will get another go at that later on, possibly at the end of the programme. But
the programme was going so well.
It was. I was thinking, what time am I going to get away from here tonight, and how much after 4 o'clock's it going to be? But if we do have a rerun for these, because I would think they would try to give them one if they can, then because as I say, still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. It might be slightly later finish than we first anticipated. So those cars are heading into the pit lane and back to the paddock, and we will take a short break before the next race.
So the cars for the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge are sitting there in the assembly area ahead of the fourth round of the championship. But news to bring you from the earlier race, because the driver who we thought would be leading the championship, Elliot Fuster, has been excluded from the earlier race for a couple of technical infringements from that race one. So he will not only be a not classified finisher, will be excluded from the results, but he will also have to start from the back of the grid for this race based on the earlier race results. He wasn't the only one, because Darren Lucas had also been excluded for similar reasons. That didn't affect the race winner though. Lewis Stannard, a first-time winner in the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge earlier this afternoon. It wasn't long ago, was it? These cars were racing here at Silverstone. Alfie Weymouth classified second, Archie Carter in third, Sam Ralph the novice winner in fourth, Graham Coombs fifth, and Josh Bolsover classified in sixth. The erstwhile championship leader James Saggers was 15th. Elliot Woodward was not here. Graham Coombs, who was fourth in the championship, finished fifth. So he's the most consistent at this point after 3 rounds. But a very different look really to the Silverstone race pace from several of the drivers compared to Donington Park at Easter. But the Swiftport Challenge Inn has been quite the success story since its inception, really a year ago this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. It's really caught the imagination of drivers new to motorsport and those with lots of motorsport experience as well. It's brought many new people onto the grid. It's a long list of novice drivers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, nearly half the grid. I think we can summarise that as novice drivers here this weekend, having their first season of racing, and quite a few who aren't were novices last year. So I should think 3/4 of the grid probably is people who have been brought into motorsport by the Mr. Transit Swift Sport Challenge, which was launched less than 2 years ago. Immediately captured the imagination of teams and drivers and people preparing cars for this.
Sorry to interrupt you. Going back to your point, I'd think that you could count the number of drivers who have raced something else on a single hand, couldn't you? A couple of people have done junior saloon car racing. And then you've got people like James Saggers and Graham Coombs have done a lot of racing, but there are very few other people who have.
Not many at all. And I think part of the attraction is it's obviously a very affordable way to go racing, very tightly controlled regulations, but also different angles that help to sort of make things even more accessible. The fact that you could drive if you want, as people do, cars on the road to the circuit, the fact that two drivers can share a single car and their points can be combined, the fact that there is a sort of discouragement from testing on the day before the race weekend. There's various things that contribute there to trying to keep costs down, trying to sort of keep the playing field nice and level. These cars, they're from the 2006 to 2011 model year Suzuki Swift Sport 1.6. European specifications. They have a bolt-in safety devices, roll cage, of course they've got 6-point harnesses as well, plumbed-in extinguishers and a laminated windscreen, but all the other windows must be the original manufacturer glass. You can't stiffen the chassis apart from putting the roll cage in, of course, and there's very limited amount that you can do to the bodywork. The engine internals must be standard or standard pattern. They must have a mandatory ram air induction kit for the exhaust.
Some people feel you can still eat outside today, but perhaps actually just to get the good vantage point for the Swift Sport Challenge, the top level of the restaurant in the Escapade. Not sure what the crazy flashing lights are at the level 2.
I suspect it's just how the strobing of the camera that's making it look like that. But yeah, they've been mandatory yellow speed racing coilover suspension as well, standard gearboxes, standard calipers, and 15-inch Corsa wheels with the Davanti Pro Tourer tyres, of which they're limited to 10 over the season and 6 over the weekend.
So cars have been released from assembly. Lewis Stannard was pretty dominant in the race earlier this afternoon, but his best lap's really only a couple to 3 tenths past anybody else, so I think if they don't squabble behind and keep in his toe, they should be able to go with the youngest driver on the grid. I guess he's probably the youngest 750 Motor Club member, isn't he, Lewis Stannard, at 16 in a month or so.
Yeah, something like that, one would think.
And he will have Alfie Weymouth alongside. We had that teenage podium lockout earlier. Alfie Weymouth, who's 19, as is Archie Carter behind him. So Lewis Stannard's a year 11 student. Alfie Weymouth is a nuclear engineering apprentice, and Archie Carter is also an apprentice, but a technician for Ferrari in Hampshire is Archie Carter. And then the three of them, though more experienced than the 40-year-old Sam Ralph, who's a novice behind them, the ex-lawnmower racing competitor, but he's taken to car racing pretty well with the ex-Conor Craven machine. Then on the third row, the most experienced driver of all on this grid, Graham Coombs, who started racing 40 years ago. He won the Will Hire 24 Hours at Snetterton in 1992, a former champion in production saloons. He's raced super touring cars in the Formula Saloon Car Series. He's won the Dutch Supercar Championship also in his Honda Accord Super Tourer. But he's come back to racing. As recently as last year, he was a podium finisher at the Brighton Speed Trials, presumably not in his Suzuki Swift. But he's racing, I think he's done pretty much all the races in this championship, hasn't he? And he starts there on the third row of the grid, alongside Josh Bolsover, who's having his first ever race today. So, a complete difference, aren't they, these two drivers on the third row. Josh is 28 from Derby. He's done very little in terms of driving on a circuit, but he's very quick, obviously. He's sharing this car with Jack Wood this year in the Team Challenge. Both have done track days for the last decade or so, but have never raced before. And Josh Bolsover qualified super well and raced really well to finish just behind someone that's been racing for more than his lifetime.
Yeah. So almost ready for the off then. I was just thinking laterally, maybe the youngest driver should actually be Thomas Littlechild, but he's actually 38 years of age. But you'd think from his name he would be the youngest person on the grid.
Red lights are on. Round 4 of the Mr. Transit Smithbrook Challenge gets underway. It's another good start from Lewis Stannard from pole position. He should lead the way up to Copse Corner for the first time. All 30-plus cars go through. Alfie Weymouth second, Archie Carter's third. Round the outside, Graham Coombs goes fourth, ahead of the much less experienced Sam Ralph. And the cars head off to Maggots and Beckett, which last time we saw racing cars go through here, it went quite wrong. So deep breath, everybody. Here come the Swifts, and they're very close indeed. Lewis Stannard is ahead, isn't he, from Archie Carter. He got the better of Alfie Weymouth there at Beckett's. They're 3 abreast in the middle, but I think all 33 cars or so have come through unscathed.
Much better behaved than the historic 750 Formula drivers as well. Side by side for the lead of the race. It's Archie Carter getting his nose in front. He's on the outside line though for Brooklands. He goes very deep into the corner of the car, a bit sideways, very sideways. It snaps to the right and he's off. He just went too fast into the corner and he's thrown the lead away then. So it is Lewis Stannard that's got the lead. Alfie Weymouth is second. It's Graham Coombs there in third position, isn't it? The veteran of the field, racing in amongst these teenage drivers, and then everyone else trying to filter through. I think Archie Carter probably has managed to get going again, but yeah, through the lead and the possible win away there, Josh.
Yeah, it braked a bit late, it was a bit sideways, and then not the first time today, I think it was a different car. We saw earlier sort of get grip, but you've got too much lock on, and the car just then shoots off in completely the wrong direction. But it's Stannard that lead. He's not got away. Totally opposite to race 1. You've got Weymouth, Coombs, Ralph, Jake Spencer, who was spectacular earlier, and Josh Bolsover completing the top tip. James Saggers is 9th. So the double race winner from Donington Park, James Saggers, is into 9th. He passed 6 cars on lap 1.
Archie Carter was 24th at the end of lap 1 after going off at Brooklands Corner. So it's Stannard in the lead of this race then. And it's Weymouth and Carter classified 2nd and 3rd in the earlier race in the end. Let's see what kind of result we're going to get this time. Of course, it's Graham Coombs there. Lots of saloon car experience for him. He's there in 3rd place, tracking after Alfie Weymouth, who in turn is tracking the leader, Lewis Stannard, a bit further back. Josh Bolsover going side by side and getting a place away, did he, from Jake Spencer there as they went into Brooklands Corner. Yes, I think he did get ahead of the number 69 car. Then you've got 3 cars going right together. Jake Boydell is in the middle of that battle too, and the red car that you can see is 25 James Saggers that Josh was referencing, the man that had the double win at Donington Park and at Mallory Park at the end of last season. Coming through to complete lap number 2 then, it's Lewis Stannard and Alfie Weymouth, separated by about a quarter of a second. Weymouth gets a good run out of Woodcote Corner, is going to try and take the inside line into Copse at the start of lap number 3, and they're pretty much overlapping as they turn their way through the right-hander. Weymouth has to just tuck back in behind though, the race leader.
Lewis Stannard has got his work cut out this time, hasn't he? He just drove away from the pack earlier this afternoon. That's not going to happen this time out. Alfie Weymouth, who's only started racing last year, never won a race before, he's going to give this a good shot, but they're bringing everyone else back in, including the 2 novices. Sam Ralph and Josh Bolsover are catching the top 3, it appeared there as they went through Beckett's Corner. Look at them, they're all together in the lead battle. Alfie Weymouth in the tow, the slipstream very effective it seems today, and round the outside Alfie Weymouth, he breaks a bit earlier than what Archie Carter did when he tried that move on Lewis Stannard, so he tucks in back behind the 16-year-old. There's contact behind, massively sideways is Jake Spencer. His namesake, Jake Boydell, gets a clobber there. I think he was the other one potentially involved. James Saggers survived and got ahead. They've both continued without actually losing that much time.
Yeah, Boydell, the winner of this equivalent race 12 months ago. Not sure he's going to be able to reprise that win. Bit of chaos going on at Luffield Corner.
Flanagan that went sideways in 33.
Looked like it, coming through to complete.
Maddie Griffiths for the pits.
Yeah, looks like she is. That's a great shame after her comeback after the disappointment at Donington Park. We've had a change of lead. Alfie Weymouth's gone from the inside at Copse Corner, but on the exit it looks like Lewis Stannard is coming back. Tim Graham Coombs is there to try and pick up the piece as well. Samuel Ralph seems to have closed in on them as well, making it 4 cars for the lead, with a gap back to Josh Bolsover in 5th, James Saggers up 6th. It's Stannard that is back through by the time they arrive at Beckett's. Then it's Weymouth, then it's Coombs, then it's Ralph. That's your top 4. Ralph is the novice class leader with Bolsover the next best newcomer in 5th position overall. There's 3 cars wide as they go through. Beckett's a bit further back. Side by side for the lead, for third I should say, in the tow of the leader is Alfie Weymouth, but he's not close enough to make that work, and they all sort of sort themselves back out into the order in which they originally were. But we're getting now Josh Bolsover and James Saggers closing in on this leading group. What price a James Saggers podium or even a win in this race?
Could well be, couldn't it? He had to come back at Donington, of course, with that trick through the gravel at the old hairpin when he made a mistake, but was able to fight back through. And there's been a big accident, I'm afraid, behind. That's Evelyn Wilson in her first race weekend, has had a fairly sizable accident, I'm afraid, at Brooklands Corner. And she's happened to hit the one bit of concrete barrier that we have here at Silverstone, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's an interruption to this race. We will see what happens first, though. Saggers has to set the fastest lap in the meantime. They're not going anywhere near as quick as race 1, perhaps because they're all battling pretty hard, whereas in race 1 there were some people, weren't they, just driving around using the optimal racing line. Well, that's just not possible when you're involved in these battles. We're continuing on for now. I suspect there'll be yellow flags at Brooklands.
Yeah, lots of track limits infringements have been reported so far during the course of this race, but I don't think anyone's yet got to the point. Now we're getting a safety car now, I think. Yeah, yellow flags going out, but we've not got to the point where anyone's been given a track limits warning flag, but there shouldn't be going any more track limits infringements now, because it looks like they have indeed acknowledged the fact that the yellow flag's around. They'll put the safety car. There is Evelyn Wilson's car stricken at the side of the road. Hopefully she's okay. It's at least in a position where it could be quite quickly recovered to a position of safety, although I suspect that all 4 wheels might not be pointing in quite the right direction now, so it might need a lift to get that out of the way. But our marshals here at Silverstone have worked miracles all weekend, and I'm sure they'll do their best to get that car shifted just as soon as they can. Evelyn was in her first race today. She's a student from Kent, just 19 years of age. Her Swift built by Darkside Development, so we know they can turn a car around quickly should you wish to go back to them. But I think the car actually run by Power Drive Racing, who run a few cars. Good to see Evelyn out of the car, which I'm sure will be a relief to her father Andy, who raced a car at Donington Park last month, and I'm sure that car will come back. We saw much more damaged cars, I think it's fair to say, at Donington, which have been rebuilt, or cars have been built up ready for this weekend in record time. But yeah, safety car is needed. It was quite excitable before that, wasn't it? It was a shame really the safety car is needed. I think it was just a 1-car incident, wasn't it? As far as I can see, yes it was, and Evelyn being taken away by the marshals to a position of safety. She'll have to go to the medical centre to get checked out as well after that. Anytime you hit the wall like that, you'll get checked over, rightly so, to make sure there's no serious damage, no concussion or anything like that arising as a result. So we're working lap 6 of the race. We're just into the second half of the time now, because there's 7.5 minutes left to go. And yes, if you're heading to the medical centre as we speak. So it's Stannard leading, number 91 at the end of 5 laps, from number 19 Alfred Weymouth, 43 Graham Coombs, 85 the top novice Samuel Ralph. James Saggers had made it up ahead of Josh Bolsover into 5th position just before the safety car number 25 for Bolsover 6th, Jake Boydell 7th, Jake Spencer 8th, Thomas Littlechild 9th, and Sam Copeland completing the top 10 in the number 28 car. The driver from Saltash in Cornwall, the 35-year-old who has one of the longest trips to, well, anywhere basically, in the championship. We've got Andrew Anderson in this classic catch this weekend from the north end of Scotland. We've got Saltash in Cornwall in this race.
Was it about Suzuki drivers?
Very good point. It's a very truly national club, the 750 Motor Club, with drivers from all over the place taking part. Very good work there by the recovery crew to get that car taken out of harm's way very quickly. So I would think it will just probably be one more lap behind the safety car. We should get 4 or 5 more racing laps before the end. Yeah, so Lewis Stannard will be working on his restart technique now, won't he? Out of all of this. Well, Maddie Griffiths got back going, so I'm not sure what her problem was, and her car slowed. Of course, it was this meeting last year where she set that really fast lap time. We were just a few hundredths away from Adam Blair's previous lap record. But her start of the season hasn't quite been as successful as last year. Confirmation that the safety car is in at the end of this lap.
And we have only lost the one car from the start. We must have had one car that didn't make the grid, though. Not sure who that was. Because we had 32 starters rather than the 33 we had in race 1.
Was it Fuster?
Might well be.
Yeah, I don't think I can see the 707 car there. So maybe they couldn't get that car re-scrutineered in time.
Yeah, we can even, like James Saggers had in qualifying, an exhaust issue that was not in compliance, and as you said, you can't find the compliant part. You didn't realise you didn't have the compliant part to start with. You're not going to have a spare that is correct, are you?
And there's only a couple of hours really between the two races, wasn't there? Right, safety car lights are off. It is a shame though, because we were second in the championship, of course, coming into the weekend. So it sort of stymies his championship. So right, Lewis Stannard slowed them right down, isn't he, into Brooklands corner. He's seen that safety car lights are off. He's going to be in control for the restart of this race. Hopefully everyone will be nice and close in good order. Can't overtake each other though until they go over the line. And it's 4.5 minutes, so they're probably going to get 4 laps out of this, aren't they?
Really, the only thing he can do to achieve this is to trick Alfie Weymouth behind, because otherwise they're just going to get a slipstream all the way to Cops Corner. And Weymouth's had a really good go at this, hasn't he? Hasn't allowed Lewis Stannard to get away at all well. So with 4 minutes on the clock, the leaders are going to be absolutely together when they cross the line. The gap was probably less even than it already was, and Alfie Weymouth is going to go for the lead at Cops Corner. It's on the outside line of Lewis Stannard. The two teenagers turn into Cops absolutely side by side. Stannard with cold rear tyres gets massively sideways, and the veteran Graham Crooms, he might would have read that really well. Until there was a touch as they headed up towards Maggots and Beckett's, but Alfie Weymouth has taken the lead of the motor race.
Yeah, I think that was Coombs on the back of the car that was leading Lewis Stannard, wasn't it? I don't know, Lewis Stannard was waving his arm in the car, I could see, before that happened. Now it's gone massively wide at Beckett's as well. So it's Alfie Weymouth leading.
James Saggers was fourth at the line, which he should not have been. So although he's in this battle, that could be a problem.
Yeah, he's side by side to go second here. He's on the outside line for Brooklands corner. He's got his nose in front. Who's going to blink first into Brooklands? None of them do. It's Lewis Stannard that comes out in front of all of that. So it's Weymouth leading, Stannard second, Coombs in third. And then it's, as you say, James Saggers fourth, but he should not have been a tenth of a second ahead of Samuel Rolfe over the timing line.
Yes, that being sorted out afterwards. He's going for third anyway on the road. That's all he can do at this point. The potential mistake has already been made. He goes up into third and ahead of Graham Coombs. Sam Rolfe is involved in this battle too. And it is Alfie Weymouth that lead with probably 3 laps of this race to go. Lewis Stannard is fighting back after that big slide he had at Cops. He did a good job to save it. I don't think there was a touch that caused that. I think it was cold rear tyres.
Yeah, that was.
So what they are waving about afterwards, I'm not really sure. It was more following that where the contact occurred, but now he's fighting for the lead to the outside. He cuts back up the curb. Lewis Stannard just bowls over, and boy, Dow run very wide. They're not the only one at Beckett. I think they might have scattered our cameraman again because it's all quite dramatic down there, isn't it? And Stannard's through, so that cutback out of Beckett has worked. Lewis Stannard reclaims the lead from Alfie Weymouth and James Saggers.
Yeah, down into the left-hander they go at Brooklands corner. And of course Saggers now, who started well back on the grid, is in position here to potentially go for the win now. As Josh says, 2 laps to go, I reckon. These 3, Stannard and Weymouth and Saggers, the double Donington Park winner, championship leader coming into the weekend. They're in third. Action all the way down the field. That was Melissa Bexley making up a place on Darren Lucas, I think, going into Brooklands a bit further back down the order. 2 laps to go as they come over the timing line. It's done by half a second. That's quite a big lead by the standards of the Swiss Sport Challenge today.
And that was a new lap record, 4 thousandths quicker than he went earlier.
Well, there you go. That's why it's such a big lead. But now we've got Saggers overlapping with Alfie Weymouth for second place as they head down towards Maggots for the penultimate time in this race. It's Stannard with quite a clear advantage now, and Saggers has gone second.
Yeah, it's a great progress, regardless of what may have happened for James Saggers. So up into second place, the former Radical race winner from a couple of decades ago, the Essex driver, who's brought a couple of his local mates into the championship for this weekend. And there's 3 drivers on this grid from Uttlesford. There he is in second place, and in third position is Alfie Weymouth. Sam Ralph, he's doing a great job, isn't he? The novice driver there in fourth position, just ahead of Graham Coombs. But Lewis Stannard's doing now a bit like he did in the earlier race. It's taken a while to get to this point where he's able to pull away from the pack. So Lewis Stannard going away up front. But for second position down over, I think it's to be contested over the final tour of Silverstone.
Yeah, Ralph is on course here to make it 4 wins from 4 in the novice class. It's the 40-year-old mechanic, as you've said, has raced on lawnmowers in the past. Not be interesting to get a comparison to how the Swifts handle compared to that. On to the final lap of the race then. It's Stannard in the lead. It's Weymouth that is there leading the group for third, because Saggers has left them a little bit now, sort of 7/10 of a second up the road, but I don't think Saggers is going to be able to catch the leader unless he makes a mistake. It's Ralph almost into the back of the 19 car of Weymouth there as he looks for a podium, which would be his first, I think. First overall podium potentially, as they make their way along the Wellington Straight for the final time. It is side by side for third place, isn't it, with Graham Coombs just following them behind. So he's going to try and dive down the inside. He's going to get the inside of Ralph, I think, up into fourth, but doesn't change the novice class position as he fights back on the exit of the corner.
Yes, and Ralph might get the podium. No, he's been touched. He spins. He might not be the novice winner for the fourth time. I did it earlier. It's his turn now. But for Lewis Stannard, it's going to be double Silverstone delight. Lewis Stannard takes the checkered flag with the victory. James Saggers in second. Who's going to finish on the podium? It is going to be Alfie Weymouth. Graham Coombs fourth. Josh Bowles over the top novice in his first weekend of racing is fifth. Jake Boydell sixth. Alex Povey seventh, who did a bit like James Saggers and came through. Look at this group. There's, what, 6 cars separated by about 0.2 of a second, I think.
Wow.
Gary Stanford came out on top of that. Sam Ralph was in the middle of it, so he rejoined and had everyone around him. He's not the only one. Look at the next group that comes through. So that was further down. That was for 21st position, I think, that last group. 73 was at the top of it. That was Luke Jones. So some amazing racing throughout the pack. Even the battle not to be last. There's 5 of them that are battling there. So
yeah,
the Swiftsport Challengers, they're really much delivered here at Silverstone.
Yeah, the 6th for 14th, but split by 0.6 of a second. Lewis Stannard, by the way, another new lap record on the final lap, 1:14.096.
2 seconds quicker than what we had coming into the day. So Lewis Stannard the winner by 1.6 seconds from James Saggers. Alfie Weymouth had a very good day indeed. A couple of podiums. He finishes third. Graham Coombs was fourth. Josh Bowles over on his first day of racing is a novice winner and 5th overall. 6th for Jake Boydell and Alex Povey 7th. Tom Littlechild was 8th. Jake Spencer 9th and Sam Copeland 10th. Aaron Mullen, Nick Peters, Archie Carter recovered to 13th. Remember, he led at one stage before going off. And then in 14th was Gary Stanford. Sam Ralph, after that last corner incident, was 15th. Jay Woolley was 16th, ahead of Gary Hudson and Kerry Laflamme. Dale Bamford and Jake Lucas completed the top 20. Luke Jones won one of those close battles at the end ahead of Tom Flanagan, Darren Lucas, Eric Henkreich and Melissa Bexley too. Then Josh Copeland and Tom Simmons completed our second page of results. Izzy Woolley was next ahead of Ben Munro. Maddie Griffiths, after a mid-race problem, was 30th, and Mikey Brissenden made it 31 finishers. It was only Evelyn Wilson that didn't make it home. There's a car to be repaired for the Wilson team before the trip to Anglesey, a first race for these cars at Anglesey in July. They head to Brands Hatch in August, Croft in September. Mallory Park, like last year, will conclude the 2026 season. Lots to look forward to in those remaining rounds, I think.
Yeah, certainly will be, and a good finishing record as well, not for Evelyn Wilson, but I think we had only one non-finisher across the 2 races.
That's quite remarkable
there, which is really good. Given the intensity of the racing, the fact that there's so many newcomers, it's a real credit to all of the drivers and the teams that prepare the cars as well. Let's head down to the pit lane. Kieran McGinley has got our top 3.
Right, here we go then with the top 3. Well, we'll at least get a chance to have a chat to our race winner, double race winner here today, Lewis Stannard. Lewis, congratulations, and a victory for you. How was it out there?
Yeah, that was a drive, to be fair. It was definitely a lot harder than the first race. Obviously, the first race started on pole, little incident behind me, built a gap and just went. In that, I was under pressure the whole time, just getting chased and fighting with everyone. yeah, that was special for me.
I mean, it was great, so side by side, door to door, safety car in the middle. I mean, that safety car restart, that was a bit interesting.
Yeah, no, that was not what I was hoping for, that restart. That wasn't amazing, but yeah, again, just straight away after the restart, they were all just behind me, just hunting me down, and I think we got down to third at one point, and then went 3 wide down the straight, and then I was just white lining it the whole time. I was not leaving any gaps, so yeah, good race.
Good race indeed. Well, look, I'll give you one of these. Pop that on for me. Congratulations on your wins today. I mean, that's a great bit of momentum. Good weekend for you.
Yeah, definitely. I think we definitely struggled at Donington. Literally, first time in the car was Monday morning, so didn't have any seat time at all. And then we went into qualify and poled it. I think 4th in race 1, then just a little incident in race 2, which I couldn't really do anything about. But yeah, it's racing. We come back stronger, and we definitely have.
You definitely have. Lewis, congratulations on the victory. Go and enjoy it with your team.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And with that, it's off to the next race.
And cars already are heading to the grid for our next race. It don't feel 5 minutes ago since we saw Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship. They're back again. It was highly entertaining earlier, where Adam Lockwood took the victory by 0.08 of a second from Jim Mew, and Sean Traynor in third. 3 different winners we've had so far in the MR2 Championship, but a fact that can be said about a lot of the 750 Motor Club Championships in 2026. Several winners across the board. So the MR2s are coming to the grid. There's one car that appears not to be there, which might be Veer Aldridge, but it looks like the rest are. So let's see if we can have a look at the grid set by the fastest laps in the earlier race. So it's Scott Edbrook who goes from pole position, I think for the first time this year. Adam Lockwood is alongside. Jim Mew and Sean Traynor on row 2. Andy Ruthven and Neil Stratton on row 3. Moving on to our next page, we see on row 4 Veer Aldridge and Andrew Baranowski ahead of Aaron Pullen and Marco Horsley. Matt Welford and Owen Thornhill with that big dramatic slide earlier. He starts 12th. Ian Ledbetter and Crispin Williamson this time starts from a more representative place ahead of Tim Herron and Maxine Nichols. Ben Gallagher and Gary Coburn complete our top 18. Martin Alder and Louis Horsley are next. Tim O'Brien and Jonathan Grant, rather, he's next. Aaron Laverty and Steve James complete the next 6. Eddie O'Kane is 25th ahead of Neil Hurren, Andy Williams, Richard Dales, Mickey Trailer, Patrick Stoner, Martin Collins and Steve Burnett complete the 32 expected cars, but there is at least that one gap, unexpectedly I think.
Veer Aldridge, that is, isn't it? Which is the car I think that was putting down fluid in the earlier race.
That's not as unexpected as first I thought then. So if this is anything like earlier, it's going to be lively. There's plenty of contests for the race of the weekend here at Silverstone. So the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship round 4 is about to get underway. On the right hand side of your screen, Scott Edbrook, the pole man from Bristol, sees the red light go out now. The race gets underway. It's a better start from Adam Lockwood, I think, the race 1 winner, as they head off to Cops Corner for the first time of asking, and it is Lockwood from Edbrook from Mew. Ruthven's got the better of Traynor again, so not the perfect start for Sean Traynor as he relearned his Mark II. And everyone through Cops without anyone really running wide. And then they arrive at Maggots. And Beckett and Sean Traynor's got it all wrong. He's into the side of Jim Mew. Cars scattered. Traynor's gained a load of positions because of it. Not sure that was part of his plan particularly. But everyone's kind of survived in one manner or another, Ian.
Yeah, looks like it. Andy Ruthven was sort of edged out wide as well, wasn't he? So it's given Adam Lockwood here a big lead at the front of the field over Scott Edbrook in second, Jim Mew third, and Neil Stratton in the yellow car. Let's go fourth. Late on the brakes was Andy Ruthven. And he ran a bit deep into the corner, so too did Sean Traynor behind him, so they're slowing each other up there. And they're letting these 4 roadsters get away a little bit in the lead of the race. There's one that's been involved in a jostle further back. That's the number 70, Gary Coburn, who's also a spinner in race 1.
Yeah, that's right. Hopefully just a 1-car incident, so the race can continue for the rest. And Adam Lockwood hasn't got as big of a lead I thought he might do after what went on at Beckett's, but is he that is ahead of Scott Edbrook and Jim Yu. Neil Stratton, who hadn't featured earlier, there's a big slide at Cops up the curb on the inside on the grass as well, was 26. Who was that? Aaron Pullen. Well, he did a good job. He's not the first person to save one of these MR2s today, but he made it out of the corner in generally the right direction. So through Beckett's onto the Wellington straight. They go for the second time, and it's Adam Lockwood giving off the toe to the other roadsters behind.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's going to be Jim Yu who's going to try and make a move on. Scott Edbrook feints to the left. Big gap left there by the race leader, actually Adam Lockwood as well. But the invitation was not taken by Scott Edbrook in second place. It's a bit further back behind the four roadsters. It's Sean Traynor in fifth, leading Class B, and Andy Rutherford. And then the seventh place car is Andrew Baranowski in number 10. The roadsters, as you can see now, the numerically dominant car in the MR2 Championship. That's changed in the last 2 or 3 seasons. The balance shifting from the Mark II to the Mark III as the Mark IIs get a bit older, more long in the tooth, hard to come by the parts. I expect as well is often the case in championships, and more of the roadsters coming out, and they're a very versatile, very drivable car for this kind of racing. So we're working lap 3 of the race now. Edbrook on that lap to the best lap, first flying lap of the race, of course, 109.953. Now Traynor, I think, is catching the lead quartet, Josh.
Yes, it appears that way, so we could get 7 cars in the lead battle. We only really had 2 earlier. The 3 abreast in the middle, that was busy. Again, Edbrook is defending, but he was good on the brakes a lap ago, but better this time is Jim Yu, who's going to try and go around the outside of Brooklyn's corner. That would have been perhaps a bit too much to ask for, so he slots in. Back behind does Jim Yu, who has his son, who's just 14 years of age, Toby, help him prepare this car. Loads of roasters here as well, heading through Brooklyn's corner. In the middle of that, I think was Jonathan Grimes, who's been a long-time MR2 Championship competitor. He is, I think, just outside the top 20 as it stands.
On to lap 4 of the race then. And it's still Adam Lockwood with the lead by 0.3 of a second. The 53 car in second place we can see there is that of Scott Edbrook, the 34-year-old Bristolian, a chassis controls engineer by occupation. And he's in his second season of circuit racing. And this is his favourite circuit is Thruxton, which is good because the championship going there in September for a rare 750 Most Club visit to the Hampshire circuit. And here he is challenging Adam Lockwood for the lead of the race. So I should think that'll be quite a popular round in the MR2 Championship because there's lots of drivers from Hampshire in it, including the race leader Adam Lockwood. But is he going to be the race leader for much longer? Scott Edbrook up the inside of him. He's a bit sideways, a bit of a twitch on. He's still overlapping with the race leader, but surely he's going to have to give best here. And is that going to lose him a bit of momentum and allow Jim Yu to challenge? In the background, yep, Sean Traynor has pretty much now made it 5 cars for the lead of the race. No doubt aided a little bit by the leaders falling over one another.
Yeah, they did a good job though to coexist, didn't they, through Brooklands. Adam Lockwood gave Scott Edbrook the room to get through the corner. He needed that because he got that slide on mid-turn. And Edbrook, is he going for the lead or is he defending? Maybe a bit of both at Cops corner, but Adam Lockwood hangs on for now. He is giving off the slipstream on this windy day at Silverstone to the remaining cars. Track limits going the way of Aaron Pullen. Is that where he got sideways at Cops? Not sure. Oh, that was another moment. Out wide is Mew, but he's going to go right round the outside of Scott Edbrook here for second. They bobble over that curb and don't seem to be quite as watched that bit of track limits as others, but he's got it done. He's up into second place ahead of Scott Edbrook. 2 cars, I think, almost touched for a moment. Edbrook's very good on the brakes here into Brookland. We needed to be because Neil Stratton was right on his tail.
So through Luffield they go. The top 5 with Andy Rutherford now in a little bit of no man's land in 6th position, a couple of seconds behind Sean Traynor, a couple of seconds ahead of Andy Baranowski. So it's all about the first 5 at the moment here. They're up and over the line once again. And the first 5 cars covered by 1.5 seconds that time. The fastest of them, I think, on that lap was the car in second place, which was Jim Yu. who did go wide around the outside at Beckett's corner. A bit further back, that's the 26 car of Aaron Pollen, I think, and 35 Owen Thornhill behind him. There was a bit of trouble in the earlier race, wasn't he, as I remember rightly. He came through to finish 9th in the end.
We saw a wide moment for Aaron Pullen. He's already got the driving standards flag, so that could be a concern for him. Crispin Williamson involved in this battle, whose brother Nick was a winner in this championship previously. Here comes a trainer around the outside of Neil Stratton at Brooklands corner. It's a long way round at Brooklands, but if you can stay there, that's the inside line for Luffield. I'm not quite sure he achieved it. He didn't, so Neil Stratton hangs on to 4th place for now, who I don't think was a factor at Donington and was only 6th earlier, so Neil Stratton having his best race of the season so far.
Yeah, long-time racer in the Roadsters, front runner in the championship, as the two leaders almost side by side over the line as we're approaching half distance in this race. It's Lockwood, though, that's just about holding on from Mew, who won one of the races at Donington Park, sharing the victories with Trainer in the opening event of the season. Mew looking for that second victory of the year. His fellow Hampshire driver ahead of him, though, then Ed Brook behind him. A small gap back then to Sean Trainer, as it now is, so he's got ahead of Neil Stratton, I think, through Copse and through into 4th place.
It's allowed a top 3 to get away, that, though. So they can't contest in, which I think they go into. That could bring Trainer back in later. Jim Mew up the inside of Adam Lockwood at Brooklands. Lockwood's going to try and hang it out, but I don't think he's going to make it work. No, he can't. So Jim Mew leads. We saw a lot of this, though, earlier on, didn't we? And you take the lead and you don't last there for very long. Let's see if that is a similar equation this time around in round 4 of the championship. So it is now Mew the leader, Lockwood in 2nd and Ed Brook 3rd.
Over the line to complete lap number 7 then, and the challenge on for the lead here. Mew there is ahead of Lockwood now by 1/10 of a second, but Lockwood trying to fight back. Ed Brook's right with him as well. They're almost going to be 3 abreast by the looks of it, heading down towards Maggots. Trainer was 1.4 seconds behind Ed Brook as they started the lap. He'll be keen to try and latch back onto these lead 3, having lost a bit of time, and pretty much has done it already, hasn't he, by the time they get to Beckett's. Where's that 1.4 seconds gone exactly?
I think because they were all compromised at Copse, weren't they? So and if you can take the racing line at Copse, it's so beneficial in comparison. So I think that's what happened there. And it's Lockwood going back ahead, isn't it, here at Brooklands. So Adam Lockwood reclaims the lead. This is very reminiscent of the earlier race between Adam Lockwood and Jim Mew. They trade position so many times, but this time they have 3 other cars to worry about. Scott Ed Brook, who's still looking for his first win in the championship. Sean Trainer, who's had a few, and then Neil Stratton at the back of the group.
Okay, round the corner they come to start another lap, and it's side by side for 4th. Neil Stratton's not given up here, has he? He's taking the fight back to Sean Trainer, just in the background there, but Trainer's going to hold on to the position into Copse once again. So the number 84 car remains in 5th position for the moment, although over the timing line Stratton was 7 thousandths of a second ahead. Lockwood was 4/10 of a second ahead at the start of the lap from Jim Mew. Oh, and Trainer's run out wide there at Beckett's. I'm not necessarily sure it's lost him an awful lot of time, though, as we've seen. That's not necessarily the slowest way around that corner, although Stratton is ahead as they head down the Wellington straight this time. Top 3 a bit further up the road, and this time pretty much line astern. No challenges into Brooklands that time. We're into the final 3rd of the race.
And Adam Lockwood leads into Luffield Bend ahead of the 2 pursuers, Jim Mew and Scott Edbrook. Lockwood 44 from Portsmouth, the garage owner. Similar story really for Jim Mew, isn't it? They run rival garages, I think, in Portsmouth area. And then Scott Edbrook there in 3rd place, the chassis control engineer from Bristol. And he's trying to get amongst the 2 garage owners who are side by side. Jim Mew sends it at Copse corner. I didn't know you could do that at that corner. I think they both run extremely wide, and this could be Scott Edbrook's opportunity. The driver who's really been the fastest man around the Silverstone National circuit. Is he going to arrive at Maggots ahead? Is he going to be ahead at Beckett? Yes, he is. So Scott Edbrook, who's never won in the championship Championship before, leads the motor race as the two drivers tripped up each other through Copse.
So Scott Edbrook gets the lead of the race then in the car that was built by Mike Wells. It's prepared and run by Edbrook himself. Can he hold on to the victory here? He's got a couple of car lengths in hand over Lockwood and Mew at the moment as Stratton throws the car back up the inside of Sean Trainer for 4th position to get ahead of the Mark II, the Class B car, the heavier car. And Stratton actually is almost on terms with the top 3 as they've been slowing each other down. Side-by-side action further down the pack as well. Quite a lot of curb being used by some of the drivers. That's Thornhill again, isn't it? Number 35, Owen Thornhill, in the battle with the likes of Aaron Pollan and Marco Halsey, I think.
Leaders up to Copse with 3 laps of this race to go. Sean Trainer's back into it despite a couple of moments we've seen for the multiple champion. He's there behind Neil Stratton, the computer network administrator from Derbyshire. So passing the Escapade Village into the Beckett's hairpin. Same order as we had at the line, and it is then Scott Edbrook, the race leader in that Mike Wells car built 7 years ago now. Is he going to remain ahead though? Lockwood had a look, and I don't know if that caught Edbrook out. He shot to the inside, I think, in a panic, but he managed to get the car into the corner without actually any real issue. So he continuing to lead the race, looking to become the 4th different winner in 4 rounds of the MR2 Championship. Look at the battles that are going on behind. That includes Aaron Pullen, I can see towards the front of the group. Is that Marco Horsley involved as well? Just 17 years of age is Marco, the youngest driver on the grid from West Sussex. We've seen great success for teenagers just in previous race, and he's up there in the top 10, the newcomer to new racing this year.
Over the line they come again with 2 laps to go in this race. It's the battle for 8th position that we're watching here. Tim Herron, you can see in the middle of that pack. Also the 77 car is Crispin Williamson and another of the Mark IIs. Matthew Welford, the next car coming through. So that's the scrap from 8th down to about 12th or 13th, something like that at the moment. Thornhill in that number 35 car, the 33-year-old supercar experienced day manager from Redditch. Only in his first year of racing, it's his first season of motorsport, full stop, and done a bit of rally co-driving, as Josh said earlier on. Richard Brown built and ran this car before Owen bought it this year.
1 lap to go for today's MR2 action. There's some traffic up ahead of the leaders. Could that be a factor on about the last corner of the race? It could be. We shall see, but it's got Edward that leads. He's not getting away at all, though, from Adam Lockwood, Jim Mew and Neil Stratton. They have dropped Sean Trainer, so it's a roadster type of weekend at Silverstone, which isn't perhaps what some people expected here at Silverstone. And Scott Edbrook, can he become a new winner in the championship? It's not going to be easy though, and he's running wide. I think one of the back markers had a right old moment in front of him as well, but yeah, they did, didn't they? They had a spin, and that has allowed Adam Lockwood to challenge here, heading up towards Brooklands Corner. I think Lockwood is alongside. He won the race earlier on today, but he has to tuck in and go the other side, the inside line. That's more optimal if he can brake late enough. He cannot do that. Jim Mew is the one who's late on the brakes, sideways round the outside. They're all in the same order after all of that. So Scott Edbrook into the Luffield corner for the final time. Quite a lot of the leaders are getting track limit warnings at the moment, so hopefully they've behaved themselves on this last lap, or there could be changes to the result. But Scott Edbrook is going to become the 4th different winner in 4 rounds of the Rogue Motorsport Toyota MR2 Championship, and a new winner in the championship as well, with a fastest lap on the last lap. He had to push ever so hard to stay there. Adam Lockwood 2nd, Jim Mew 3rd, Neil Stratton in 4th.
And Sean Trainer in 5th position. He was the man I said was going to be tough to beat this weekend. I think it was me that was just referring to when he said some people thought the MR2 Mark IIs might dominate the weekend. It's not proved to be the case, has it? Trainer 5th, Ruthven Singh Baranowski 7th, Thornhill 8th, Pullen 9th, and Tim Herron completing the top 10. But yeah, great win for Scott Edbrook there. had a lot to soak up, a lot of pressure to soak up there from Lockwood and Mew in particular. And yeah, how many times have we said 4 different winners from 4 races so far this season, 750 Motor Club Championships this weekend. It's such a competitive year across the board. Really looking forward to seeing how the rest of the season pans out, not only in MR2s but across many of the championships this year. Cars still coming across the line. We lost a couple, didn't we, into the pits during the course of that race. Martin Orja and the 64 car as well of Benjamin Gallagher. I think Orja might have had a bit of contact in that race with Louis Horsley.
Here are the results after 13 laps. Scott Edbrook, the new winner in MR2 racing in just his second season. He was 4 tenths ahead of Adam Lockwood. Jim Yu rounded off the podium. Neil Stratton in 4th. Sean Traynor still won his class. That's not what he's here for, though. 6th went the way to Andy Ruthven. Andrew Baranowski was 7th. Owen Thornhill 8th and Aaron Fuller 9th. Tim Heron, he came through to 10th. Ahead of the teenager Marco Horsley. Ian Ledbetter was 12th, ahead of Crispin Williamson and Matt Welford. Maxine Nichols, who went so well here a year ago, finished 15th, ahead of Jonathan Grimes. Louis Horsley was 17th, ahead of Steve James, Neil Hurren and Andy Williams. Eddie O'Kane was 21st, ahead of Tim O'Brien and Gary Coburn. Richard Dales, Mickey Trailer, Patrick Stoner and Martin Collins did just stay on the lead lap. That can't be said for Steve Burnett. We lost a couple of cars and Vera Aldridge didn't make the start. So the Toyota MR2 Championship will be back out at Snetterton next month before heading to Cadbury Park, Brands Hatch, Thruxton, as Ian mentioned, at Donington Park, which traditionally has been the case to conclude the season for the championship. And I think we can head downstairs to Kieran McGinley, who is with a brand new race winner.
Right, our MR2s are back in the pit lane, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined now by Scott Edbrook. Scott, you were made to work hard for that one, but boy, did that pay off.
Yeah, terrible start as always. I always get terrible starts, but luckily, I don't know how I managed to do it, but I managed to beat them. I have no idea. They're so quick. It's amazing.
I'll tell you what, put this on whilst you compose your thoughts there. I mean, what a race there. You had 2 hungry guys behind you wanting that victory, but you managed to hold on.
I just wanted last lap, every single lap I was in the lead. I couldn't deal with them behind me, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
I mean, talk to us as well. I mean, you had to do a lot of defending. It's a track which has, well, these MR2s make it look like every corner's an overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, right at the start, I think I got hit by someone. I don't know, I can't see any damage, but it was a big hit. But then it seemed all right, car was all right, and yeah, you can't rest in these cars. You're just constantly, especially with these lot, they're amazing, so it's great.
I was going to say, with Adam and Jim behind you, yeah, they made you work for that, but that makes the victory all the more sweeter, doesn't it?
Of course. Beating them and Sean, yeah, it's the best thing ever.
And a nice way to round off the weekend for you as well.
Yeah, can't ask for anything more. It's great, thanks.
Great stuff. No, brilliant stuff. Congratulations, Scott, on the victory. I'll go and let you celebrate.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Thank you. And with that, we've got some BMWs out on the track. So let's go join our commentary booth.
Cars heading out onto the circuit for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which won't be the last race of the day because we will see the historic 750 Formula Series go again in a few moments, but we have 20 minutes of BMW racing to come up next. It was a very dramatic race earlier on, I think it's fair to say. The results so pretty much stand, they do not stand, do they, from earlier. Let's have a look. So the car that won the race on the road, Charlie Dark, who had his first ever victory, was penalised for not respecting yellow flags. So Paul Cook did win after all. From Mike Eustace and Steve Schweikart. So Charlie Dark, who won on the road earlier, will have to try again. Theo Millward was a class winner, as was David Aston and Will Graham. We did think that happened earlier. We won't see Paul Bailey in this race. He has been excluded from the meetings for the antics that we saw earlier on today. So yeah, very dramatic BMW race we had earlier. The results from that race set the grid for this one. They will have a green flag lap. It should just be the single green flag lap this time for these very powerful BMW machines that are split across 4 classes. Class M1 for the most powerful machines up to 450 brake horsepower, M3s and M2s. Then Class M2 for the smaller capacity M3s and powerful 330s and things like that. Then Class 6 is where we find some of the 6-cylinder compacts, as well as other 3 Series coupes, and then the Cup class are for the one-make 325i's. And also this year, the new M2 racing cars have their own class, although there's no cars here today for that. So the cars will go off onto their green flag lap, led by race 1 winner Paul Cook. And at the moment we should hopefully have a look at how they will line up on the grid for round 4 of the championship.
Yeah, it should be.
And let's have a look at this grid then. On pole position is Paul Cook, with Brands Hatch race winner Mike Eustace alongside. On row 2, Steve Schreikart and Charlie Dark. We fought one earlier, but it was penalised. Jason Rees on row 3 alongside Ronan Bradley. Theo Millward, the championship leader, starts 7th alongside Daniel Smith. Look out for that car. We've got full of children programs livery on the side of that car. Certainly a family-friendly machine. Kevin Granger and Mark Culmer on row 5 ahead of Bob Reed and David Ashton, a class winner earlier. On row 7, Andrew Phillips and Paul Travers. They had a good dice earlier this afternoon. Ben Haynes and Warren Hales, who had a unusually spectacular start in all the wrong reasons earlier, but managed to bring the car home 16th. Paul Laramie and Chris Blakey start next. Sergei Minev is 19th alongside Craig Emerson. Will Graham, a class winner, will start 21st alongside Shane Tweedy. Paul Neville is next, and all the other cars retired earlier. They should be there on the grid though. Andrew Pywell will go from 24th, then William Lake, Michael Feebig, Matthew Smith, Nathan Tromans, Michael Cooks, Sean Foley, Antoine Martin will be there if their cars were repaired. Joseph is back in the commentary studio. We saw that unusually spectacular BMW race, for some of the wrong reasons on occasions, but hopefully an exciting racing prospect this time with less oil on the track.
Let's hope so. Let's hope it's equally as dramatic, less controversial, shall we say. But yeah, it was a fantastic race from a neutral perspective in terms of watching the majority of it. And of course, this one should be better now that we've got everybody out there reminded of the rules and reminded of the regulations, and yeah, it should be a good one.
Yeah, so let's see. A lot of those cars I think that didn't finish earlier have been repaired, maybe not all, because there were 1 or 2 decent incidents, but I think most of them are back. But Paul Cook goes from pole. He did take that race victory. The Class M2 champion from 6 years ago starts from pole alongside Mike Eustace, who won the 2 races at Brands Hatch last month. Former champion Steve Schreikart will start 3rd, the BMW technician, who's won a couple of times his class title in this championship, plus the overall championship 3 years ago. And he's alongside Charlie Dark, who's got that different car to everyone else. All the others are in M3s. He's in the M2 35i. Then we get Jason Rees, the ex-rallyman, and Ronan Bradley, the Irishman, alongside, before we get the smaller capacity car of Theo Millward, who runs in Class M2, but he's unbeaten in that category so far. So this big grid of powerful German BMWs are about to be unleashed on the Silverstone National Circuit for 20 minutes, slightly longer race this than the other competitions today. The lights go out and these rear-wheel drive cars accelerate off towards Cox Corner for the first time, where we see a poor start from pole, and it's the 2 cars on the other side of the track that take the lead. So Mike Eustace is ahead of Charlie Dark as they turn their way out of Cox Corner. Paul Cook's dropped to 3rd as they head to Maggots and Beckett. And behind Cook is Ronan Bradley, so he's made a good progress. Steve Schreikart's dropped to 6th. Then Jason Rees is there in 6th place as the cars head out of Beckett's and then accelerate down the long straight towards Brooklands Corner, where Paul Cook is coming under pressure from a car I think he's just actually passed. So Paul Cook back into 2nd place ahead of Charlie Dark.
Yeah, made that move. Charlie Dark had a look at making it back, but did not find his way through in the end in the 35. Are we going to be seeing any moves into here? It looks like some of the drivers are getting close, and in fact the 44 and the 31 are going alongside Laramie with a good start to his race. He's going to be alongside Haynes as lap 1 ends.
Lap 1 is completed then, with Mike Eustace as the leader for the first time today at Silverstone. He and Paul Cook had a very good battle last time out at Brands Hatch. Eustace wasn't as quick as Cook, it's fair to say, earlier, but two good mates really. Paul Cook's raced Mike's car on occasions, and they are right together, and Paul Cook's looking up the inside of the race leader. They are wheel to wheel, these two E46 M3s. They might be good mates, but they're going to race hard on the racetrack. But Paul Cook is through, so the race 1 winner is back to the front after that slow start he made.
He certainly is, and that demonstrates the pace he's had so far across the course of this weekend that sees him take that first position. Slightly wide in the background, bit of a slide as well for 4th place. I believe that was Ronan Bradley in at the 78. But in fact, it was the 43 of Schweikart who dropped that position since the start of the lap, and that's well, it was a hairy moment, but he was able to hold on to the position in the end, so he made his way through on Bradley, and he's back up to 4th after what was a sluggish start off the line.
Yes, the car's up across the line. Paul Cook's in a 1:02.1, so that's a quicker first flying lap of the race for a long time 750 Motor Club competitor, originally in Toyota MR2s, more recently in this BMW M3. Looking further back at some of the class battles here as cars turn into Copse Corner. We pick up Paul Laramie though in 31 in the compact. He is a bit further down the order than we might have expected. Yeah, he's 4th in Class 6, 16th overall at this stage. There is the Class 6 leader, so Andy Phillips has got ahead of the race 1 winner David Aston. So this is a battle for 13th overall, but more importantly for the lead of the class. Andy Phillips from Cheshire is under increasing pressure from David Aston, the driver from West Yorkshire, who tries to go around the outside.
Yeah, didn't quite have the grip, so he remains in behind and remains very much right in behind the 888, and that's why where it becomes very difficult, because he has to trust the braking of the car in front. It has to not be erratic, and that comes when you know the driver in front and you've got the experience of racing against them. You know just where they're going to brake, you know what's going to happen, and that's one of those things that you have to learn across the course of the weekend that you might not pick up when you're watching from home, but he's keeping that pressure on the Triple Eight at the moment.
Yeah, two fairly experienced drivers. Andy Phillips started racing on short ovals a decade or so ago. Meanwhile, the chasing car, David Aston, started in the 90s in kit cars before switching to these BMWs, and there's touch between them, and round goes Andy Phillips, I'm afraid. So looking for that class win. It was the smallest of contacts, but when you're right on the limit, Joseph, that small touch can cause you to spin around.
It certainly can, especially through that segment there, where they just really had that struggle through Maggots and Beckett. You'll have to be right on the edge of the car into the corner, and then trying to get out of it. And there is the 78. That will be Ronan Bradley with a problem at the moment, and well, he's been able to get back going, but he will drop positions to Granger and to Comer and to Reed as well, which sees him outside the top 10.
Yeah, that's right. So Steve Schweikart's 4th now because of that. Ahead of Jason Rees and Dan Smith, but there's Bradley, so he recovered in 12th. There's our race leader, Paul Cook, who screens down towards the left-hander at Brooklands Corner. BMW M3, such a popular car. These E46 is probably about 20 years old now, but very powerful machines, very popular on the roads, but also on racetracks too.
Yeah, gorgeous cars, aren't they, really? They are. There's a reason that they're popular, and well, it's not just because they're fast, and well, they're just getting through on their first little bit of traffic there, I think, heading through onto what will be their 5th lap of the race, and the 4th lap of the race for the car that they just made their way through on. Paul Cook as well, fastest lap of the race, as he set a 1:01.614, so he's gone over 4/10 quicker than anybody else, which is well, the second best lap time there was Mike Eustace, who set a 1:02.0.
He's not far away from the lap record, is Paul Cook. Brad Sheehan's lap record from many years ago, a 1:01.4, so he's only 2/10 away from that now. There is Paul Cook. Not sure what the issue was earlier, if it was fuel related. Hopefully he's put a few more litres in for this race. I know fuel's quite expensive at the moment, but you want enough to get to the end of these races, particularly when you're the race leader.
You certainly do, and well, there's going to be a black and white flag for the 37 for track limits, and that will be Granger down in 8th place at the moment. That's Kevin Granger, who's 6 seconds even off the back of his class leader Theo Millwood at the moment as they head onto their 6th lap.
Yeah, Millwood's looking set for another class win. He's unbeaten this season. He's unbeaten in the BMW Car Club full stop, the X116 trophy racer. And Theo Millwood leading the championship at this early stage of the season. More battles here at Brooklands. Involved in that is 27, which is Chris Blakey. He's just behind the 3rd place car in class, which is Ben Haynes. And then 5th in class is Sergei Minev. So it's the battle for 15th overall, and it's car 44 that leads the squabble for what is a podium position within class 6, and they're side by side now as they go through Woodcote Corner, and they might well change here for Sergei Minev up the inside of Ben Haynes. Well, that was close to a touch. Do you think they touched there, Joseph?
I think so, because it looked like there was a little bit of disturbance for the 44 as he headed through Copse Corner, but not enough contact to really make a difference in terms of the pace, so they'll carry on, and I think that would just be a wag of the finger more than anything else.
Yeah, and the car ahead is sideways. These cars are so powerful, of course, getting the power out of the slow corners at Beckett's. The cars really slide around. These cars run on treaded tyres, so road legal tyres in the Motorsport UK list 1, so they don't run on slicks, so they don't perhaps have the grip. Some cars that with this type of power that race on the British circuits, well, that means they're very spectacular to watch. And in this battle for 3rd position in class, Chris Blakey hangs on ahead of Ben Haynes and Sergei Minev. We've had 8 minutes of the race, there's 12 to go. The lead gap is 1.9 seconds, Paul Cook to Mike Eustace. And there's one car off, which is Sean Foley, the driver from Greater Manchester, who's been racing for a couple of decades in his E46 M3 CSL, a left-hand drive car, probably one of the few left-hand drive cars on this grid.
Yeah, and it changes the dynamic slightly, I think, when, for example, into Copse, when the majority of the drivers will be on the right-hand side, will be looking to the inside of the corner. He's going to have that slight angle change, so it's going to be a bit more difficult for him to see that one and for him to have that spatial awareness. But I'm sure there's going to be experience built up in that car. Must be difficult to switch driving right and left hand.
Yeah, some people are taking the gear changes. They say that's the most sort of confusing because it's not what you kind of expect. Most racing cars are built left-hand drive, so there is that theory that that is beneficial. There's a change position possibly there. Mark Colmer involved in a battle. They were side by side heading through Woodcote Corner. The lead gap's coming down though. It's 1.3 seconds Paul Cook to Mike Eustace. So this could well be on up front between the two E46 M3s up the inside of Will Lake, a former champion from 2 years ago in that compact this year, and 6th in class is Will Lake, a bit further down than perhaps he would have hoped for. The lead gap just 1.4 seconds, and now go through lap traffic, Joseph. This is a critical part of the race.
Certainly is. You have to make sure that you keep on the limit whilst at the same time making your way through on the cars. It's like making an overtake on somebody who's going to be a little bit more compliant, and so I think you just have to have that extra little bit of spatial awareness. You're the one in control of the situation, so you need to make sure that it's a nice and clean move through without losing any time to the cars behind.
Yeah, that's right. You want to be aware not to make contact. We saw that happen in the earlier race. You don't want to lose too much time either. That could be critical, and that is what these multi-class races are all about, from club level racing right to the top level. There is Chris Blakey. He's about to be lapped, including some of these Class 6 battles. So there's a lot of battling cars to get past, and Paul Cook was very sideways as he goes up the inside through Woodcote Corner. Of course, the leader, you're the first person to get there, but especially when there are others battling, you might be more worried about your battle than the blue flags and what's happening around you. There's 2 cars that are getting track limit penalties. Kevin Granger is one, Ben Haynes is the other. They're both getting 5 seconds for track limits.
Everyone's seeming to be struggling. I think we've had about 5 warnings flash up on the screen, as well as these 2 penalties as well. So it's interesting to see, because it's not really something that factored into race 1, but maybe it's just the fact that they are trying to push to the limits now, as Mike Eustace trying to find his way through on the lap traffic, as well as there goes another black and white flag for the number 79 but Mike Eustace 1.7 off the back at the moment of Paul Cook, and it's fair to say that that gap's come down a little bit over the last couple of laps.
In the previous race, we saw Paul Cook pull away really until that problem on the last lap or two. But this time he's not really able to pull away to the same extent. Dan Smith is the next driver to get track limit, I'm afraid. So we haven't seen quite this many in a race, and we've still got the best part of half of it to go. So few people taking liberties around the Silverstone circuit. It is easier to do that here than elsewhere with the big tarmac runoffs, of course. But yeah, there are several drivers either getting warning flags, and we've had those 3 penalties pop up already, and if you do that again, the penalty just gets harsher and harsher as the race goes on. There is Dan Smith, who got the track limit penalty. But this car has got the fantastic livery on, designed by Dan's daughter. All of her favourite TV programmes are on the side of this car, so perhaps we'll get a better view of that as the car goes around the circuit. But any primary school children or younger watching today, I'm sure you will recognise some of the characters on the side of Dan Smith's car. He's just ahead of Theo Millward, the Class M2 leader, who's having a good battle with Dan Smith, as I think he was earlier on. Dan's much newer to racing in that M3 up ahead. There it is, and it right in the middle you can see Bluey, which is my godchildren's favourite TV show, Grayson and Oakley's favourite racing car this has turned into.
Certainly, and well, thanks to Willow Smith for designing that one. I'm just trying to have a look at a few of the other characters on there. As you say, quite a few recognisable ones, not only if you have children, but I'm sure that you see many around wearing graphic tees with all these sorts of designs on at the moment. He's under pressure from the 81 behind Millward, who's trying to keep him honest, and I'm sure he's going to be having a look at that car the same as we are. But Theo, a little bit older than the target demographic for those shows, being 40. And, well, as they head on to what will be the 12th lap of racing, he will be hoping to make his way through, as so he doesn't have to see those characters that I'm sure for some parents will be... they'll just be going, oh, again.
Come to a racetrack and still see them. And we have, of course, BMW Live at Oulton Park in the summer, where there'll be a grid walk, I suspect, for these cars. So you'll be able to get up close and personal, and children will be very much welcome, all part of that. And of course, at M50 Motor Club meetings, the paddock is an open place, so we encourage you to come along to a M50 Motor Club race meeting throughout the season. Anyway, all of that, Paul Cook has been pulling away all this talk of children's programmes, and he is 4 seconds ahead of Mike Eustace, who perhaps is starting to fall into the clutches of Charlie Dark. Charlie disappointed, I guess, that he didn't get that race win. He was so pleased to come away with the victory. In some ways, though, it was Paul Cook's race, wasn't it, earlier? He pulled away, just unfortunately the car slowed. And of course, the yellow flags have to be respected, and that is where Charlie Dark came up short.
Yes, it certainly was, and well, I'm trying to work out where it was that Mike Eustace lost that time. There was lap 11, he set a 103.5, so he lost about a second and some change from his usual pace. That would have been when he caught up to the fight that was for the... about the 13th, 14th position at the moment. That would be Aspden and Laramie when he caught up there. And so I think that that fighting that they had, of course, focusing on each other, might have slowed him down a little bit. He might have had to take suboptimal lines out of corners, which would have lost him a bit of time. But now I think Cook has put the revs up, as it were, because he started the race in the 101s. He dropped down into the 102s because he just settled into the rhythm. He's back down to the 101s again.
Yeah, that's right. Look at all these cars battling in the mid-pack. I think our director's favourite car is now the Daniel Smith car as well. That's going to get plenty of coverage over the course of the 2026 racing season, isn't it? So, yeah, great design. Well done to Dan's daughter for putting that together. We're going to see that lots over the course of the season, I'm sure. There is Andrew Pywell, who I think was a non-finisher earlier, so he started way back on the grid. He's up into the top 12 now, so good drive this from Andy Pywell, who's been racing in the championship for a few seasons now. There's quite a slow car there coming through Woodcote. Not sure if all is well, or that's just one of the cut class cars that doesn't have the power of these M3s around it, but it seems perhaps a bit slower than you might expect. But there you can see Mark Coleman coming under pressure from Pywell behind, and just ahead of them is Bob Reed the plumber from Leicestershire, who's in his first season of racing. There he is in 19. He's just behind Cabin Grangers. There's plenty of drivers having great battles, and they're about to be lapped here, Joseph, by the second place battles. This could change things.
It could change things, and it could spice things up, I think, at the moment with all of these cars heading through. And how many is that down the straight? I'd say that's about 8 or 9, all having different race dynamics, all having different stories across the span of it, and a little bit wide in the background there, but all absolutely fun.
That was Charlie Dart trying to go around the outside of Mike Eustace, who's already caught that 1.7 second gap. And Eustace is not getting through the back market. Race controller getting a bit fed up with this track limit thing now, and they're just telling everybody to sort themselves out, I think. But here's the battle for second place with all those cars to lap. Mike Eustace is still ahead of Charlie Dark, but they are absolutely nose to tail now as they head up towards Copse Corner. They've still got 3 or 4 cars to pass. David Aston is the latest to get a penalty. He's a class leader, and he is not 5 seconds ahead of Paul Laramie, so that could change a class position. But keeping an eye on this second place battle up to Maggots and Beckett. Mike Eustace has now cleared the traffic, and he's remained in second place. So he's just about held off Charlie Dark, but that was an important lap for Mike to get past those 6 or 7 cars.
It certainly was, and they are going to keep just holding track position for now as they all sort themselves out into position. It's going to be very difficult, I think, for those drivers just to make sure that they're aware of who they're fighting and who they're not, as Ben Haynes is the latest driver to pick up a time penalty. If I'm not mistaken, that is his second, so he now has another 10 seconds added to his time.
Yeah, so that's 10 on top of the 5, so he will have 15 seconds of penalties. So it's very, very bad news for Ben Haynes. But that big one really was David Afton, the Class 6 leader, who only leads by 1.6 seconds. He has a 5-second penalty, and that means Paul Laramie is on course for a class win. The race leader is now being warned for track limit, so he has to be cautious. He is 8 seconds ahead, so I guess he can be that bit more cautious. It's interesting that this race, Joseph, we've seen so much more than in any other race today.
You certainly have. I mean, the BMWs have served up the action today, and we've still got 1 minute and 30 to go, so last gasp moves could just make this the series to watch of the weekend.
Yeah, for some, last gasp move to stay on the track is the important factor. There's Charlie Dark there in 35, he's just 33 from Buckinghamshire, so another local driver on this grid, sharing this car with his father Michael this year. Charlie's raced Citroen C1s as well as this car, which will have about 5 times as less power than this M235i that they've worked pretty hard, I think, on getting right, but they have done so now. It's a very rapid car this weekend. But here the Class 6 leader, that's David Aston, and how far behind him is Paul Laramie? Can he pull out 5 seconds before the end?
He's going to give it a go, I think, as into the pit lane we saw the number 28 to finish off his race. Unfortunately, Nathan Tromans, I don't think, will be giving it another go with 44 seconds to go. And I believe we will be on to the final lap with still quite a few positions to be decided.
Yeah, it depends where Paul Cook is on the circuit. He might be able to get another lap out of it. We did 19 laps earlier, so it would make sense that this is the last lap, but it's been a fast-paced race from Paul Cook. Here he is, there's 25 seconds on the clock. I think he might get another lap out of this.
Yes, I think he will, and I think he's going to make the most of it. He's kept in the 101s for pretty much the entire race long. He only had a small segment where he was making his way through on the traffic, and where just before that he managed to settle down into the pace of the race where he was setting 02s, but still the majority of this race has been very, very consistent. In fact, the last lap an 02.8, but that's because he had to make his way through on the traffic. His pace has been incredibly consistent.
Yeah, this is more like what was happening in that mid part of the earlier race where Paul was able to pull away. He would have been disappointed not to win on the road. Obviously that got changed post-race, but this is much more like it. Shouldn't say that just yet, should I, after what happened earlier. There's still 3 bends to go, but he's got this big lead this time over his pursuers. A very colourful livery that Paul Kirk runs on this car. Confusingly, has a 27 on the side of it. That's crossed out, but the cross is not particularly easy to see. But it's car number 26 that Paul Cook through Luffield Corner. It's going to work out this time for him, isn't it? And he will be the winner of round 4 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as he takes the checkered flag first this time and takes the victory. So Paul Cook, the winner. In second place is Mike Eustace, going to hang on ahead of Charlie Dark here. He's pulled away on that final lap. So Eustace second, Dark is third. Looking out for some of our class winners now, particularly the class 6. What was the gap? 2.2 seconds, Paul Laramie to David Aston. He needs to pull away a bit more than that, though, on this last lap. The Cup class we haven't seen in this race. They're only separated by 0.2 of a second. Will Graham and Shane Tweedy, so that's also to look out for on this race to the line. I think we're waiting for all three of those classes to finish in the last few cars that will take the checkered flag. There goes David Aston. He's not far enough ahead, so Paul Laramie will win class 6. We wait for Theo Millwood to win M2, and this group also has the Cup class leaders, and it's changed on the last lap. Shane Tweedy has gone through on the very last lap to pass Will Graham and wins by just 0.2 of a second. That was a very good battle for the Cup class, which we didn't quite catch because there was so much going on in the other categories. But Paul Cook and Theo Millward, Paul Laramie and Shane Tweedy were our 4 class winners. Bob Reed has not come round on the last lap, so he may be a retirement on the very last tour of Silverstone. But Paul Cook the winner by 9 seconds from Mike Eustace and Charlie Dark. Stephen Schweikart, former champion, dropped a long way away in 4th. Jason Rees was 5th. It's another class win for Theo Millward. He's the championship leader. Dan Smith, who we saw a lot of there, he finished 7th. He was the last car to finish on the lead lap. Ronan Bradley 8th and Andrew Pywell 9th. Mark Coleman was 10th ahead of Kevin Granger. Paul Laramie, after track limit infringement for David Aston, wins class 6. And Chris Blakey completes the podium in their class. Bob Reed didn't finish, so Sergei Minev was next. Andy Phillips had that spin. Paul Travers was up next ahead of William Lake and Ben Haynes. Sean Foley, also another driver that spun in that race. Craig Emerson, Michael Cook and Matthew Smith. Shane Tweedy on the last lap won the Cup class. Will Graham and Paul Neville completed their podium. Nathan Trond, I think, was the only car to retire earlier in the race before the demise of Bob Reed. Thanks to Joseph alongside me. We're next going to hear from Kieran McGinley in the pit lane.
So BMW are starting to roll in, and we have our race winner here, Paul Cook. Paul, well, you got the 2 race victories for this weekend. Can you talk to us about what happened after the first one?
My #1 technician mechanic hadn't put enough fuel in the car. Mr. Teg, you know, you're to blame. So on the last couple of laps, I was like fuel surgeon, trying to conserve a little bit, and just got pipped on the line. So yeah.
But this one you got on the track, and convincingly so as well. I mean, when it all hooked together, you looked unstoppable out there.
Yeah, it was the car's handling out, you know, outstandingly, the best it's ever done. Yeah, it just brought it home.
Brought it home with 2 race wins over the weekend. A pretty perfect weekend for you.
No, I'll definitely take that. I wasn't expecting 2 race wins, but I want to be up there at the front, so I'll take the wins.
Congratulations. I'll give you this hat as well to wear as well. There you are. Might have been a bit late to give you that, but there we go.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm just very aware we've got our historics next coming up, so if we get someone out of the car, we'll have a chat to them. Theo. I know Theo was gutted he didn't get a chat to me last time around. I'm going to prioritise him this time around. Theo, congratulations on the class victory. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to speak to you last time around. You were the only BMW driver we didn't get to speak to. Well, how was it out there?
Amazing. I had such a good time. I was battling one of the M1 cars and M3. It was just epic, like corner after corner, lap after lap. Finally got in with the help of some back markers, but yeah, just absolutely amazing. Had a great time. What a ball.
I mean, last time around you did say you'd have some puns for me. Is that still valid?
I'm a bit too tired for puns. I've just put a shift in. I mean, you've called me out, fair enough, but oh my God, I'm knackered. Like, checking into cops, like, I think we were 3 abreast at one point, which was a little bit spicy, but yeah, we made it. So yeah, it's good. You can see I'm sweaty.
I'll let you off because that's 2 class victories, so that's fair enough. But how was it to drive out today?
Oh, amazing. The car is a peach. These are the guys that built it over here. Look at them. Look at the lads. The likely lads.
Give us a wave.
Come on, give us a wave. They're the guys that put all the hard work in. It is just unreal. So I'm really lucky to get to drive it. It's amazing.
Brilliant. And 2 class wins for you this weekend. That's a really good way to round it off.
Amazing. Well, I mean, what a way to give the car what it deserves.
Brilliant stuff. Theo, thank you so much for the chat. Go and enjoy yourself.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. And I think I can just see our historics making their way out onto the circuit. So, for one last time, let's hand over to the commentary box.
So we try again with the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. We tried a couple of hours ago with that, and we will go again. But it's a similar story. Ian Elliott's not there on pole. There's some of our Escapade Village residents, for today at least, getting the best seat in the house on top of the balcony, overlooking one of the most spectacular overtaking opportunities on the Silverstone National Circuit into Beckett's Corner, where I think we should commentate from next year, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. With it, let's start the campaign right now. Yeah, this race, obviously we were scheduled to have it earlier on. We had a red flag after multiple cars went off at that part of the circuit. In the earlier race, we had one car on top of another briefly.
They're both there,
which
though, aren't they?
Both are out. Greg Catton in the Dyson on the third row, and the Sam Wright car immediately ahead of him on the second row. Good to see that both of those are out there. And we then we're going to restart it, then a car sort of came ground to a halt on the lap from the pit lane back to the grid. So we're going to go for the full 15-minute race, which is good news, and hopefully it will be a good clear one this time. But as you say, still no Ian Elliott on the front of the grid, so it's Richard Verheiden on his own on the front row, and Sam Wright in the Village V2, and Tim Sage in the Mallock should run him close, I would think.
Now, do you go to the restaurant to get your dinner, or do you get your best vantage point for the historic 750 Formula Series race?
I'm sure that's what these people have come for. Exactly what they're there for, the historic 750 Formula. They've just been waiting, they've been hanging on a couple of hours.
All those drinks you can have in between.
Absolutely. Perhaps it's a tactic on the part of Escapade to increase their takings. Green flag at the back there, Josh.
Yeah, so the final time, hopefully, for 15 minutes of race in the historic 750 Formula Series. So we've got Verheiden, Wright, Sage, Catton and Donnelly, our top 5 on the grid in the first 3 rows. And there's the odd gap further back. We're looking for another category to have 4 different race winners, aren't we? The lights go out for round 4 of the championship. One of the Austin 7s doesn't get away terribly quickly, but I think will do eventually get going. And it is going to be Tim Sage that takes the lead. I think he did that earlier from the, well, in reality it was the 3rd position on the grid to lead the Frenchman, Richard Verheiden, and Sam Wright on the way up towards Beckett's Corner for the first time in that Mallock, leading the pack. Then the pre-74 750 Formula cars are absolutely together. They're free abreast almost as they turn through Beckett's Corner. And was that John Donnelly trying to get involved? Ben Bolt, I'm afraid, from the back of the grid had a rotation in the same place where we had all the dramas earlier.
Yeah, so that's a shame for Ben, but he survives and he'll go back out into the race. So it's a good lead here for Tim Sage, the number 42 car, but it's 4 cars absolutely together for 2nd position. John Donnelly up the inside there of Richard Verheiden to take place, not quite able to make that work in the number 37 race kit Merlin. So you've got 2 of the Merlins together there. Then you've got the Sam Wright Village V2. Then you've got Gary Brandon in the DNC Mark III, another of the historic 750 Formula cars. And there's Michael Harvey in the number 5 JB Special, who's been a race winner in historic 750 Formula in the past.
Here they come, and it's very, very close to the Class C cars across the line. You had 3 cars separated by a quarter of a second. Verheiden led John Donnelly, who's having had a great opening up, but Sam Wright goes down the inside of both of them into Copse Corner. He's got Donnelly, he didn't quite get Verheiden, but that was committed. We know Sam Wright's car with the Coventry Climax engine hasn't quite got the straight line speed of some of the Reliant cars, and therefore he has to make it up through the corners, and he gave it a good old go at Copse. But by the time they get back to Maggots, John Donnelly's ahead again.
Certainly is, and it's quite a tight pack, isn't it? Those 4 cars together, separated by about 0.4 of a second.
Gary Brandon thinking this is more like low cost at the moment.
It's very low cost-esque, this race, isn't it? They give a big toe, they've not got much power, no aerodynamics. It's very similar, really, in many respects. Here comes Sam Wright trying to get John Donnelly on the brakes into Brooklands Corner, but can't make it through there. Now, are they catching Tim Sage? The gap was just under 1.1 seconds at the beginning of the lap. It feels like it's less than that now, and Richard Verheiden is bridging the gap to the leader. It could be down to half a second or something like that as they turn their way through Woodcote Corner to complete the 2nd lap of the race. Up to the line they will come, and the gap is down to 0.7 of a second. So he's closed in by about half a second. Verheiden doing the fastest lap of the race. First flying lap, of course, on this particular of this particular race. Again, Sam Wright trying to make up ground at Copse Corner, getting up on the inside of John Donnelly, but unable to make it through. So he's not still there in 4th position, and you wonder if these 3, Donnelly, Wright and Brandon, might now need to work together to get back on terms with the top 2.
Which have changed around, because Richard Verheiden had a very good run through Copse Corner, and he's passed Tim Sage by the time they get to Maggots. So new race leader is Richard Verheiden. They won't be too long away from getting up to the back markers of some of the Austin 7s. Roderick Renfrew, who didn't get out in qualifying, didn't get out in the earlier race, has been waiting for so long to get a race at Silverstone, but he is now the driver from Lincolnshire in the car, I think it was built back in the 70s, the 1933 car, I believe that one, the Austin 7 known as Roaring Meg, and that car will be lapped before too much longer.
Yeah, he's only started racing last year. He bought the car in 2024, done some speed trials, hill climbs and motorcycle trials in the past. So he's having his own race, but you say he's shortly going to get eaten up by the leading cars as they're coming down towards Copse Corner. Of course, with these older cars, you can really see the drivers are hard at work, can't you? At work at the wheel as they turn their way through. Of course, they're exposed and open, and as Josh says, that's a car that's 97 years old, something like that. 90, if my maths is right. No, it's not quite. Is it 93 years old? Beg your pardon. But anyway,
bit of a shock down to Beckett's, hasn't he, as everyone shoots past.
Absolutely.
In the lead battle, and Gary Brandon wasn't quite close enough, was he? So that might have just cost him a moment to those ahead. But yeah, if you were here at Silverstone in the early days, I'm sure you've seen plenty of Austin 7s race around a very different layout of Silverstone in the 1950s.
Austin 7, the bedrock of the 750 Formula when that was created. Lots of Austin 7 specials in the late 1940s, 1949 when it was first created, in the early 1950s. Initially running the 747cc engine from the Austin 7, then the Reliant, and then the sort of Fiat Fire engine that's been used for getting on for 25 years now in the 750 Formula.
A couple more Austin 7s about to be lapped are Phil Livingstone and Nick Hayward-Cook. The top 4 separated by just a couple of seconds. It's a very close contest up front between Richard Verheiden, Tim Sage, John Donnelly. This is his best run, I think, isn't it? And then Sam Wright. There's a battle for the best of the non-supercharged Austin 7s here, because John Morse has Tin Mile going with him. Now, earlier today, we had the youngest ever, or the youngest winner for a long time in 750 Motor Club racing, Tim Mile at 88. Could he become the oldest winner of a class at least if he can get past John Moss?
Yeah, so that's what he's going to try and do.
Because that's a record you can keep beating yourself, where the youngest you can only do it once.
Exactly, yes. Tim Mile in the number 30 car, the Pigsty. He's chasing after John Moss there in that number 85 car. That battle for the Class A victory. We've got 8 3/4 minutes left of this race. Those two heading over the line. That's to complete lap number 4, I think, in their case, and separated by only 0.8 of a second.
He was over a second quicker on that lap was Tim Mile, the driver from West Sussex, who is 72 years older than our Swift Sport Challenge winner from earlier today, and he is absolutely going with John Moss. He's challenging now up towards Maggots. He's on the left-hand side of the circuit. That'll be the outside for Beckett. He's got sort of the single-seat monoposto, the single-seat Austin 7 that makes it feel a bit more racy, but he can't quite go through, so Tim Mile will have to try again.
No, so he'll have to regather his attempts. Of course, they will become traffic as well, these, before much more time passes in this race. They're heading up the Wellington Straight now. Tim Mile diving out of the slipstream is on the inside line of John Moss. He's through on the inside. He's got his car in front. Tim Mile takes the lead of Class A down into Brooklands. Does he get the car turned in? Yes, he does. And he goes through into the lead of Class A. John Moss down to second.
So the 88-year-old does lead from the 71-year-old John Moss in there behind in these two very different looking cars, aren't they? Although they both come from the same idea, the Austin 7 chassis. As you say, lots of specials built and with different racing ethos, I guess. And they're side by side again. It's going to be another change of position as John Moss goes back in front.
Yeah, Tim, I think he'd better let the youngster have another turn in the lead of the race. So it's John Moss that retakes the lead in Class A. They are going on to their 6th lap of the race.
A massive lap from Sam Wright. He's brought the lead gap down to half a second. In the background, we're going to have our 750 Formula lead cars go past the Austin 7s. There's battles further behind as well, which includes Greg Catton, who's having a better race this time. But it's those 750 Formula cars, the top two, Richard Verheiden and Sam Wright, then the Malloch of Tim Sage. It was a slow lap really for Verheiden last time. He can't afford to be that slow again as they lap the Austin 7s.
Yeah, so we've got this traffic to deal with here as they round Beckett's corner. Verheiden's got past one and is now going to try and find a way past John Moss. Well, I think we're all going to go to the left-hand side of the Class A cars as they make their way down the Wellington Straight. So you've got Verheiden Wright and Tim Sage there in the Malloch, the Class D car, all now having made their way through. But it's Sam Wright really that's taking the fight now to the number 6 car, the driver from the Alsace, and they're almost nose to tail as they go through Luffield Corner, this 850cc Reliant engined race kits Merlin up against the Village V2, the recreation of the car that John Village raced in 750 Formula in the 1970s, and they're absolutely together for lead. More traffic to be negotiated. The gap less than a quarter of a second now. And Wright, we've seen earlier in the race, has been strong at Copse Corner. He was in the tow, dives to the inside of Verheiden as they come into Copse, but he's not able to make that work.
No, that's right. The car whose name John Village has had so many great battles here at Silverstone through the years, particularly in Formula Ford 1600 in the late 70s, early 80s. And his creation that is there in second position behind the Frenchman Richard Verheiden. You said how national the 750 Motor Club was earlier on, right from the north to the south of the country. Now we've got international competition as well with the French racer Richard Verheiden leading the way. It was a Swiss winner we had at Brands Hatch as well, and if Verheiden can hang on here, could we get a 4th different winner in yet another 750 Motor Club category this weekend?
There's a chance, but Sam Wright is going to want to upset that because he did win the first race of the season at Brands Hatch. Tim Sage there in second place. He's also gunning for victory here. So the cars make their way towards the timing line again. 4.5 minutes of the race left to go, so it's probably going to be 4 laps that we get out of it.
And Sage has set the fastest laps. We can't rule him out in the Malloch. He's done a 1 minute 16.9. Now John Donnelly dropped to 8, didn't he? We're getting a view of him now coming back through the order, but I'm not sure what happened to John because he was in that lead battle earlier too.
Had a spin, I can tell you. I think down at Beckett's. Which has cost him position, so he's trying to come back through the field.
He's up to 6th, he's just got past the best of the Austin 7s, the supercharged car of Peter Marsh. They're also lapping the Class A leaders, where John Moss is now pulling away from Tim Mile. So I don't think Tim's quite going to come away with a class win out of today. There's the battle for 4th. That's Greg Catton and Gary Brandon. There's so many battles going on in this, isn't there, in the historic 750 Formula Series. It's proven to be so popular in recent seasons.
Yeah, and great work has been done behind the scenes, in particular by the likes of Lyndon Thruston to encourage more cars and drivers out. And cars have been excavated from barns. There's even been some new builds as well, to the spirit of the 1970s 750 Formula regulations, which is great to see here. Rather beaten up Dyson. Hopefully they're going to get that bodywork straight again for the next round, but Greg, he's not really slowing Greg Catton up, is it?
Well, he's going much higher up the order than he was in the earlier race, rather bizarrely. You'd think it would affect the aerodynamics.
Change for second. Tim Sage has made his way up into second place at the expense of Sam Wright now, having just done the best lap of the race at 1:16.339. He's a 10th clear of Wright, but 8 tenths behind Verheiden, so we'll see if we can pick up the lead battle again before too much longer.
Just briefly saw Paul Mason, the current lap record holder in the category from 18 years ago, but here are the leaders, 2 drivers who haven't won yet this season. So this record that was set in classic stock hatch, then 750 Formula, and now historic 750 Formula has a chance to do the same as well. But who's it going to be that comes out on top? Because Tim Sage in the Malloch goes to the front. as they head down towards the Brooklands corner. The U2, as Malik advertised in the 1960s, U2 can build one of these. Was sort of the original kit racing car, wasn't it, the Malik? And it now leads here at Silverstone, but Richard Verheiden will try to fight back, I'm sure.
I expect he will. He's showing good pace through the corner there, so coming up to the line. They're going to get 2 more laps out of this race. That's 10 laps completed. Another new fastest lap of the race for Tim Sage, a 1:15.755 that he has now set. We have had a new class structure, of course, but it is a new record in Class D compared to the one that was set many years ago, but I say different class structure than it was at that time. But it's Sage leading, Verheiden second, Sam Wright 1.8 seconds behind him in third, but you can't completely write him off if there's a tangle between these two, or even if he just managed to get involved in the battle. Though looking at the background of the shot there, it looked like he might have been a bit further away by the time they arrived at Beckett's.
3 cars to lap. Verheiden's fighting back, isn't he? Sage had the fastest lap in race 1 as well and has come strong here. This is a little bit dicey as they go either side of the Austin 7, and Verheiden dives up the inside of Tim Sage into Brooklands corner. He's got to try work his way around the Austin 7 that does move to the side, but Tim Sage has almost given up, it feels, as they went through Brooklands corner. The Malik slowing, was it? And certainly Verheiden was much more committed, and he's pulling away.
1 lap to go at the end of this one, the 12th and final lap of the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula race, the final lap of the weekend's action here at Silverstone. It's been a great weekend's racing. We could yet be in for a Silverstone type finish here, with the leaders going on to the final lap, 0.6 of a second between them. I think Sage had a bit more momentum though as he came out of Woodcote corner, but there's now back marker, that's Mike Harvey, between the top 2, I think. That's not going to help, and yes, Verheiden now has a much bigger lead, it seems to me, as he heads towards Maggots, and Sage has got to be mindful of the catching Sam Wright.
It would have been fitting to finish the day off with a Silverstone type finish, was it not? But I'm not sure that is going to quite be possible. So it looks like Verheiden is going to be a winner. So it'll be 4 different winners. It'll be from 3 different countries that drivers have come from, who come out on top of these opening rounds of the historic 750 Formula Series. It's not over yet. We shouldn't call it too soon. We've done that already today. Richard Verheiden then turns his way through, the 49-year-old driving Miss Moneypenny, the race kit's reliant engine machine, as now just the run to the line. We had a win for Sam Wright and Joe Zosho at Brands Hatch. Ian Elliott took his first ever victory earlier today, and now it's the turn of Richard Verheiden to win in the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. 1.3 seconds was the finish in gap, and a very, very happy Richard Verheiden, who's punching the air as he took the flag. Sam Wright took third.
Well, he had to work really hard for it, didn't he? It was a great race with Tim Sage and with Sam Wright, who I thought was going to be the one that was going to threaten to take the win at one point. What a drove to from Greg Catton, because he was on top of Sam Wright's car less than 2 hours ago. The Dyson having mounted the village in the runoff area at Beckett's corner, but Greg Catton having a stronger race that time to come home in 4th. Gary Brandon taking 5th place, so a good finish for him, as he's one of his best finishes in the championship, in the series. John Donnelly completed the top 6 after that spin earlier on. Peter Marsh wins the supercharged Austin 7 class, and it looks like John Moss is going to be our Class A winner, doesn't it, rather than Tim Marley's. I think he's got another lap compared to Tim to complete in this race, but looks like he's going to take the Class A victory, Josh.
That's right, it was worth waiting for, wasn't it?
It was.
That Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. That's why everyone was in the restaurant waiting for the final race of the day. Not because of all the champagne they were drinking, I'm sure. See if we can have a look once our Class A winner, John Moss, comes through, assuming he does. We haven't actually had him home yet, I don't think, but Richard Verheiden was the winner. There's John Moss in the background. Richard Verheiden, the winner of our final race of the day. 1.3 seconds. There's John. He takes the winning Class A. The last car to take the checkered flag today. Tim Sage was 2nd and Sam Wright in 3rd. Greg Catton 4th and Gary Brandon 5th. John Donnelly 6th. Peter Marsh was a class winner in 7th. Paul Mason, Ambrose Butcher's first day of racing was 9th. And Ben Bolt 10th. Mike Harvey was 11th. John Moss beat Tim Marl. That was an enjoyable battle earlier. Harry Beacle, again another driver, I think, for his first day of racing. He was 14th. Phil Livingstone and Roderick Renfrew also finished. We lost a couple of cars towards the end, but what a race weekend, as we thought it would be here at Silverstone with the 750 Motor Club.
The national circuit always delivers fantastic racing, and this weekend has not been a disappointment. Lots of short shots, sprint action, 23 races over the course of the weekend. It's been absolutely fantastic stuff. I've really enjoyed commentating it with you, Josh, so look forward to working with you again a little bit later in the year. We've got a gap, we're not working together for a while. I'm at Pembrey in 2 weeks' time, Josh.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy that. That'll be on Alpha Live and 750 Motor Club TV. Make sure you subscribe to the channels for more of the same throughout the season. But for one last time, we will say goodbye from the commentary studio and hello to Kieran McGinley in pit lane.
Well, it's our historic 750 formulas that round off the day's racing, and we'll jump straight in to have a chat with our drivers then. First off being Richard Verheiden. Richard, congratulations, a race victory for you. If I pop that on, you have the honour of winning the last hat of the day. How was that out there?
Fantastic. I'll stay polite, but yeah, bloody good. Yeah, these two kept me very honest. Pushed and pushed and pushed. So yeah, well done Sam, well done Tim. Yeah, the three of us were really going for it. I think we must have swapped the lead a few times, but I can just keep it down through that first corner in fourth, and they seem to drop back. So and it's nice playing with the back markers as well. So yeah. You said to me earlier, what should I take into race 2? So I said a sandwich and a cup of tea. And it was a good sandwich and a good cup of tea. So here I am, first place.
Absolutely worked a treat. You must have to tell us what was in that sandwich in the first place. But
oh, you'll have to ask the girlfriend.
Okay, I will do. We'll do. Make a note of that. I mean, you had a great battle with Tim there towards the end of that one with 2 laps to go. Talk us through that move that sealed the win.
Was the one move that sealed the win? I think it was just
the last move that sealed the win.
Grit, determination. But obviously Tim's in a different category to me. But I really wanted to go for the overall win. I could have let him through and still taken the class, but I thought, no, I'll push it and push it.
Next time, he says, just do that. Well, Richard, it's a second and a first for you this weekend. Great way to round it off.
Yeah, fantastic. I think I had a second and a third at Brands, so I'm probably going into Anglesey, I think, in the lead. Yeah, couldn't have asked for better, really.
Great stuff, Richard. Congratulations. I'll let you go and celebrate the weekend away.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you. And let's have a chat now to second place in that race, Tim Sage. Tim, third place in the last one, second in this one.
Yeah, working my way up, yeah.
It's a shame we haven't got a third race on the cards.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Well, we could always ask, you don't know.
Yeah, is there anyone still around? Yeah. We talk.
Marshals have gone home anyway.
Yeah, they've done more than their fair share of work.
They certainly have, yeah. Yeah, it was a bit weird because the race was red flagged twice, so we didn't really know what was going on. And I had gearbox issues just on the one lap, so I didn't know what was going to happen, but it made it. And I had a great dice with Richard and Sam. Great fun. Well worth waiting for, that was, I'd say.
Absolutely, and you got to round us off the day as well, sun setting. I mean, it's been a pretty good weekend, 2 podiums for you.
It has, yeah, it certainly has, yeah.
I'll say 2 overall podiums, I'll put that stigma in there.
Podiums and class wins, but like Richard, it's nice to get the overall race win. So, yeah, next time I'll try a bit harder. He's very good, he's very good. You sort of see him coming, you think, no, he won't get past, but then somehow he always does.
What can you take into the next race weekend then?
I think for me, back markers, get past the back markers more smoothly, and don't let Richard past.
Sounds like a good strategy. We'll see if it can pay off next time around. Tim, congratulations on your 2 podiums.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. And let's have a chat to Sam Wright in that Village V2. We haven't seen Sam here. Sam, congratulations. Top 3 overall. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. It was a close run thing that was going to even make the grid for this second race, as we had obviously the incident in the second proper race. And then discovered I had some braking problems, but seemed to get on top of them towards the end of the race. But yeah, it was a tough race. Couldn't keep up with them too.
Well, I will say as well, even though you had all of that little bits of, what would you call it? A little bit of misstarts on that second race, first start, you managed to end the day with a podium overall. That's...
yeah, elated. Yeah, wonderful.
I mean, we'll hear from your words as well. How about your village? How was it today?
It was running really well. I was struggling a little, as I say, this morning with the brakes. I felt like something wasn't quite right, and I think we've got to the bottom of it now. It ran much better in that second race. Yeah, but it's a great car, wonderful car. Yeah,
And a nice way to round off the weekend.
Thanks to Kieran McGinley. I think a few technical issues down in pit lane to end the day, but otherwise we've had a great weekend of racing here at Silverstone. Today's live coverage brought to you by Alpha Live on 750 Motor Club TV, and we mentioned a few moments ago just a couple of weeks to wait for more 750 Motor Club racing and 750 Motor Club coverage. That comes from Pembrey, so make sure you keep an eye on the socials for when the racing action will begin, but otherwise we're see you in 2 weeks' time at Pembrey Circuit.